Also by Stephen Greenblatt, Hamlet in Purgatory practicing new historicism, with Catherine Gallagher, Marvelous Possessions, The Wonder of the New World Learning to Curse, Essays in Early Modern Culture, Shakespearean Negotiations, The Circulation of Social Energy in Renaissance England, Renaissance Self-Fashioning, From More to Shakespeare, Sir Walter Raleigh, The Renaissance Man and His Roles, Three Modern Satirists, Waugh, Orwell, and Huxley, edited by Stephen Greenblatt, The Norton Anthology of English Literature, General Editor, The Norton Shakespeare, General Editor, New World Encounters Redrawing the Boundaries, The Transformation of English and American Literary Studies, representing the English Renaissance allegory and representation to Josh and Aaron, Once Again, and Now to Harry Will in the World, How Shakespeare Became Shakespeare. Stephen Greenblatt preface, a young man from a small provincial town, a man without independent wealth, without powerful family connections, and without a university education, moves to London in the late 1580s, and in a remarkably short time becomes the greatest playwright not of his age alone, but of all time. His works appeal to the learned and the unlettered, to urban sophisticates and provincial first-time theater-goers. He makes his audiences laugh and cry. He turns politics into poetry. He recklessly mingles vulgar clowning and philosophical subtlety. He grasps with equal penetration the intimate lives of kings and of beggars. He seems at one moment to have studied law, at another theology, at another ancient history, while at the same time he effortlessly mimes the accents of country bumpkins and takes delight in old wives' tales. How is an achievement of this magnitude to be explained? How did Shakespeare become Shakespeare? Theater, in Shakespeare's time as in our own, is a highly social art form, not a game of bloodless abstractions. There was a type of drama in the age of Elizabeth and James that did not show its face in public, known as closet dramas. These were plays never meant to be performed or even printed. They were for silent reading in the privacy of small, preferably windowless rooms. But Shakespeare's plays were always decisively out of the closet. They were, and are, in the world and of the world. Not only did Shakespeare write and act for a cutthroat commercial entertainment industry, he also wrote scripts that were intensely alert to the social and political realities of their times. He could scarcely have done otherwise. To stay afloat, the theater company in which he was a shareholder had to draw some 1,500 to 2,000 paying customers a day into the round wooden walls of the playhouse, and competition from rival companies was fierce. The key was not so much topicality with government censorship, and with repertory companies often successfully recycling the same scripts for years. It would have been risky to be too topical as it was intensity of interest. Shakespeare had to engage with the deepest desires and fears of his audience, and his unusual success in his own time suggests that he succeeded brilliantly in doing so. Virtually all his rival playwrights found themselves on the straight road to starvation. Shakespeare, by contrast, made enough money to buy one of the best houses in the hometown to which he retired in his early 50s, a self-made man. This is a book, then, about an amazing success story that has resisted explanation. It aims to discover the actual person who wrote the most important body of imaginative literature of the last 1,000 years. Or rather, since the actual person is a matter of well-documented public record, it aims to tread the shadowy paths that lead from the life he lived into the literature he created. Apart from the poems and plays themselves, the surviving traces of Shakespeare's life are abundant but thin. Dogged archival labor over many generations has turned up contemporary allusions to him, along with a reasonable number of the playwright's property transactions, a marriage license bond, christening records, cast lists in which he is named as a performer, tax bills, petty legal affidavits, payments for services, and an interesting last will and testament, but no immediately obvious clues to unravel the great mystery of such immense creative power. The known facts have been rehearsed again and again for several centuries. Already in the 19th century there were fine, richly detailed, and well-documented biographies, and each year brings a fresh crop of them, sometimes enhanced with a hard-won crumb or two of new archival findings. After examining even the best of them and patiently sifting through most of the available traces, readers rarely feel closer to understanding how the playwright's achievements came about. If anything, Shakespeare often seems a drabber, duller person, and the inward springs of his art seem more obscure than ever. Those springs would be difficult enough to glimpse if biographers could draw upon letters and diaries, contemporary memoirs and interviews, books with revealing marginalia, notes and first drafts. Nothing of the kind survives, nothing that provides a clear link between the timeless work with its universal appeal and a particular life that left its many scratches in the humdrum bureaucratic records of the age. The work is so astonishing, so luminous, that it seems to have come from a god and not a mortal, let alone a mortal of provincial origins and modest education. It is fitting, of course, to invoke the magic of an immensely strong imagination, a human endowment that does not depend upon an interesting life. Scholars have long and fruitfully studied the transforming work of that imagination on the books that, from evidence within the plays themselves, Shakespeare must certainly have read. As a writer, he rarely started with a blank slate. He characteristically took materials that had already been in circulation and infused them with his supreme creative energies. On occasion, the reworking is so precise and detailed that he must have had the book from which he was deftly borrowing directly on his writing table as his quill pen raced across the paper. But no one who responds intensely to Shakespeare's art can believe that the plays and poems came exclusively from his reading. At least as much as the books he read, the central problems he grappled with as a young man: what should I do with my life? In what can I have faith? Whom do I love? Served throughout his career to shape his art. One of the prime characteristics of Shakespeare's art is the touch of the real. As with any other writer whose voice has long ago fallen silent and whose body has moldered away, all that is left are words on a page. But even before a gifted actor makes Shakespeare's words come alive, those words contain the vivid presence of actual, lived experience. The poet who noticed that the hunted, trembling hair was dubadabbled, or who likened his stained reputation to the dyer's hand. The playwright who has a husband tell his wife that there is a purse in the desk that's covered o'er with Turkish tapestry, or who has a prince remember that his poor companion owns only 2 pairs of silk stockings. One of them peach-colored. This artist was unusually open to the world, and discovered the means to allow this world into his works. To understand how he did this so effectively, it is important to look carefully at his verbal artistry, his command of rhetoric, his uncanny ventriloquism, his virtual obsession with language. To understand who Shakespeare was, it is important to follow the verbal traces he left behind back into the life he lived and into the world to which he was so open. And to understand how Shakespeare used his imagination to transform his life into his art, it is important to use our own imagination. Chapter 1, Primal Scenes. Let us imagine that Shakespeare found himself from boyhood fascinated by language, obsessed with the magic of words. There is overwhelming evidence for this obsession from his earliest writings, so it is a very safe assumption that it began early. Perhaps from the first moment his mother whispered a nursery rhyme in his ear: "Pillicock, pillicock, sate on a hill, if he's not gone he sits there still." This particular nursery rhyme was rattling around in his brain years later when he was writing King Lear. Pillicock sat on Pillicock Hill, chants the madman Poor Tom. He heard things in the sounds of words that others did not hear. He made connections that others did not make, and he was flooded with a pleasure all his own. This was a love and a pleasure that Elizabethan England could arouse, richly satisfy and reward, for the culture prized ornate eloquence, cultivated a taste for lavish prose from preachers and politicians, and expected even people of modest accomplishments and sober sensibilities to write poems. In one of his early plays, Love's Labour's Lost, Shakespeare created a ridiculous schoolteacher, Holofernes, whose manner is a parody of a classroom style that most audience members must have found immediately recognizable. Holofernes cannot refer to an apple without adding that it hangs like a jewel in the ear of Calo, the sky, the welkin, the heaven, and that it drops on the face of Terra, the soil, the land, the earth. 4:2:4:6. He is the comical embodiment of a curriculum that used, as one of its key textbooks, Erasmus's On Copiousness, a book that taught students 150 different ways of saying, in Latin, of course, "Thank you for your letter." If Shakespeare deftly mocked this manic word game, he also exuberantly played it in his own voice and his own language, as when he writes in Sonnet 129 that lust is perjured, murderous, bloody, full of blame, savage, extreme, rude, cruel, not to trust. Lines 3-4. Concealed somewhere behind this passionate outburst are the many hours a young boy spent in school, compiling long lists of Latin synonyms. All men, wrote Queen Elizabeth's tutor Roger Ascham, covet to have their children speak Latin. The Queen spoke Latin, one of the few women in the realm to have had access to that accomplishment, so crucial for international relations, and so did her diplomats, counselors, theologians, clergymen, physicians, and lawyers. But command of the ancient tongue was not limited to those who actually made practical, professional use of it. All men covet to have their children speak Latin. In the 16th century, bricklayers, wool merchants, glovers, prosperous yeoman people who had no formal education and could not read or write English, let alone Latin, wanted their sons to be masters of the ablative absolute. Latin was culture, civility, upward mobility. It was the language of parental ambition, the universal currency of social desire. So it was that Will's father and mother wanted their son to have a proper classical education. John Shakespeare himself seems to have had at most only partial literacy. As the holder of important civic offices in Stratford-upon-Avon, he probably knew how to read, but throughout his life he only signed his name with a mark. Judging from the mark she made on legal documents, Mary Shakespeare, the mother of England's greatest writer, also could not write her name, though she too might have acquired some minimal literacy. But they evidently decided this would not suffice for their eldest son. The child no doubt began with a hornbook, a wooden tablet with the letters and the paternoster printed on a piece of parchment covered with a thin sheet of transparent horn, and with the standard primary school text, the ABC with the catechism. In The Two Gentlemen of Verona, a lover sighs, like a schoolboy that had lost his ABC. Thus far he was only acquiring what his father and possibly even his mother may have possessed. But probably starting at age 7, he was sent to the Stratford Free Grammar School, whose central educational principle was total immersion in Latin. The school was called the King's New School, but it was not new, and it had not been founded by the king who was honored in its name, Elizabeth's short-lived half-brother Edward VI. Like so many other Elizabethan institutions, this one wore a mask designed to hide origins tainted with Roman Catholicism. Built by the town's Guild of the Holy Cross in the early 15th century, it was endowed as a free school by one of its Catholic chaplains in 1482. The schoolhouse, which survives more or less intact, was a single large room above the Guildhall, reached by a flight of external stairs that were at one time roofed with tile. There may have been partitions, particularly if an assistant teacher was teaching very young children their ABCs, but most of the students, some 42 boys, ranging in age from 7 to 14 or 15, sat on hard benches facing the schoolmaster, sitting in his large chair at the head of the room. By statute, the Stratford schoolmaster was not allowed to take money for his instruction from any of the students. He was to teach any male child who qualified, that is, anyone who had learned the rudiments of reading and writing, be their parents never so poor and the boys never so unapt. For this he received free housing and an annual salary of £20, a substantial sum at the high end of what Elizabethan schoolmasters could hope to make. The town of Stratford was serious about the education of its children. After the free grammar school, there were special scholarships to enable promising students of limited means to attend university. This was not, to be sure, universal free education. Here, as everywhere else, girls were excluded from both grammar school and university. The sons of the very poor, a large proportion of the population, also did not go to school, for they were expected to begin work at a young age, and besides, though there was no fee, there were some expenses. Students were expected to bring quills for pens, a knife for sharpening the quills, candles in winter, and an expensive commodity paper. But for the sons of families of some means, however modest, a rigorous education centered on the classics was accessible. Though the Stratford school records from the time do not survive, Will almost certainly attended this school, fulfilling his parents' desire that he learn Latin. In the summer, the school day began at 6 a.m. In the winter, as a concession to the darkness and the cold, at 7. At 11 came recess for lunch. Will presumably ran home, only 300 yards or so away, and then instruction began again, continuing until 5:30 or 6 days a week, 12 months a year. The curriculum made few concessions to the range of human interests. No English history or literature, no biology, chemistry, or physics, no economics or sociology, only a smattering of arithmetic. There was instruction in the articles of the Christian faith, but that must have seemed all but indistinguishable from the instruction in Latin. And the instruction was not gentle. Rote memorization, relentless drills, endless repetition, daily analysis of texts, elaborate exercises in imitation and rhetorical variation, all backed up by the threat of violence. Everyone understood that Latin learning was inseparable from whipping. One educational theorist of the time speculated that the buttocks were created in order to facilitate the learning of Latin. A good teacher was by definition a strict teacher. Pedagogical reputations were made by the vigor of the beatings administered. The practice was time-honored and entrenched. As part of his final examination at Cambridge, a graduate in grammar in the late Middle Ages was required to demonstrate his pedagogical fitness by flogging a dull or recalcitrant boy. Learning Latin in this period was, as a modern scholar has put it, a male puberty rite. Even for an exceptionally apt student, that puberty rite could not have been pleasant. Still, though it doubtless inflicted its measure of both boredom and pain, the king's new school clearly aroused and fed Will's inexhaustible craving for language. There was another aspect of the very long school day that must have given Will pleasure. Virtually all schoolmasters agreed that one of the best ways to instill good Latin in their students was to have them read and perform ancient plays, especially the comedies of Terence and Plautus. Even the clergyman John Northbrook, a killjoy who in 1577 published a sour attack on dicing, dancing, vain plays, or interludes with other idle pastimes, conceded that school performances of Latin plays, if suitably expurgated, were acceptable. Northbrook stressed nervously that the plays had to be performed in the original language, not in English, that the students should not wear beautiful costumes, and above all, that there should be no vain and wanton toys of love. For the great danger of these plays, as the Oxford scholar John Reynolds noted, was that the plot may call for the boy who is playing the hero to kiss the boy who is playing the heroine, and that kiss may be the undoing of both children. For the kiss of a beautiful boy is like the kiss of certain spiders. If they do but touch men only with their mouth, they put them to wonderful pain and make them mad. In fact, it is almost impossible to expurgate Terence and Plautus. Take out the disobedient children and sly servants, the parasites, tricksters, whores, and foolish fathers, the feverish pursuit of sex and money, and you have virtually nothing left. Built into the curriculum, then, was a kind of recurrent theatrical transgression, a comic liberation from the oppressive heaviness of the educational system. To partake fully of the liberation, all you needed as a student was a histrionic gift and enough Latin to get the point. By the time he was 10 or 11, and perhaps earlier, will almost certainly had both. No surviving records indicate how often the Stratford teachers during Will's school years had the boys perform plays or which plays they assigned. Perhaps there was a time, a year or so before Will left school, when the teacher Oxford-educated Thomas Jenkins decided to have the boys perform Plautus's frenetic farce about identical twins, the two Menich muses. And perhaps on this occasion, Jenkins, recognizing that one of his students was precociously gifted as both a writer and an actor, assigned Will Shakespeare a leading role. There is hard evidence from later in his life that Shakespeare loved this particular play's combination of logic and dizzying confusion, the characters constantly just missing the direct encounter, and the explanation that would resolve the mounting chaos. When he was a young playwright in London casting about for the plot of a comedy, he simply took over the two Menich muses, added a second set of twins to double the chaos, and wrote the Comedy of Errors. The comedy was a great success. When it was performed at one of London's law schools, the students rioted trying to get seats. But for the talented schoolboy in the King's New School, this future triumph would have seemed almost as implausible as the zany events depicted in the play. In Plautus's opening scene, Menechmus of Epidamnum squabbles with his wife and then goes off to visit his mistress. The courtesan Erodium, women's parts as well as men's, would have been played by the boys in Will's class. Before Menechmus knocks at her door, it swings open and Erodium herself appears, ravishing his senses. Eps ecam exit. Look, she's coming out herself. And then in this moment of rapture the sun is bedimmed, he exclaims. By the radiance of her lovely body Erodium greets him. Anime me Menechmus salve. My darling Menechmus, welcome. This is the moment that anxious moralists like Northbrook and Reynolds most feared and hated, the kiss of the spider boy. Beautiful boys by kissing, writes Reynolds, do sting and pour secretly in a kind of poison, the poison of incontinency. It is easy to laugh at this hysteria, but perhaps it is not completely absurd on some such occasion as this. It is possible that the adolescent Shakespeare felt an intense excitement in which theatrical performance and sexual arousal were braided together. Long before performances in school, Will may already have discovered that he had a passion for play acting. In 1569, when he was 5, his father, as the bailiff that is, the mayor of Stratford-upon-Avon, ordered that payments be made to 2 companies of professional actors, the Queen's Men and the Earl of Worcester's Men, which had come to town on tour. These traveling playing companies would not have been an especially impressive sight. Some 6 to a dozen strollers, carrying their costumes and props in a wagon, compelled by circumstances, as one contemporary observer wryly put it, to travel upon the hard hoof from village to village for cheese and buttermilk. In fact, the usual rewards would have been slightly more substantial, a pound or two in cold cash, if they were fortunate, but not so great as to make the players turn up their noses at whatever free cheese and buttermilk they could catch. Yet to most small boys it would all have been unspeakably thrilling. The arrival in provincial towns generally followed a set pattern. With a flourish of trumpets and the rattle of drums, the players swaggered down the street in their colorful liveries, scarlet cloaks and crimson velvet caps. They proceeded to the house of the mayor and presented the letters of recommendation, with wax seals, that showed that they were not vagabonds and that a powerful patron protected them. In Stratford in 1569 they would have come to Henley Street, to the boy's own house, and they would have spoken to his father with deference, for it was he who would decide whether they would be sent packing or allowed to post their bills announcing the performances. The first performance was known as the mayor's play, and it was usually free to all comers. Stratford's bailiff would certainly have been expected to attend this, for it was his privilege to determine the level of the reward to be paid out of the city coffers. He would, presumably, have been received with great respect and given one of the best seats in the Guildhall, where a special stage had been erected. The excitement of this occasion was not limited to small boys. Municipal records in Stratford and elsewhere routinely recorded broken windows and damage to chairs and benches caused by mobs of unruly spectators jostling for a good view. These were festive events, breaks in the routines of everyday life. The sense of release, always bordering on transgression, was why some stern town officials occasionally turned the players away, particularly in times of dearth, sickness, or disorder, and why the players were not permitted to perform on Sundays or during Lent. But even the most puritanical mayors and aldermen had to think twice about annoying the aristocrats whose liveries the players proudly wore. After all, at the end of each performance in these country towns, the players would kneel down solemnly and ask everyone present to pray with them for their good lord and master, or, in the case of the Queen's men, for the great Elizabeth herself. Hence, even when they were forbidden from performing, the troops were often sent off with a gratuity, bribed in effect to go away. John Shakespeare, the records indicate, did not send the players on their way. He permitted them to play. But would he have taken his 5-year-old son to see the show? Certainly other fathers did. In his old age, a man named Willis, born the same year as Will, recalled a play now lost, called The Cradle of Security, that he saw in Gloucester 38 miles from Stratford when he was a child. On arriving in town, the players, Willis wrote, followed the usual routine. They presented themselves to the mayor, informed him what noblemen's servants they were, and requested a license for performing in public. The mayor granted the license and appointed the company to give their first performance before the aldermen and other officials of the town. At such a play, Willis remembered, my father took me with him and made me stand between his legs as he sat upon one of the benches, where we saw and heard very well. The experience was a remarkably intense one for Willis. This sight took such impression in me, he wrote, that when I came towards man's estate, it was as fresh in my memory as if I had seen it newly acted. This is probably as close as it is possible to get to Will's own primal scene of theatricality. When the bailiff walked into the hall, everyone would have greeted him and exchanged words with him. When he took his seat, the crowd would have grown quiet in the expectation that something exciting and pleasurable was about to happen. His son, intelligent, quick, and sensitive, would have stood between his father's legs. For the first time in his life, William Shakespeare watched a play. What was the play that the Queen's men brought to Stratford in 1569? Records do not show, and perhaps it does not matter. The sheer magic of playing the fashioning of an imaginary space, the artful impersonations, the elaborate costumes, the flood of heightened language may have been enough to capture the young boy forever. There was, in any case, more than one occasion for the spell to be cast. Troops came repeatedly to Stratford the Earl of Leicester's men in 1573. For example, when Will was 9 years old, the Earl of Warwick's men and the Earl of Worcester's men in 1575, when he was 11, and each time the thrilling effect, initially enhanced by the child's sense of his father's importance and power, may have been renewed and strengthened, the clever devices stored away as treasured memories. For his part, Shakespeare's contemporary Willis remembered all his life what he had seen at Gloucester. A king lured away from his sober, pious counselors by 3 seductive ladies. In the end they got him to lie down in a cradle upon the stage, he recalled, where these 3 ladies, joining in a sweet song, rocked him asleep, that he snorted again, and in the meantime closely conveyed under the cloths wherewithal he was covered, a vizard like a swine's snout, upon his face, with 3 wire chains fastened thereunto, the other end whereof being holden severally by those 3 ladies, who fall to singing again, and then discovered his face, that the spectators might see how they had transformed him. The spectators must have found it very exciting. Some of the older ones probably remembered the swinish face of Henry Roman VIII, and all in the audience knew that it was only under special circumstances that they could publicly share the thought that the monarch was a swine. Young Will is likely to have seen something similar. The plays in repertory in the 1560s and 70s were for the most part morality plays, or moral interludes, secular sermons designed to show the terrible consequences of disobedience, idleness, or dissipation. Typically, a character in embodied abstraction with a name like mankind or youth turns away from a proper guide such as honest recreation or virtuous life, and begins to spend his time with ignorance, all for money, or riot. Huffa, huffa, who calleth after me? I am riot, full of jollity. My heart is light as the wind, and all on riot is my mind. The interlude of youth, it is rapidly downhill from here. Riot introduces youth to his friend Pride. Pride introduces him to his glamorous sister Lechery. Lechery lures him to the tavern, and it looks like it will all end badly. Sometimes it does end badly in the play Willis saw. The king who is transformed into a swine is later carried away to punishment by wicked spirits, but more typically, something happens to awaken the hero's slumbering conscience just in time. In the interlude of youth, Charity, reminding the sinner of Jesus' great gift to him, frees him from the influence of riot and restores him to the company of humility. In the Castle of Perseverance, Penance touches mankind's heart with his lance and saves him from his wicked companions, the 7 deadly sins. In Wit and Science, the hero Wit, asleep in the lap of idleness, is transformed into a fool, complete with cap and bells, but he is saved when he catches sight of himself in a mirror and realizes that he looks like a very ass. Only after he is sharply whipped by shame and taught by a group of strict schoolmasters instruction, study, and diligence, is Wit restored to his proper appearance, and able to celebrate his marriage to Lady Science. Relentlessly didactic and often clumsily written, morality plays came to seem old-fashioned, and crude any summary of them will make them sound boring, but they were in vogue for a long period of time, extending into Shakespeare's adolescence. Their blend of high-mindedness and exuberant theatrical energy pleased an impressively broad range of spectators, from the unlettered to the most sophisticated. If these plays had little or no interest in psychological particularity or social texture, they often had the canniness of folk wisdom, along with a strong current of subversive humor. That humor could take the form of a swine-snouted king, but it more often centered on the stock character known generally as the vice. This jesting, prattling mischief-maker bearing in different interludes names such as riot, iniquity, liberty, idleness, misrule, double device, and even, in one notable instance, Hick's Corner embodied simultaneously the spirit of wickedness and the spirit of fun. The audience knew that he would in the end be defeated and driven, with blows or fireworks from the stage. But for a time he pranced about, scorning the Hicks, insulting the solemn agents of order and piety, playing tricks on the unsuspecting, plotting mischief, and luring the innocent into taverns and whorehouses. The audience loved it. When Shakespeare sat down to write for the London stage, he drew upon those rather creaky entertainments that must have delighted him as a child. He learned from them to give many of his characters emblematic names. The whore's doll Tearsheet in Jane Nightwork and the sergeant's snare and fang in 2 Henry Roman IV, the drunken Sir Toby Belch in the puritanical Malvolio, Ill Will in Twelfth Night. On rare occasions he went further and brought personified abstractions directly onto his stage Rumour, in a robe painted full of tongues, in 2 Henry Roman IV, and Time, carrying an hourglass in the Winter's Tale. But for the most part his debt to the morality plays was more indirect and subtle. He absorbed their impact early, and they helped fashion the foundations, largely hidden well beneath the surface, of his writing. That writing builds upon 2 crucial expectations the morality plays instilled in their audiences. First, the expectation that drama worth seeing would get at something central to human destiny, and second, that it should reach not only a coterie of the educated elite, but also the great mass of ordinary people. Shakespeare also absorbed specific elements of his stagecraft from the moralities. They helped him understand how to focus theatrical attention on his characters' psychological, moral, and spiritual life, as well as on their outward behavior. They helped him fashion physical emblems of this inner life, such as the withered arm and hunchback that mark the crookedness of Richard Roman III. They helped him grasp how to construct plays around the struggle for the soul of a protagonist. Prince Hal poised between his sober, anxious, calculating father and the irresponsible, seductive, reckless Falstaff. The deputy Angelo in Measure for Measure, given the reins of power and put to the test by his master the Duke. Othello torn between his faith in the celestial Desdemona and the obscene suggestions of the demonic Iago. And above all, they provided him with a source for a theatrically compelling and subversive figure of wickedness. The vice, the great subversive figure of the moralities, was never far from Shakespeare's creative mind. With mingled affection and wariness, Hal refers to Falstaff as that reverend vice, that grey iniquity, 1 Henry Roman IV, 25413. The mordantly funny, malevolent Richard Roman III likens himself to the formal vice, iniquity, 3182, and Hamlet describes his wily, usurping uncle as a vice of kings, 3:488. The word vice does not have to be directly invoked for the influence to be apparent. Honest Iago, for example, with his air of camaraderie, his sly jokes, and his frank avowal of villainy, is heavily indebted to this figure. It is no accident that his diabolical plot against Othello and Desdemona takes the form of a practical joke, an unbearably cruel version of the tricks played by the vice. It may seem strange at first that the lovable Falstaff should find himself in the company of cold-hearted murderers like Claudius and Iago. But Shakespeare learned something else essential to his art from the morality plays. He learned that the boundary between comedy and tragedy is surprisingly porous. In figures such as Aaron the Moor, the black villain in Titus Andronicus, Richard Roman III, and the bastard Edmund in King Lear, Shakespeare conjures up a particular kind of thrill he must have first had as a child watching the vice in plays like The Cradle of Security and The Interlude of Youth. The thrill of fear interwoven with transgressive pleasure. The vice, wickedness personified, is appropriately punished at the end of the play, but for much of the performance he manages to captivate the audience, and the imagination takes a perverse holiday. The authors of the morality plays thought they could enhance the broad impact they sought to achieve by stripping their characters of all incidental distinguishing traits to get to their essences. They thought their audiences would thereby not be distracted by the irrelevant details of individual identities. Shakespeare grasped that the spectacle of human destiny was, in fact, vastly more compelling when it was attached not to generalized abstractions, but to particular named people, people realized with an unprecedented intensity of individuation. Not youth but Prince Hal, not everyman but Othello. To achieve this intensity, Shakespeare had as much to free himself from the old morality plays as to adapt them. He felt free to discard many aspects of them altogether, and use others in ways their authors could never have imagined. At times, he greatly intensified the fear. Ego is immeasurably more disturbing and more effective than envy or riot. At other times, he greatly intensified the laughter. The vice's trickery and delight in confusion turns up in Puck in A Midsummer Night's Dream, but the wickedness has been entirely leached away, leaving only the mischievousness. So too, if the ass's head placed on bottom strikingly recalls the swine's snout placed on the face of the king, the heavy weight of moral instruction has been entirely lifted. Bottom, to be sure, is asinine, but it takes no magical transformation to reveal that fact. Indeed, what is revealed is not so much his folly. He does not have one moment of embarrassment or shame, and his friends do not laugh at him as his intrepidity. "This is to make an ass of me," the ass-headed Bottom stoutly declares, when his friends have all run away in terror at his appearance, "to fright me if they could. But I will not stir from this place, do what they can." 106:8. He is surprised at the fairy queen's passionate declaration of love, but he takes it in his stride. "Methinks, mistress, you should have little reason for that." And yet, to say the truth, reason and love keep little company together nowadays. 126:28. And he is entirely at ease in his new body. "Methinks I have a great desire to a bottle of hay. Good hay, sweet hay, hath no fellow." 130:31. When the ass's head is finally taken from him, he does not experience a moral awakening. Rather, as Puck puts it, he merely peeps at the world once again with his own fool's eyes. Here, and throughout his career, Shakespeare altogether scrapped the piety that marked the plays he saw in his youth. The underlying structure of those plays was religious. Hence they often climaxed in a moment of vision that signaled the protagonist's redemption, a vision that pointed beyond the everyday, and what was familiar to a truth that exceeded mortal understanding. In the words of St. Paul's epistle to the Corinthians, words deeply familiar to Shakespeare and his contemporaries from endless repetitions in church, "The eye hath not seen, and the ear hath not heard, neither have entered into the heart of man, those things that God has prepared." 1 Corinthians 2:9 from the Bishop's Bible, the version Shakespeare knew and used most often. "I have had a most rare vision," Bottom begins, when he is returned to his human shape. And then in a series of fits and starts he tries to recount it. "I have had a dream past the wit of man to say what dream it was. Man is but an ass if he go about to expound this dream. Methought I was there is no man can tell what. Methought I was, and methought I had, but man is but a patched fool if he will offer to say what methought I had. The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen, man's hand is not able to taste, his tongue to conceive, nor his heart to report what my dream was." 199:207. This is the joke of a decisively secular dramatist, a writer who deftly turned the dream of the sacred into popular entertainment. I will get Peter Quince to write a ballad of this dream. It shall be called Bottom's Dream, because it hath no bottom, and I will sing it in the latter end of a play. 4. 1, 207:10. The joke reaches out a long way to the solemnities of the pulpit, to the plays that the professional playing companies took to the provinces when Shakespeare was a boy, to the amateur actors who performed cruder versions of these plays, and perhaps to the young, awkward Shakespeare himself, filled with visions his tongue could not conceive and eager to play all the parts. There must have been many such moments in Will's life at home. The very young boy could have amused his family and friends by imitating what he had seen on the raised platform of the Stratford Town Hall stage or on the back of the traveling player's cart. And as he grew older and more independent, his exposure to play acting was not restricted to Stratford. The touring companies crisscrossed the Midlands, performing in neighboring towns and manor houses. A stage-struck youth could have seen most of the great actors of the time performing within a day's ride of his home. Theatrical life in the region by no means depended solely upon the visits of professional troupes. Towns in the vicinity of Stratford, as in the rest of the country, had seasonal festivals, when the members of guilds and fraternities donned costumes and performed in traditional plays. For an afternoon, ordinary folk carpenters and tinkers and flute makers and the like paraded before their neighbors as kings and queens, madmen and demons. Coventry, 18 miles away, was particularly vital. When he was young, Will could have been taken to see the Hawk Tuesday play there. The second Tuesday after Easter, Hawk Tuesday traditionally initiated the summer half of the rural year and was celebrated in many places by women tying up passers-by with ropes and demanding money for charity. In Coventry, the men and women had a special way of marking the festival. They staged a rowdy commemoration of an ancient English massacre of the Danes, an event in which Englishwomen were said to have displayed particular valor. The annual reenactment enjoyed considerable local fame and may have drawn, among its spectators, the Shakespeare family. In late May or June, in the time of long, sweetly lingering twilights, they could also have seen one of the great annual Corpus Christi pageants, plays presenting the whole destiny of mankind from the creation and the fall to the redemption. These so-called mystery cycles, among the great achievements of medieval drama, had survived into the later 16th century in Coventry and in several other cities in England. Associated originally with a grand procession to honor the Eucharist, the production of a mystery cycle was a major civic enterprise, involving large numbers of people and significant expenditure. At various places in the city, usually on specially built scaffolds or carts, a part of the cycle the story of Noah, the angel of the Annunciation, the raising of Lazarus, Jesus on the cross, the three Marys at the tomb, and so forth was performed by pious, or simply exuberantly histrionic, townspeople. Particular guilds usually assumed the costs and the responsibility for the individual pieces of the cycle, at times with particular appropriateness. The shipwrights undertook Noah, the goldsmiths the Magi, the bakers the Last Supper, and the pinners men who made pins and needles, the Crucifixion. Protestant reformers were understandably hostile, for they wished to dismantle the traditional Catholic culture and rituals out of which these pageants arose, and they campaigned hard to put the performances to an end. But the plays were not strictly Catholic, and the civic pride and pleasure in them was intense, so they lingered, in the teeth of opposition, into the 1570s and 80s. In 1579, when Will was 15, he and his family could still have seen them performed at Coventry. Something of their power, their way of constructing a shared community of spectators, their confidence that all things in the heavens and the earth can be represented on stage, their delicious blending of homeliness and exaltation left its mark upon him. These events were particularly spectacular instances of seasonal festivities that shaped Will's sense of the year and conditioned his later understanding of the theater. Many of the traditional holidays had withered under attacks, both from those who thought the calendar offered working people too many occasions to play, and from those who thought that particular customs were tinged with Catholicism or paganism. But the moralists and the religious reformers had not yet managed to discipline the festive year into relentless sobriety. "I came once to a place, riding on a journey homeward from London," wrote the great Protestant Bishop Hugh Latimer in 1549, "and I sent word overnight into the town that I would preach there in the morning because it was holy day. The church stood in my way, and I took my horse and my company and went thither. I thought I should have found a great company in the church, and when I came there the church door was fast locked. I tarried there half an hour and more. At last the key was found, and one of the parish comes to me and says, 'Sir, this is a busy day with us, we cannot hear you, it is Robin Hood's day. The parish are gone abroad to gather for Robin Hood.' I was fain there to give place to Robin Hood. A traditional May game probably kept the parish busy that day. On May Day people had long celebrated the legend of Robin Hood, with raucous, often bawdy rituals. 34 years later an irascible polemicist, Philip Stubbs, reiterated the complaint. Against May, Whit Sunday, or other time, all the young men and maids, old men and wives, run gadding overnight to the woods, where they spend all the night in pleasant pastimes, and in the morning they return, bringing with them birch and branches of trees. But the chiefest jewel they bring from thence is their maypole, which they bring home with great veneration, as thus: they have 20 or 40 yoke of oxen, every ox having a sweet nosegay of flowers placed on the tip of his horns. And these oxen draw home this maypole, this stinking idol rather, which is covered all over with flowers and herbs, bound round about with strings from the top to the bottom, and sometimes painted with variable colors, with 200 or 300 men, women, and children following it with great devotion. And thus being reared up with handkerchiefs and flags hovering on the top, they strew the ground round about, bind green boughs about it, set up summer halls, bowers, and arbors hard by it. And then fall they to dance about it, like as the heathen people did at the dedication of the idols, whereof this is a perfect pattern, or rather the thing itself." Stubbs was writing in 1583, when Will was 19. Even if Stubbs sullenly exaggerated the pervasiveness and vitality of the ancient folk customs, whose attractiveness comes across despite his pious horror, he was not making it up. Traditional festivities, though constantly under attack, endured throughout the late 16th century and beyond. What might Will have participated in, growing up in Stratford and its surrounding countryside? Men and women and children, their faces flushed with pleasure, dancing around a maypole, decked with ribbons and garlands. A coarse Robin Hood show, with a drunken Friar Tuck and a lascivious Maid Marian. A young woman garlanded with flowers as the Queen of the May. A young boy dressed as the bishop and paraded through the streets with mock gravity. A belching, farting lord of misrule who temporarily turned the world upside down. Topsy-turvy days when women pursued men and schoolboys locked the teachers out of the classroom. Torchlight processions featuring men dressed as fantastic animals, woodwoses, wild men, and giants. Leaping Morris dancers from their supposed Moorish origin with bells around their knees and ankles, cavorting with dancers wearing the wickerwork contraption known as the hobby horse. Bagpipers, drummers, and fools dressed in motley carrying baubles and pigs' bladders. Drinking contests, eating contests and singing contests at sheep shearing and harvest home festivals. Most interesting of all, perhaps, at Christmas time, there was the Mummers' Play, featuring a madman, his 5 sons Pickle Herring, Blue Britches, Pepper Britches, Ginger Britches, and Mr. Allspice, and a woman named Cicely, or, on occasion, Maid Marian. The madman first fights with the hobby horse and with a wild worm, that is, a dragon. The sons then decide to kill their father. Interlocking their swords around his neck, they force him to kneel down and make his will, before dispatching him. One of the sons, Pickle Herring, stamps his feet upon the ground and brings the father back to life. The play, or perhaps, with its seasonal occasion, primordial rhythms, and indifference to realism, it should be called a ritual, lurches toward its end with the father and sons wooing Cicely together, and then with grotesque sword dances and Morris dances. These folk customs, all firmly rooted in the Midlands, had a significant impact upon Shakespeare's imagination, fashioning his sense of theater even more than the morality plays that the touring companies brought to the provinces. Folk culture is everywhere in his work, in the web of allusions and in the underlying structures. The lovers who meet in the Athenian woods in A Midsummer Night's Dream are reminiscent of May Day lovers. The deposed Duke Senior in the forest of Arden Inn, As You Like It, is likened to Robin Hood. The drunken Sir Toby and, still more, Falstaff, are lords of misrule who turn the order of things topsy-turvy. And as queen of the feast, the garlanded Perdita in The Winter's Tale presides over a rustic sheep-shearing festival, complete with dancing swains and maidens and a sly, light-fingered peddler. The author of The Winter's Tale was not a folk artist, and he made it clear in many ways that he was not. A sheep-shearing festival performed on the stage of the Globe as part of a sophisticated tragicomedy was not in fact a sheep-shearing festival. It was an urban fantasy of rural life, informed by knowing touches of realism, but also carefully distanced from its homely roots. Shakespeare was a master of this distancing. If he had a sympathetic understanding of country customs, he also had ways of showing that they were no longer his native element. The Athenian lovers are not in fact in the woods to celebrate the May. Duke Senior bears no real resemblance to Robin Hood. The queen of the sheep-shearing festival is not a shepherd's daughter but the daughter of a king. And if an old, mad father becomes the object of murderous attack by his children, it is not in the grotesque comedy of the Mummers' Play, but in the sublime tragedy of King Lear. No one can stamp upon the ground and make Lear or his daughter Cordelia spring back to life. Sir Toby and Falstaff come closer to the actual way in which lords of misrule function. They do for a limited time overturn sobriety, dignity, and decorum, but Shakespeare went out of his way to depict them after their disorderly reign is over. What, is it a time to jest and dally now? Prince Hal shouts in a rage, throwing the bottle of sack at Falstaff. 1 Henry Roman 4, 5 354. I hate a drunken rogue, moaned Sir Toby, beaten and hungover, 12th night, 5-1-193-94. But there was nothing defensive in the ways Shakespeare distanced himself. No stiff-necked insistence on his sophistication or learning, no self-conscious embrace of the urban or the courtly. He had deep roots in the country. Virtually all of his close relatives were farmers, and in his childhood he clearly spent a great deal of time in their orchards and market gardens, in the surrounding fields and woods, and in tiny rural hamlets with their traditional seasonal festivals and folk customs. When he was growing up, he seems to have taken in everything about this rustic world, and he did not subsequently seek to repudiate it or pass himself off as something other than what he was. The cultivated Elizabethan literary critic George Puttenham writes snobbishly of boys or country fellows, who listened with delight to blind harpers and tavern minstrels singing old romances, and who enjoyed the carols sung at Christmas dinners, and at the old-fashioned wedding feasts known as bridals. Will was almost certainly one of those country fellows. He doesn't seem to have been anxious about such pleasures, though he subsequently moved in circles that laughed at their rusticity. He simply took them with him to London as his possession, to be used as much or as little as he liked. Shakespeare was anything but indifferent to being counted as a gentleman, but his concern for his station in life, his longing for social success, and his fascination with the lives of aristocrats and monarchs did not entail the erasure of the world from which he came. Perhaps he simply loved the world too much to give any of it up. Instead, he used his boyhood experiences, as he used virtually all of his experiences, as an inexhaustible source of metaphor. In one of his earliest history plays, 2 Henry Roman 6, written around 1591, Shakespeare has the ambitious, conniving Duke of York explain that he has lured the headstrong Kentish peasant Jack Cade into rebellion. In Ireland have I seen this stubborn Cade fight against a troop of soldiers, York remarks, and fought so long till that his thighs with darts were almost like a sharp-quilled porcupine, and in the end being rescued, I have seen him caper upright like a wild Morisco, shaking the bloody darts as he is bells. 31360, 362-66. Shakespeare himself had in all likelihood not served in the wars and had never seen a soldier's thighs pierced with arrows. He had probably only read about porcupines, though he may have glimpsed the one kept in a small menagerie near the Tower of London. But as a boy, he had also almost certainly seen his share of Morris dancers, wild Moriscos, leaping about in a kind of ecstasy. From such sights, he constructed his astonishing image of the unstoppable Cade. More important, from the accumulation of such sights and sounds and rituals, he constructed his sense of the magic of the theater. But it was not only these traditional folk rituals, with their illusory but compelling air of timelessness, that exercised a powerful imaginative influence upon him. A particular event in his neighborhood, widely noted at the time, seems to have strongly marked his vision of the theater. In the summer of 1575, when Will was 11, the Queen had gone to the Midlands on one of her royal progress's journeys, accompanied by an enormous retinue, on which, bejeweled like a Byzantine icon, she displayed herself to her people, surveyed her realm, received tributes, and all but bankrupted her hosts. Elizabeth, who had already visited the area in 1566 and again in 1572, was the supreme mistress of these occasions, at once thrilling and terrifying those who encountered her. In 1572, she was greeted officially by the Recorder of Warwick, Edward Aglianby, a local dignitary whom the Shakespeares would probably have known. Aglianby was a learned and imposing figure, but in the presence of the Queen he trembled. "Come hither, little Recorder," the Queen said, holding out her hand for him to kiss. "It was told me that you would be afraid to look upon me or to speak so boldly, but you were not so afraid as I was of you." No one, least of all the little Recorder himself, would have believed that polite fiction from the daughter of Henry Roman 8. The climax of the 1575 progress was a 19-day stay from July 9 to 27 at Kenilworth, the castle of the Queen's favorite Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester. Kenilworth is located some 12 miles northeast of Stratford, which would have been caught up, like the entire region, in the feverish preparations for the visit. John Shakespeare, a Stratford alderman at the time, was too insignificant a figure to have got very close, in all likelihood, to the elaborate entertainments that were staged for the Queen by the man she called her eyes. But it is certainly conceivable that he took his son Will to glimpse what they could of the spectacles. The grand arrival of the Queen, greeted with speeches by Sibylla, Hercules, the Lady of the Lake, and in Latin an emblematic poet. Fireworks, a dialogue between a savage man and Echo, A bear baiting, a sport in which mastiffs attacked a bear chained to a stake. More fireworks, a display of acrobatics by an Italian, and an elaborate water pageant. Leicester, whose hold on the Queen's favor had been slipping, and who clearly regarded this as an occasion on which nothing should be omitted that might conceivably bring her pleasure, also arranged for a set of rustic shows. The shows were the equivalent of the mock-authentic cultural performances done in our own time for visiting dignitaries or wealthy tourists. They included a Bridal and Morris dance, a quinton, a sport of tilting at targets, and the traditional Coventry Hawk Tuesday play. These folk entertainments were of the kind that had been attacked by moralists and strict reformers, as Leicester understood perfectly well. He also understood that the Queen took pleasure in them, was hostile to their puritanical critics, and would be sympathetic to an appeal to allow them to continue. Will may have watched these pieces of his own local culture staged for the grand visitors. He would at the very least have heard the events described in loving detail, and he is also likely to have encountered an elaborate written description of them in a marvelous long letter, by a minor official clerk of the council chamber door, Robert Langham, or Laneham. The letter, inexpensively printed and widely circulated, would have been useful reading for anyone who was in the business of trying to entertain the Queen, and Shakespeare was shortly to go into that business. Langham's letter makes clear that the performance of the Hawk Tuesday play was a carefully stage-managed piece of cultural politics. Certain good-hearted men of Coventry, led by a mason named Captain Cox, had learned that their neighbor, the Earl of Leicester, was entertaining the Queen. Knowing that he was eager to make his sovereign gladsome and merry, with all pleasant recreations, the Coventry artisans petitioned that they might renew their old show. They thought that the Queen would particularly enjoy the commemoration of the ancient massacre, because it showed how valiantly our English women for love of their country behaved themselves. This appeal to the Queen's special interest was part of a defensive strategy that Langham conveniently summarizes. The thing, said they, is grounded on story, and for pastime want to be played in our city yearly, without ill example of manners, papistry, or any superstition, and else did so occupy the heads of a number that likely enough would have had worse meditations. The claims here turn out to be ones that would be repeated again and again throughout Shakespeare's lifetime, both in the justification of particular plays and in defense of the stage in general. The play in question is based on history, grounded on story. It is a traditional form of entertainment. It is free from ideological contamination and immorality, and it is a distraction from potentially dangerous thoughts, worse meditations. That is, members of the audience who might otherwise be plotting mischief, brooding on injustice, for example, or longing for the old religion, or hatching rebellion, would have their minds safely occupied by the spectacle of the ancient massacre of the Danes. What was the problem then? Why did the Hawk Tuesday play, which had an ancient beginning and a long continuance, need to be defended at all? Because the artisans acknowledged it had been of late laid down, that is, banned. The men scratched their heads and said they could not quite understand it. They knew no cause why. Then, as if it suddenly occurred to them, they came up with an explanation. Unless it were by the zeal of certain of their preachers, men very commendable for behavior and learning, and sweet in their sermons, but somewhat too sour in preaching away their pastime. The performance at Kenilworth, then, was not simply a way of amusing the Queen, or rather, in any attempt to amuse the Queen, there was always a half-hidden agenda. Here the agenda was to get the Queen to pressure the local clergy to halt the campaign against a beloved local festivity. They would make their humble petition unto Her Highness that they might have their plays up again. Despite the careful planning for the Hawk Tuesday performance, The show took place directly below the Queen's window. The occasion was botched. Too many things were going on at once. The bridal and the dancing drew away the Queen's attention, and she was further distracted by the great throng and unruliness of the crowd that had been allowed into the courtyard, into which an 11-year-old boy may have made his way. Elizabeth managed to see only a bit of the play. After all their rehearsals and strategizing, the men of Coventry must have been crushed. But then, unexpectedly, all was saved. The Queen commanded that the performance be repeated on the following Tuesday. It was a success. Her Majesty laughed well. The town players, rewarded with $2 upon which to feast and with 5 pieces of silver, were ecstatic. What, rejoicing upon their ample reward, and what, triumphing upon the good acceptance, they vaunted their play was never so dignified, nor ever any players afore so beatified. And in the Coventry records for the next year there is a crucial confirmation of their triumph. Thomas Nicklin Mayor. This year the said mayor caused Hock Tuesday, whereby is mentioned an overthrow of the Danes by the inhabitants of this city, to be again set up and showed forth. Her Majesty laughed well. Said to have cost Leicester the staggering sum of £1,000 a day. The Kenilworth festivities were an enormous machine designed to produce those laughs along with admiration, wonder, and delight from the remarkable, unpredictable, dangerous woman who ruled the country. The spectacles were elaborate and arresting, but the attention of the Earl of Leicester, and no doubt of many others in the crowd, would have been intensely focused on a single person. If a wide-eyed young boy from Stratford did see her, arrayed in one of her famously elaborate dresses, carried in a litter on the shoulders of guards specially picked for their good looks, accompanied by her gorgeously arrayed courtiers, he would in effect have witnessed the greatest theatrical spectacle of the age. As the Queen once candidly remarked of herself, "We princes are set on stages in the sight and view of all the world." Shakespeare continued to be fascinated throughout his entire career by the charismatic power of royalty, the excitement awakened in crowds, the trembling in otherwise strong men, the sense of awesome greatness. Long after he had come to understand the dark sides of this power, long after he had taken in the pride, cruelty, and ambition that it aroused, the dangerous plots that it bred, the greed and violence that it fostered and fed upon, Shakespeare remained in touch with the intoxicating pleasure and excitement royalty aroused. At the close of his creative life, in the play originally called All is True and known today as Henry Roman VIII, he still drew on this excitement, imagining the birth of the radiant Queen, whom he may have first glimpsed at Kenilworth in 1575. For there was a first time that he glimpsed her, if not at Kenilworth, then somewhere else, in a procession, or a grand entertainment, or a court reception, and his imagination was certainly fired by what he saw. And the events at Kenilworth, whether young Will saw them for himself, or listened to eyewitness accounts of them, or simply read Langham's letter, seemed to have left traces in his work. In the single most extravagant entertainment Leicester staged for the Queen during her long stay, a 24-foot-long mechanical dolphin rose up out of the waters of the lake adjacent to the castle. On the back of the dolphin, in whose belly was concealed a consort of wind instruments, sat the figure of Arion, the legendary Greek musician, who sang, as Langham put it, a delectable ditty to the Queen. The ditty and meter so aptly indited to the matter, Langham recalled, and after by voice so deliciously delivered, the song by a skilful artist into its parts so sweetly sorted, each part in its instrument so clean and sharply touched, every instrument again in its kind so excellently tunable, and this in the evening of the day, resounding from the calm waters, where presence of Her Majesty and longing to listen had utterly damped all noise and din. the whole harmony conveyed in time, tune, and temper thus incomparably melodious. With what pleasure, with what sharpness of conceit, with what lively delight this might pierce into the hearers' hearts! I pray you imagine yourself as you may, for so God judge me, by all the wit and cunning I have, I cannot express, I promise you. Years later, Shakespeare seems to have remembered this luminous spectacle in Twelfth Night, when the sea captain tries to reassure Viola that her brother may not have drowned in the shipwreck. Like Arion on the dolphin's back, he tells her, I saw him hold acquaintance with the waves. 1, 2, 14-15. More strikingly, in A Midsummer Night's Dream, written in the mid-1590s, when Shakespeare was about 30, the playwright's imagination drew on the scene at Kenilworth in crafting a gorgeous compliment to Elizabeth. The Queen probably attended one of the early performances of the comedy, perhaps the earliest, if, as many scholars think, it was written for an aristocratic wedding that she graced with her presence, and the company obviously felt that a piece of flattery was called for. But Shakespeare did not simply break the illusion and have the players turn to address the Queen. Instead, he slipped in a passage of prince-pleasing mythology that takes the form of a memory. The memory of an occasion when Cupid took aim at the fair vestal throned by the west. 2-1-1-5-8 clearly alludes to Leicester's attempt, some 20 years earlier, to charm the Queen. Thou rememberest, the fairy King Oberon asks his principal assistant, Puck, since once I sat upon a promontory and heard a mermaid on a dolphin's back uttering such dulcet and harmonious breath, that the rude sea grew civil at her song, and certain stars shot madly from their spheres to hear the sea-maid's music. 148-54. It is worth reading the last 3 lines aloud for oneself to see how perfectly they serve as an exquisite instance of dulcet and harmonious breath. Eerily beautiful, they conjure up, across the gap in time, the fireworks visible from as far as 20 miles away, according to one observer, along with a fantastical version of the water pageant. The speech goes on to bow graciously toward the aging Elizabeth's cult of virginity. Cupid's arrow missed its mark, and the imperial votress passed on, in maiden meditation, fancy-free, 163-64. Having delivered this exquisite compliment to the Queen, the play resumes its momentarily suspended plot. The arrow intended for the fair vestal, Oberon explains to Puck, fell instead on a little western flower. When placed on the eyelids of a sleeping man or woman, the juice of this flower will make the person dote on the next live creature that he or she sees. It is this device, love juice, mistakenly applied to the wrong eyelids, that occasions the wild confusions of the play. The glimpse of the dolphin's back is only an isolated moment in A Midsummer Night's Dream, a decorative flourish. But the lines about the mermaid's song, though irrelevant to the plot, speak to something deeply important in the play and in the playwright's imagination. The memory of Kenilworth served to evoke the power that song has to create hushed order and to excite an almost frenzied attention. This paradox, art as the source both of settled calm and of deep disturbance, was central to Shakespeare's entire career. As a dramatist and a poet, he was simultaneously the agent of civility and the agent of subversion. This double vision in him might well reach back to the astonishing spectacle, mounted close to his home when he was 11 years old. A huge, restive sea of spectators quieted by the Queen's presence, with everyone straining intently to listen to the song of Arion, the primordial poet. What Shakespeare articulated in A Midsummer Night's Dream was a deep cultural fantasy that Leicester's entertainments extravagantly tried to embody. The fantasy was of a world of magical beauty, shot through with hidden forces and producing a free-floating, intense erotic energy to which all creatures, save one alone, the fair vestal throned by the west, had to succumb. Reality could never have approached this dream. The fireworks were hardly stars starting from their spheres. There was no sea, only an unruly crowd by the castle lake. The fair vestal was a middle-aged woman with rotting teeth. The mechanical dolphin would have looked no better than expensive floats usually look, and the figure on the dolphin's back was neither Arian nor a mermaid but a singer named Harry Goldingham. As an unpublished contemporary account of the festivities relates, the singer was not in good voice. There was a spectacle presented to Queen Elizabeth upon the water, and amongst others, Harry Goldingham was to represent Arian upon the dolphin's back, but finding his voice to be very hoarse and unpleasant when he came to perform it, he tears off his disguise and swears he was none of Arian, not he, but even honest Harry Goldingham. Which blunt discovery pleased the Queen better than if it had gone through in the right way. The Queen's gracious response managed to salvage the enchantment of the afternoon, even in the face of its apparent crumbling. Something similar could be said about any production of A Midsummer Night's Dream. The spectators do not see fairies flying through the moonlit woods near Athens. They see a troupe of all too human actors tramping about on stage. But the risk of disillusionment only seems to enhance the experience of wonder. Leicester got the effect he wanted by means of an enormous capital outlay. Shakespeare offered a vastly less expensive magic. The players in A Midsummer Night's Dream entertained the wild hope that they might be rewarded with a pension of 6d per day apiece. For the playwright relied not on elaborate machinery but on language, simply the most beautiful language any English audience had ever heard. I know a bank where the wild thyme blows, where oxlips and the nodding violet grows, quite over-canopied with luscious woodbine, with sweet musk roses, and with eglantine. There sleeps Titania some time of the night, lulled in these flowers with dances and delight. 249:54. Shakespeare, who had already written such plays as The Taming of the Shrew and Richard III, was capable of a very different kind of dramatic speech, altogether tougher and leaner. But in A Midsummer Night's Dream he gave full scope to what is, to borrow one of the adjectives he uses here, luscious poetry. Among Shakespeare's plays, A Midsummer Night's Dream is one of the very few for which scholars have never located a dominant literary source. Its vision of moonlit, fairy-haunted woods evidently sprang from more idiosyncratic and personal imaginative roots. Shakespeare was able to tap into his close-up knowledge of the barky fingers of the elm, or a red-hipped humblebee on the top of a thistle. 1112. He was also, if this account of his childhood is correct, able to tap into first-hand experiences of the swirling delights of May Day and Hawk Tuesday, and into memories of the lavish, visionary entertainments Leicester staged in order to please his royal guest. If Shakespeare's sense of the transforming power of theatrical illusions may be traced back to what he heard about or saw for himself in 1575 at Kenilworth, his sense of the coarse reality that lies beneath the illusions may very well go back to the same festive moment. Virtually, the whole last act of A Midsummer Night's Dream is given over to a hilarious parody of such amateur theatrical entertainments, which are ridiculed for their plodding ineptitude, their naivete, their failure to sustain a convincing illusion. The Hawk Tuesday play, performed by the Coventry artisans for the Queen and her courtiers, is transmuted into a tedious brief scene of young Pyramus and his love Thisbe, very tragical mirth. 56:57, performed by the Athenian artisans for the highborn couples joining in wedlock. The newlyweds and the audience of A Midsummer Night's Dream take pleasure in laughing at the grotesque absurdities of the play and the spectacular incompetence of the players, hard-handed men that work in Athens here, which never labored in their minds till now. 5. 1. 7273. One of the blundering artisans in A Midsummer Night's Dream, Snug the Joiner, even seems to mimic Harry Goldingham's blunt discovery of his actual identity. The dim-witted Snug, cast as a lion, has from the start been worried about the role, and all of the players are concerned that he will frighten the ladies. Hence, when he plays his part, he pulls a Harry Goldingham. You ladies, you whose gentle hearts do fear the smallest monstrous mouse that creeps on floor, may now perchance both quake and tremble here when lion rough in wildest rage doth roar. Then know that I as Snug the Joiner am a lion fell. 5. 1. 214-19. Sure enough, the comic ineptitude pleases the ruler. A very gentle beast, says Duke Theseus, and of a good conscience. 5. 1. 222. The performance gets what these performances always long to get, the smile of the great. Her Majesty laughed well. A Midsummer Night's Dream, written some 20 years after the Kenilworth festivities, marks the adult playwright's access to some of the most memorable scenes of his childhood, and at the same time it marks the distance he had traveled from home. By 1595, Shakespeare clearly grasped that his career was built on a triumph of the professional London entertainment industry over traditional amateur performances. His great comedy was a personal celebration of escape as well as of mastery. Escape from what? From tone-deaf plays like Thomas Preston's A Lamentable Tragedy, mixed full of pleasant mirth, containing the life of Cambyses, king of Persia, whose lame title Shakespeare parodied. From coarse language and jog-trotting meter and rant pretending to be passion. From amateur actors too featherbrained to remember their lines, too awkward to perform gracefully, too shy to perform energetically, or, worst of all, too puffed up with vanity to perform anything but their own grotesque egotism. The troupe of artisans who perform Pyramus and Thisbe, the weaver Nick Bottom, the bellows mender Francis Flute, the tinker Tom Snout, the joiner Snug, the tailor Robin Starveling, and their director, the carpenter Peter Quince, are collectively an anthology of theatrical catastrophes. The laughter in Act 5 of A Midsummer Night's Dream, and it is one of the most enduringly funny scenes Shakespeare ever wrote, is built on a sense of superiority in intelligence, training, cultivation, and skill. The audience is invited to join the charmed circle of the upper-class mockers on stage. This mockery proclaimed the young playwright's definitive passage from naivete and homespun amateurism to sophisticated taste and professional skill. But the laughter that the scene solicits is curiously tender and even loving. What saves the scene of ridicule from becoming too painful, what keeps it delicious, in fact, is the self-possession of the artisans. In the face of open derision, they are unflappable. Shakespeare achieved a double effect. On the one hand, he mocked the amateurs who failed to grasp the most basic theatrical conventions, by which they are to stay in their roles and pretend they cannot see or hear their audience. On the other hand, he conferred an odd, unexpected dignity upon Bottom and his fellows, a dignity that contrasts favorably with the sardonic rudeness of the aristocratic spectators. Even as he called attention to the distance between himself and the rustic performers, then, Shakespeare doubled back and signaled a current of sympathy and solidarity. As when borrowing from the old morality plays and folk culture, he understood at once that he was doing something quite different, and that he owed a debt. The professions he assigned the Athenian artisans were not chosen at random. Shakespeare's London Theatre Company depended on joiners and weavers, carpenters and tailors, and the tragedy they perform, of star-crossed lovers, fatal errors, and suicides, is one in which the playwright himself was deeply interested. In the period, he was writing the Pyramus and Thisbe parody. Shakespeare was also writing the strikingly similar Romeo and Juliet. They may well have been on his writing table at the same time. A more defensive artist would have scrubbed harder in an attempt to remove these marks of affinity, but Shakespeare's laughter was not a form of renunciation or concealment. "This is the silliest stuff that ever I heard," Hippolyta comments, to which Theseus replies, "The best in this kind are but shadows, and the worst are no worse if imagination amend them." "It must be your imagination, then, and not theirs," is her rejoinder. 207:10, "The spectator's imagination and not the player's, but that is precisely the point. The difference between the professional actor and the amateur actor is not, finally, the crucial consideration. They both rely upon the imagination of the spectators." And as if to clinch the argument a moment later, at the preposterous suicide speech of Pyramus' approach, "Ye Furies fell. O fates, come, come, cut thread and thrum, quail, crush, conclude, and quell." 273-76, Hippolyta finds herself unaccountably moved. "Beshrew my heart, but I pity the man." 1279. When in A Midsummer Night's Dream the 30-year-old Shakespeare, drawing deeply upon his own experiences, thought about his profession, he split the theater between a magical, virtually non-human element, which he associated with the power of the imagination to lift itself away from the constraints of reality, and an all-too-human element, which he associated with the artisans' trades that actually made the material structures, buildings, platforms, costumes, musical instruments, and the like structures that gave the imagination a local habitation and a name. He understood, and he wanted the audience to understand, that the theater had to have both the visionary flight and the solid, ordinary earthiness. That earthiness was a constituent part of his creative imagination. He never forgot the provincial, everyday world from which he came, or the ordinary face behind the mask of Arion. Chapter 2, The Dream of Restoration, a Stratford legend, recorded around 1680 by the eccentric, gossipy biographer John Aubrey, held that Will Shakespeare, apprenticed to be a butcher like his father, occasionally took a turn at slaughtering the animals. When he killed a calf, he would do it in a high style and make a speech. The inquisitive Aubrey, trying to find out how young Shakespeare solved the problem of work and discovered his vocation, wanted to know what happened between the time that he left school, presumably at some point in the late 1570s or early 1580s, and the time, in the early 1590s, that he was first noted as a professional actor and playwright in London. The mystery of what Shakespeare was up to in what scholars have dubbed the lost years, the years when he dropped from sight and left no traces in the documents of a notably record-keeping society, has generated mountains of speculation. Legends, some more or less plausible, began to emerge about 75 years after his death. That is, when those who could possibly have known him personally had all died off, but people were still alive who could, in their younger years, have encountered his contemporaries and sought out information about him. Though Aubrey's story about butchery is implausible, John Shakespeare was not a butcher, and would not have been permitted by trade regulation to slaughter animals. It is a safe bet that from boyhood on Will had helped his father in the family business, the making and selling of gloves from the shop that occupied part of the family's handsome double house on Henley Street. No doubt he wrote poems in his spare moments, but his family would hardly have toiled to subsidize his idleness. Paper was expensive. A pack of paper that, neatly folded and cut, yielded about 50 small sheets would have cost at least 4d, or the equivalent of 8 pints of ale, more than a pound of raisins, a pound of mutton and a pound of beef, 2 dozen eggs or 2 loaves of bread. Perhaps young Will carved his verses, like Orlando in As You Like It, on trees. All the same, he would have been expected to work. Indeed, there is an odd trace of the kind of contribution to the glove trade his special talents as a poet offered. Alexander Aspinall came to Stratford in 1582 to be master at the king's new school, shortly after Will had finished his schooling there, but when his younger brothers presumably were in attendance. In the 17th century, someone wrote down in a commonplace book a notebook in which it was customary to record memorable or curious things verses that accompanied a pair of gloves sent by Master Aspinall to the woman he was then courting. The gift is small, the will is all. Alexander Aspinall, the gloves were presumably bought at John Shakespeare's shop, for the posy was noted as a trace of the famous poet Shakespeare upon a pair of gloves that master sent to his mistress. Instead of making a career writing plays, Will could have stayed at home and eked out a living as the writer of personalized jingles into which he slyly inserted his own name. He did not, in fact, leave it all completely behind. Gloves, skins, and leather show up frequently in the plays, in ways that seem to reflect an easy intimacy with the trade. Romeo longs to be a glove on Juliet's hand so that he could touch her cheek. The peddler in The Winter's Tale has scented gloves in his pack as sweet as damask roses. 44216. Is not parchment, asks Hamlet, made of sheepskins? Ay, my lord, replies Horatio, and of calfskins too. 104:5. The officer in the Comedy of Errors wears a calfskin uniform. He resembles a bass viol in a case of leather. 322. Petruchio in The Taming of the Shrew has a bridle made of sheep's leather. The cobbler in Julius Caesar Risol's shoes made of neat's leather. Tinkers, according to The Winter's Tale, carry sowskin bags. When Shakespeare wanted to convey the fantastical world of the fairies in A Midsummer Night's Dream, he played with miniaturized versions of this trade. The enameled skin shed by snakes is wide enough to wrap a fairy in, and the fairy queen's followers war with bats for their leathern wings to make my small elves' coats. 255-56, 245. For Shakespeare, leather was not only a means of providing vivid detail but also the stuff of metaphor. It evidently came readily to mind when he was putting together his world. A sentence is but a cheverel glove to a good wit, quips the clown Fest in Twelfth Night, remarking on the ease with which language can be twisted. How quickly the wrong side may be turned outward. 3:1:10:12. Young Will, assisting his father in the glover's shop, no doubt observed the qualities of good cheverel, fine kidskin valued for its elasticity and pliability, and they made a strong impression on him. "Oh, here's a wit of cheverel," Mercutio teases Romeo. "That stretches from an inch narrow to an ell broad." Romeo and Juliet, 2:3, 72-73. Your soft cheverel conscience, the reluctant Anne Boleyn is told in Henry Roman 8, would receive the king's gifts, if you might please to stretch it. 2:3, 32-33. John Shakespeare bought and sold wool as well as leather. Here he was violating the laws that restricted this business to authorized wool merchants. But the illegal trade, called wool brogging, was potentially lucrative, and he had the range of contracts both in the town and in the countryside to make it seem worth the risk. To make his deals, John would have had to travel to sheep pens and rural markets, and he is likely to have taken his eldest son with him. Here too Will's imagination seems to have borne the imprint long after. "We are constantly handling our ewes," says the shepherd in As You Like It, explaining why he and his fellows do not kiss their hands in the manner of courtiers. "And their fells, you know, are greasy." 3:2:46-47. And when the rustic in The Winter's Tale carefully reckons how much his shearing is likely to bring, he uses terms wether, meaning a castrated ram, tod, meaning 28 pounds of wool that Will would have heard as a child at his father's side. "Let me see. Every slash leven wether tods, every tod yields pound and odd shilling. 1,500 shorn, what comes the wool to?" 4:3:30-32. When in the 19th century, the wing of the house that had served as John Shakespeare's shop needed a new floor, fragments of wool were found embedded in the soil beneath the floorboards. Other traces of the shop on Henley Street and the surrounding countryside are preserved in the plays and poems. A legal document, dated 3 years before Will's birth in 1564, describes his father as an agricola, Latin for farmer. Long after he settled in Stratford, John Shakespeare not only dealt in agricultural commodities, but also continued to buy and lease farmland around Stratford. Will must have been out in the country with his father and his mother all the time. An inhabitant of Elizabethan Stratford, a town with only some 2,000 inhabitants, was, in any case, only a short stroll away from the surrounding farms and woods. One of the most beautiful and appealing aspects of his imagination is the ease, delicacy, and precision with which he enters into the lives of animals and describes the vagaries of the weather, the details of flowers and herbs, and the cycles of nature. He enters deftly as well into the business cycles of nature. "I am shepherd to another man," says Corin in As You Like It, explaining to his visitors why he cannot offer them hospitality, "and do not shear the fleeces that I graze." This is not an urban fantasy of shepherds piping melodies on oaten flutes, but an altogether more realistic world. "My master is of churlish disposition," the shepherd adds. Besides, his cot, his flocks and bounds of feed are now on sale, and at our sheepcote now by reason of his absence there is nothing that you will feed on. 2-4, 73-75, 78-81. Though he had intimate knowledge of the country, he had seen the inside of a shepherd's cottage, and knew that the grazing rights, the bounds of feed, would have been sold along with the flocks. William Shakespeare was not essentially a countryman, nor, despite his origins, was his father. Indeed, the son was powerfully struck less by his father's rural wisdom than by his money-lending, for which he was twice taken to court in 1570, and by his property transactions, the real-world model for the maps, deeds, and conveyances that figure so frequently in the plays. The core biographical records of the poet's adult life are real estate documents. Biographers have often lamented the plethora of these documents in the place of something more intimate, but Shakespeare's lifelong interest in property investments, so unlike that of his fellow playwrights, may be more intimate a revelation than has been readily understood to be. Will's early years, in any case, must have been strongly marked by his father's impressive entrepreneurial energy and ambition. John Shakespeare, the son of a tenant farmer from the small village of Snitterfield, was rising in the world. In the late 1550s, he had made his first decisive move upward by wedding Mary Arden, the daughter of the man from whom his father had rented land. The Arden name was itself a significant piece of social capital. The family was one of Warwickshire's most distinguished, tracing its lineage back to the Domesday Book, the great record of property holdings compiled for William the Conqueror in 1086. The Arden properties occupy 4 long columns in that record, and the great expanse of forest to the north and west of Stratford was still in Shakespeare's time known as the Forest of Arden. Mary's father, Robert, was by no means a prominent member of this family. He was simply a prosperous farmer who kept 7 cows, 8 oxen for the plow, 2 bullocks, and 4 weaning calves. If the inventory made at the time of his death is any indication, the household had no table knives, forks, or crockery, domestic signs of social distinction, in a period when ordinary folk ate with their fingers from wooden plates and owned no books. In the Arden household, the most visible marks of culture were painted cloths, the low-cost equivalent of tapestries, typically captioned with sententious mottos of which the inventory lists 2 in the hall, 5 in the chamber, and 4 in the bedroom. When he wrote The Rape of Lucrece, Shakespeare ironically recalled their homely lessons. Who fears a sentence or an old man's saw shall by a painted cloth be kept in awe. It is not clear that anyone in the household could read the mottos on their painted cloths. Perhaps they simply liked the effect of the writing on the walls. In a world that took kinship seriously, it meant something to be related, if only distantly, to such a distinguished and wealthy man as Edward Arden of Park Hall, the great house near Birmingham. Arden was a name for anyone with social ambition to conjure with, and a name was by no means all the riches that Mary's dowry held. Though she was the youngest of 8 daughters, Mary was her father's favorite. When he died in 1556, commending his soul, like a good Catholic, to Almighty God and to our blessed Lady Saint Mary, and to all the holy company of heaven, he left his youngest daughter a tidy sum of money and his most valuable property, a farm called Esquire in the village of Wilmcote, along with other lands. John Shakespeare married well. There is no record of precisely when John decided to leave the farm in Snitterfield and move to Stratford, where he must have apprenticed himself to a glover, but his neighbors were quick to recognize his virtues. In 1556, when he was still in his 20s, he was elected an ale taster for the borough, one of the inspectors of bread and ale. The position was for people deemed able and discreet, who would not let for favor or for hatred, but do even right and punish as their minds and consciences would serve. In the following years he held a steady succession of municipal offices. Constable in 1558-59, responsible for keeping the peace. Affirer, responsible for fixing fines not set by statute. Chamberlain from 1561 to 1565, responsible for the property of the corporation, including collecting revenues and paying debts and overseeing building repairs and alterations. Alderman in 1565. Bailiff in 1568-69, and Chief Alderman in 1571. This is the record of an impressively solid citizen and a locally distinguished public man, someone liked and trusted. In the patriarchal world of Tudor Stratford, none of these positions was taken lightly. The constables in the year John Shakespeare served struggled to maintain order at a time of intense suspicion and the risk of communal violence between Catholics and Protestants. The aldermen looked into the lives of residents who were said to be living immorally. They could order the arrest of servants who had left their masters or apprentices who ventured out of doors after the curfew hour of 9 p.m. They decided whether a wife who was said to be a scold should be tied to the cucking stool and ducked in the waters of the Avon. And the Elizabethan bailiff had powers that are hardly conveyed by our notion of a mayor. No one could receive a stranger into his house without the bailiff's permission. Several of John Shakespeare's offices involved regular contact with the magnates of the region. The Lord of the Manor, the Earl of Warwick, whose ancestors had held Stratford as a feudal fiefdom in the Middle Ages, wealthy gentlemen like Sir Thomas Lucy, who entertained the Queen at his house in nearby Charlecote, the influential and learned Bishop of Worcester, Edwin Sandys. Stratford was not directly ruled by any of these imposing figures. It was an independent town, having been incorporated as a royal borough in 1553. But the big men exercised considerable power as well as prestige, and local officials would have had to possess great skills of tact and cunning in order to uphold their rights. John Shakespeare must have been good at the task. He would not otherwise have been entrusted with his offices. Then, around the time Will reached his 13th year, things began to turn sour for his buoyant, successful father. One of the 14 aldermen of Stratford, John Shakespeare, had been marked absent from council meetings only once in 13 years. Abruptly, beginning in 1577, he ceased to attend meetings. He must have had very good friends on the council, for they repeatedly exempted him from fines, reduced his assessments, and kept his name on the roster. At one time he had given generously to the poor, but now his situation had changed. When in 1578 the corporation voted to levy every alderman fourpence per week for poor relief, Mr. John Shakespeare, among the sitting aldermen, was exempted. The exemption was an exceptional gesture of kindness. Not all aldermen in financial difficulties were treated with comparable consideration. It was repeated when he was given an extremely low assessment for the expenses of equipping the town's constabulary: 4 men with bills, 3 men with pikes, and 1 man with a bow and arrow. There must have been something unusually appealing and useful about the man, something that kept his colleagues hoping that he would somehow or other right himself and return to public affairs. But still, he did not resume attending meetings, and still he seems to have had difficulty paying his dues, even the reduced levies. Finally, in 1586, after years of non-attendance, Shakespeare's name was struck from the roll. He had by that time ceased to be a person who counted for much in Stratford. His public career had ended, and his private situation had clearly deteriorated. John Shakespeare needed money. He needed it urgently enough by November 1578 to do what Elizabethan families dreaded and resisted doing. He sold and mortgaged property. And not just any property. In a few years' time he disposed of virtually all of his wife's inheritance. Piece by piece, in exchange for ready cash, the properties she brought to the marriage slipped through the fingers of her improvident husband. An interest in land in Snitterfield, where his father had farmed, was sold for £4. A spy's was let for a nominal rent, presumably in exchange for a payment up front. And in 1579 another house and 56 acres at Wilmcote were mortgaged for £40 to his wife's brother-in-law, Edmund Lambert of Barton-on-the-Heath. This cash evidently vanished quite quickly. When the borrowed money came due the next year, John was unable to repay it, and the property was lost. Years later, he twice sued to try to get the land back, claiming that he had in fact proffered payment, but the courts found for Lambert. Allwill's mother, Mary, had left of what she brought to the marriage was the Arden name. The most striking glimpse of John Shakespeare's financial situation is provided by evidence of the inquisitive eyes of the Queen's officers. The government was anxious to enforce religious uniformity. Though the Queen had declared that she did not want to rip open each individual's soul and inquire into private beliefs, she wanted to pressure as many of her subjects as she could to observe at least the outward forms of official Protestant belief. Once a month at a minimum, everyone was expected to attend Sunday services of the Church of England, services in which the Protestant Book of Common Prayer would be used, and in which the ministers would deliver one of the homilies, or state-sponsored sermons, written by the central religious authorities. People who broke the law requiring regular church attendance were subject to fines and other punishments. The fines were relatively small and manageable until 1581. Thereafter, in the wake of a systematic crackdown on religious dissidents, they became astronomical. In the autumn of 1591, the government ordered the commissioners of every shire in the land to draw up a list of those who did not come monthly to church. John Shakespeare's name turns up on the list prepared by the local officials, but in a category set apart by a note. We suspect these 9 persons next ensuing absent themselves for fear of processes. Some months later the commissioners filed their report and reiterated the explanation. It is said that these last 9 come not to church for fear of process for debt. If the explanation is accurate and not a cover for religious dissent, then the one-time bailiff of Stratford and justice of the peace was staying in his house on Sundays, and presumably many other days as well, to avoid arrest. The public man had become a very private man. By 1591, when John Shakespeare was making himself scarce, his eldest son had almost certainly flown the coop. The next year he is first mentioned as a London playwright. But his father's humiliating position was only the latest scene in a drama that had been long unfolding, and that must have shaped Will's entire adolescence. As he came of age, Will would have been keenly aware that something had gone seriously wrong. He could not have been indifferent to what he saw. His father's standing in the world was sinking exactly at the time when he, the oldest son and heir, was about to emerge as an adult. What was the cause of the decline? Then, as now, there were business cycles. The last decades of the 16th century were particularly difficult in the Midlands, and in hard times people are obviously less likely to purchase luxury goods like elegant gloves. But many prominent merchants in comparable situations weathered hard times and personal disasters. Another Stratford chamberlain, Abraham Sturley, lost his house in a fire that swept through several streets of the town on September 22, 1594, and never fully recovered financially. But he managed to keep his eldest son, Henry, at Oxford and to send his second son, Richard, to Oxford the next year. Another prominent Stratford citizen, William Parsons, lost his house in the same fire, but he too managed to send his son to Oxford and to serve as alderman and magistrate. John Shakespeare's debts, mortgages, fines, and losses, and his sudden and precipitous disappearance from public life suggest something more than the consequences of a cyclical downturn in the glove trade. A far likelier cause was a sharp government crackdown on one of the key sources of his income. In the wake of wool shortages in the mid-1570s, the authorities decided that the fault lay with the broggers, men like John Shakespeare, who had already been twice denounced for illegal transactions. In October of 1576, the Queen's principal advisers, the Privy Council, ordered wool traders in for questioning. In November, they temporarily suspended all wool trading, and in the following year they required all known wool broggers to post bonds of £100, a very large sum, as a surety against any further illegal dealings. This was all terrible news for John Shakespeare. Matters were made worse by another financial blow. In 1580, the Crown issued a long list of names, over 200, and demanded that everyone listed appear on a specified day in June at the Queen's Bench in Westminster, to be bound over to keep the peace towards the Queen and her subjects. John Shakespeare's name was on the list. Binding over, roughly equivalent to a restraining order, was a key low-level policing and crime prevention method in the 16th and 17th centuries. Upon someone swearing an oath that he feared for his life or well-being or the well-being of the entire community, the court could issue an order requiring the suspected malefactor to appear in order to guarantee his good behavior and to post a bond as surety to this end. The surviving records do not reveal who swore an oath against John Shakespeare or why. Was it because of his wool brogging, or some drunken quarrel for which he had been denounced, or a suspicion that he held the wrong religious beliefs? He somehow managed to find 4 guarantors for his appearance, and he agreed reciprocally to serve as guarantor for one of them. But on the June date, neither John nor his guarantors appeared again. Their absence has never been explained, and they forfeited their money. John was fined £20 for himself and £20 for John Audley, the Nottingham hatmaker for whom he had agreed to pledge. In the wake of his other difficulties, this was money he could not spare. The impact upon his family appears to have been severe. Unlike the sons of Sturley and Parsons, Will conspicuously did not go to Oxford, nor did John Shakespeare's other sons. In the early 18th century, the Shakespeare biographer and editor Nicholas Rowe wrote that John Shakespeare sent his eldest son to the Stratford Grammar School, where he learned some Latin. But the narrowness of his circumstances, and the want of his assistance at home, forced his father to withdraw him from thence, and unhappily prevented his further proficiency in that language. Rowe believed, incorrectly, that John Shakespeare had had 10 children, and the rest of the account may be equally incorrect. But the story of the sons being taken out of school in order to help at home would certainly be consistent with the documented financial straits of the late 1570s. At a certain point, it may have seemed an absurd luxury to have his eldest son parsing Latin sentences. "My father charged you in his will to give me good education," Orlando complains to his wicked brother in the pastoral comedy As You Like It. "You have trained me like a peasant, obscuring and hiding from me all gentlemanlike qualities." 56-59. A good education marked the difference between a gentleman and a peasant, and yet Shakespeare did not, from all appearances, harbor any regrets about failing to attend Oxford or Cambridge. He did not show signs of a frustrated vocation as a scholar. For that matter, nothing in his work suggests any very sentimental feeling about school. Jack's vision in the same comedy of the whining schoolboy with his satchel and shining morning face, creeping like snail/unwillingly to school, does not convey nostalgia for a lost happiness. 144-46. Nor does the scene of Latin instruction in The Merry Wives of Windsor, a scene that must have come quite close to Shakespeare's own direct memories of the King's new school. "My husband says my son profits nothing in the world at his book," Mistress Page complains to the Welsh pedagogue Sir Hugh Evans, whereupon Evans, in the Welsh accent that struck English ears as funny, puts little William through his paces. Evans: "What is lapis, William?" William: "A stone." Evans: "And what is a stone, William?" William: "A pebble." Evans: "No, it is lapis. I pray you remember in your praying." William: "Lapis." Evans: "That is a good William." 4-1-11-12-26-32. The tedium of rote learning is deftly recalled, as is the punning, preferably obscene punning, that must have been the schoolboy Shakespeare's principal psychic relief from this tedium. This language lesson manages to turn the genitive into the genitals and to make us hear the word whore in the Latin for this. Evans: "What is your genitive case, plural, William?" William: "Genitive case." Evans: "I, William, genitivo, horum harum horum." Mistress quickly: "Vengeance of Jenny's case, fie on her. Never name her child if she be a whore." 4-1-49-54. These dirty jokes surfaced in abundance whenever Shakespeare gave a thought to Latin lessons, or indeed to any language lessons at all. "Comment appelez-vous les pieds et la robe?" asks the French princess in Henry V, trying to learn the English words feet and gown. Her tutor's reply discombobulates her: "De foot, madame, et de cown." In foot, she and the audience, or at least the members of the audience in on the joke, hear the French word fouter, fuck, and in the slightly mangled pronunciation of gown she hears con, cunt. Catherine: "De foot et de cown. O Seigneur Dieu. Ils sont les mots de son mauvais, corruptible, gros, et impudique, et non pour les dames de honneur d'user." 3-4-44-49. If this stuff is not, in truth, infinitely amusing, it still can generate chuckles after 400 years, and it would have served to lighten the burden of an exceedingly long school day. But it is certainly not the glimpse of a lost vocation. Ben Jonson wrote scholarly footnotes to his Roman plays and his classicizing masques. Shakespeare laughed and scribbled obscenities. The end of his formal schooling must have meant more time for Will in the glove trade, getting to know the qualities of cheverel and deerskin. All the Shakespeare children probably helped in the family business. But after the late 1570s, there may not have been much of a business left to help in. Will's younger brother Gilbert, born in 1566, is described in town records as a haberdasher, and Edmund, born in 1580, followed Will to London and became an actor. No records survive of how a third brother, Richard, born in 1574, spent his almost 40 years of life. He too probably did not become a Glover, if he had something to do with the father's business, and certainly if he had been a success at it, he is likely to have left a trace. It often happens, Hamlet tells Horatio, that there is some vicious mole of nature in men, 1:4 some inborn propensity or weakness, that ruins what would otherwise be an altogether admirable life. The particular fault on which Hamlet focuses his brooding attention is heavy drinking, a Danish national custom, he says, more honored in the breach than the observance, 1:4. Other nations call us drunkards, Hamlet complains, and with this charge sully our reputation. And indeed it takes from our achievements, though performed at height, the pith and marrow of our attribute. 1:4 Hamlet's extended meditation on this fault makes for a rather strange passage, extraordinarily intense, as if the thoughts were forcing themselves into speech, but at the same time oddly irrelevant, since his crafty, calculating uncle and his confederates are not elsewhere in the tragedy notably depicted as drunkards. One of the texts of Hamlet simply cuts the lines, as if they represented a false start, an idea Shakespeare decided not to pursue. Is this a further clue to the cause of the father's decline? Did the man who served in 1556 as the borough ale taster drink himself into deep personal trouble? In the mid-17th century, when the public began to be curious about the life of their greatest playwright, Thomas Plume, Archdeacon of Rochester, jotted down something he had been told about the Stratford Glover, a merry-cheeked old man whom someone had seen once in his shop and questioned about his celebrated son. "Will was a good honest fellow," the father is said to have replied, and then added, as if he had been challenged, "but durst have cracked a jest with him at any time." The anecdote comes too late to be reliable as an eyewitness account, but does it contain a trace of the actual person, genial, good-natured, at once proud of his son and a touch competitive with him, and possibly merry-cheeked from something more than good humor or advancing age? Throughout his career, Shakespeare kept thinking about drunkenness. He registered the disgust eloquently voiced by Hamlet, but he was also fascinated by the delicious foolishness, the exuberant cracking of jests, the amiable nonsense, the indifference to decorum, the flashes of insight, the magical erasure of the cares of the world. Even when he depicts the potentially disastrous consequences of alcohol, Shakespeare never adopts the tone of a temperance tract, and in Twelfth Night the drunk and disorderly Sir Toby Belch delivers the decisive put-down of the puritanical Malvolio. "Dost thou think because thou art virtuous there shall be no more cakes and ale?" 103:4. In a luminous scene in one of the greatest of the tragedies, Antony and Cleopatra, the rulers of the world become soused, join hands, and dance the Egyptian bacchanals. 2798. Even grave, calculating Caesar is caught up against his will in the muddle-headed revelry. "It's monstrous labor when I wash my brain, slash and it grow fouler." "Gentle lords, let's part," he says, looking at the faces of those about him and feeling his own flushed face. "You see we have burnt our cheeks." 792-93, 116-17. If Caesar's cold sobriety marks him as likely to prevail in the struggle for power, it also marks him as far less appealing than the riotous, great-spirited Antony. True nobility in Antony and Cleopatra nobility, not of blood alone, but of character, has an affinity with excess, a perception that extends to many of Shakespeare's plays and carries the force of a conclusion drawn from life. John Shakespeare may have never seemed more like a nobleman to his observant, imaginative child than when he was in his cups, his cheeks burning. But heavy drinking is associated in the plays with clowns, buffoons, and losers as well as kings. And an early play, The Taming of the Shrew, brings drunkenness literally close to home in the figure of Christopher Sly, who is noisy, impotently belligerent, and entirely unwilling to pay for the glasses he has broken. When the tavern hostess calls him a rogue and threatens to call the constable, the drunken beggar grandly stands on his family honor. The Slys are no rogues. Look in the Chronicles. We came in with Richard Conqueror. Induction 1, lines 3-4, and then promptly falls asleep. A few moments later, a nobleman decides to trick the beggar into thinking he is a lord, and the baffled Sly clutches at a more homely sense of his identity. What would you make me mad? Am not I Christopher Sly, old Sly's son of Burton Heath, by birth a peddler, by education a cardmaker, by transmutation a bear-herd, and now by present profession a tinker? Ask Marian Hackett, the fat alewife of Wincot, if she know me not. Induction 2, lines 16-20. Shakespeare wrote this comedy shortly after he moved to London, and it bears vivid traces of the district around Stratford, Barton-on-the-Heath, where his cousins the Lamberts lived, Wincot, where dwelled a Hackett family he probably knew, perhaps Sly himself, since there was a Stephen Sly living in Stratford. It must have amused Shakespeare, in a quiet, private way, to introduce these familiar details onto the urban stage in order to give a realistic air to his depiction of rustic folly. Perhaps, like his comic character, he too felt dazed by his recent transmutation. He had gone from a provincial nobody to a professional actor and playwright in the great city of London, and he used the details to remind himself of who he was, old John Shakespeare's son of Stratford. The character of Christopher Sly is hardly a depiction of his father, a man whose accomplishments and social standing were far higher, but perhaps the drunkenness, the family pride, the mounting debts, and the unwillingness or inability to pay seemed as reminiscent of home as the familiar place names Barton-on-the-Heath and Wincot. Shakespeare's greatest representation of drunkenness is Sir John Falstaff, the grotesquely fat knight whose reiterated call for a white wine imported from Spain and the Canaries serves virtually as his motto, "Give me a cup of sack." In the second part of Henry Roman IV, Falstaff delivers an ecstatic rhapsody to the virtues of sherry sack, that is, sack from Jerez, in Andalusia, a mock scientific analysis of its power to inflame both wit and courage. A good sherry sack hath a twofold operation in it. It ascends me into the brain, dries me there all the foolish and dull and cruddy vapors which environ it, makes it apprehensive, quick, forgetive, full of nimble, fiery, and delectable shapes, which, delivered o'er to the voice, the tongue, which is the birth, becomes excellent wit. The second property of your excellent sherry is the warming of the blood, which, before cold and settled, left the liver white and pale, which is the badge of pusillanimity and cowardice. But the sherry warms it, and makes it course from the inwards to the parts extremes. It illuminateth the face, which, as a beacon, gives warning to all the rest of this little kingdom, man, to arm. And then the vital commoners and inland petty spirits muster me all to their captain, the heart, who, great and puffed up with his retinue, doth any deed of courage. And this valor comes of sherry. 4-2, 86-101. Of course, the playwright could have heard the prototype of this encomium to drink in the alehouse or made it all up from scratch. But in the context of the trajectory that led the once prosperous bailiff to hide in his house from creditors, the end of this speech is striking. If I had 1,000 sons, the first human principle I would teach them should be to forswear thin potations, and to addict themselves to sack. 4-2, 109-11. Perhaps in the wake of the family's financial decline, this was what Will took to be his father's first principle, the legacy the crumbling Glover had decided to leave him. But this did not mean that Will had to accept the legacy. One of the earliest anecdotes about Shakespeare reports that though he was good company, he was not a company keeper. He wouldn't be debauched, and if invited to writ, he was in pain. Aubrey recorded this around 1680, many years after the playwright's death, but it is peculiar enough as a recollection to suggest that it might be authentic. He was in pain. Stories of drinking contests with village boozers or drunken flights of wit at the Mermaid Tavern or £1,000 gifts from enamored aristocrats are far more the stuff of legend than a propensity to decline invitations with a polite excuse and to stay at home. A certain steadiness, in any case, rings true. It would be hard otherwise to imagine how Shakespeare could have done what he did: learn his parts and perform them on stage, help to manage the complex business affairs of the playing company, buy and sell country real estate and agricultural commodities, compose exquisitely crafted sonnets and long poems, and for almost 2 decades write on average 2 stupendous plays a year. Shakespeare depicted heavy drinkers from close-up. He noted the unsteadiness of their legs, the broken veins in their nose and cheeks, their slurred speech, and he did so with an unusual current of understanding, delight, even love. But his sympathy was braided together with other elements, including the overwhelming sense of waste that Hamlet articulates. He saw in Sir Toby Belch a parasite who sponges off his niece, ruthlessly gulls his supposed friend Sir Andrew, and richly deserves the thrashing he receives at the hands of the effeminate boy he thought he could bully. He saw in Falstaff something roughly similar: a gentleman sinking into mire but darker and deeper, a debauched genius, a fathomlessly cynical, almost irresistible confidence man, a diseased, cowardly, seductive, lovable monster, a father who cannot be trusted. The drunkenness that in both cases seems linked to gaiety, improvisational wit, and noble recklessness is unnervingly disclosed at the same time to be part of a strategy of cunning, calculation, and ruthless exploitation of others. Invariably a failed strategy. The grand schemes, the imagined riches, the fantasies about the limitless future all come to nothing, withering away in an adult son's contempt for the symbolic father who has failed him. "God save thee, my sweet boy," exclaims Falstaff when he sees Hal in triumph in London. "I know thee not, old man," Hal replies in one of the most devastating speeches Shakespeare ever wrote. "Fall to thy prayers. How ill white hairs become a fool and jester. I have long dreamt of such a kind of man, so surfeit-swelled, so old and so profane, but being awake, I do despise my dream." 2 Henry Roman 4, 5:541, 45:49. These are words written deep within the history play, words spoken by the newly crowned King of England to his exceptionally amusing, exceptionally dangerous friend. Yet it is difficult to register the overwhelming power and pathos of the relationship between Hal and Falstaff without sensing some unusually intimate and personal energy. How did the son of the failing Glover make it into the theater? In the absence of any documentary traces, the principal evidence, pored over for clues by generations of ardent admirers, is the huge body of work that Shakespeare left behind. The plays and poems that spark the interest in the life in the first place, and provide tantalizing hints of possible occupations he might have followed. The strong presence of legal situations and terms in his plays and poems used, for the most part, accurately and infiltrating scenes where one would least expect them has led to the recurrent speculation that he worked in the office of a local attorney, someone who handled minor lawsuits, title searches, and the like. No doubt much of the work would have been boring, but it would have put food on the table and would have fed his appetite for new words and fanciful metaphors. It is easy to imagine the law clerk, engaged in the humdrum task of sealing documents, letting his imagination wander as the schoolboy had done over his Latin lessons, and conjuring up erotic visions. A few years later, the visions, still carrying the traces of their modest origin, take the form of the goddess of love in hot pursuit of the beautiful young huntsman. Pure lips, sweet seals in my soft lips imprinted, says panting Venus, pleading for another kiss. What bargains may I make still to be sealing? To sell myself I can be well contented, so thou wilt buy and pay and use good dealing. Which purchase if thou make, for fear of slip set thy seal manual on my wax-red lips. Venus and Adonis, lines 511-16. The image of the imprint in wax might, in this account of Shakespeare's life, represent not only the imagined kiss, but also the hard impact of his months or years of legal work on the poet's imagination. Perhaps, but the strong presence in his work of terms from the leather trade seems a convincing personal trace only because of the objective likelihood that Will worked in his father's shop. Once we get away from the near certainty of this experience, we run into Shakespeare's uncanny ability to absorb vocabulary from a wide range of pursuits, and his lightning transformation of technical terms into the intimate registers of thoughts and feelings. It is true that the absorption is not uniform, though in the course of his life he bought and sold houses. For example, he picked up relatively few terms from architecture and the building trades, but the general phenomenon is broad enough and intense enough to defy using language as a clue to any occupation he formally pursued. He undoubtedly took in legal language and concepts, but he also was remarkably attuned to theological and medical and military language and concepts. Was he directly involved in all of these professions too? A young man without prospects, he could have run off to the army fighting a nasty campaign in the Netherlands, so some, impressed by his theatrical command of military jargon, have speculated. He could, from his evident fascination with sea voyages, have found a place on a ship bound for America to seek new worlds. As Sir Walter Raleigh put it, for gold, for praise, for glory. But the actuarial likelihood of his making it back home from such adventures was exceedingly small, and none of these possible professions adequately accounts for the trajectory that led from Stratford to London. Indeed, each seems only to lead away from the place that most matters in his life, the theater. The most obvious access to the theater companies for a talented young man was through apprenticeship. But Will's marriage license places him securely in Stratford in November 1582, at the age of 18, and the baptismal records of his children Susanna, christened on May 26, 1583, and the twins Hamnet and Judith, christened on February 2, 1585, strongly suggest that he still lived there, or at the very least continued to make regular visits. Apprentices were usually taken on as adolescents and were not allowed to marry, let alone to father children in their late teens. Still, the skills that theatrical apprentices acquired provide a clue to some of the things that the young Shakespeare must have been learning to do, however he earned his living, in the years after he left school. The last will and testament of Augustine Phillips, one of Shakespeare's fellow actors, business partners, and friends, he left his fellow Shakespeare a 30-shilling piece in gold, provides some sense of these skills. I give to Samuel Gilbourne, my late apprentice, the sum of 40 shillings and my mouse-colored velvet hose, and a white taffety doublet, a black taffety suit, my purple cloak, sword and dagger, and my bass viol. I give to James Sands, my apprentice, the sum of 40 shillings and a cittern, a bandor, and a lute, to be paid and delivered unto him at the expiration of his term of years in his indenture of apprenticeship. Money was only part of the bequest. Both the former apprentice Gilbourne and the current apprentice Sands also received valuable tools of the trade, costumes, weapons, and musical instruments. The fact that James Sands had to wait for his bequest until his term of service was up suggests Phillips had his company's interests uppermost in mind. He did not want the young actor, inherited money and musical instruments in hand, to offer his services to a rival troupe. The terms of Phillips's will indicate something of the expectations playing companies had of their actors. First, actors were supposed to be gifted musicians, able to play at least the impressive range of string instruments that Phillips evidently played: the guitar-like cithern, the mandolin-like bandor, from which we get the word banjo, the immensely popular lute, and the bass viol. Second, they were expected to be able to fight, or at least convincingly to mime fighting with sword and dagger. More generally, they had to be agile. There is often dancing, as well as fighting, in Elizabethan drama, and all performances of plays, whether tragic or comic, ended with complex dances. It takes some adjustment to imagine the players in Hamlet or King Lear brushing off the stage blood at the play's end, joining hands, and performing a set of elaborate figures, but so they did. Third, as the bequests strongly imply, they were expected to wear clothes gracefully. Phillips's mouse-colored velvet hose were no doubt designed to show off his legs in this period of long dresses. It was men's legs rather than women's, to which eyes were drawn. The musical ability, sword fighting, and above all the costly clothing of velvet and silks, for taffeta in this period referred to a kind of plain woven silk, together point to what was probably the most significant aspect of the Elizabethan actor's training. Players were supposed to be able to mime convincingly the behavior of gentlemen and ladies. That is, boys and men, drawn almost entirely from the 98% of the population that were not gentle, had to assume the manner of the upper 2%. Not all the parts in the plays, of course, were of the gentry, and some actors no doubt specialized in lower-class roles, but these were repertory companies in which most of the actors were expected to play a range of social types. And it is clear from the budgets of the playing companies that they were willing to invest a great deal of money in making the impersonation of the gentry convincing. Their single largest expense, apart from the physical building itself, was the cost of costumes, the gorgeous, elaborate clothes that audiences expected to see gracing the bodies of the actors playing the parts of lords and ladies. There is a paradox here. Actors were classified officially as vagabonds. They practiced a trade that was routinely stigmatized and despised. As masterless men, men without a home of their own, or an honest job, or an attachment to someone else's home, they could be arrested, whipped, put in the stocks, and branded. This is why they described themselves legally as the servants of aristocrats or as guild members. And yet the heart of their enterprise was a representation of the upper classes, persuasive enough to delight a discriminating audience that included real gentlemen and ladies. Augustine Phillips was bequeathing to his apprentices the tools of a trade that much of the time required them to learn how to look and act like their betters. Phillips himself evidently wanted to carry the performance outside the walls of the playhouse. He simply bought a coat of arms to which he had no claim at all, an act for which he was subsequently attacked by an official of the College of Heralds known grandly, after the badge of office that he wore, as the Red Dragon Pursuivant. We scarcely know for ourselves, let alone for a person who lived 400 years ago, how someone acquires a particular vocational desire. Will's love of language, his sensitivity to spectacle, and a certain erotic thrill in make-believe may all have played a part in drawing him to the stage. But, in the light of Shakespeare's family circumstances, a mother who could trace her family to the important Ardens of Park Hall, a father who had risen in the world only to sink down again, the focus of Elizabethan theatrical impersonation, is deeply suggestive. Will may have been attracted to the trade of acting in part, because it so centrally involved the miming of the lives of the gentry. As a practical strategy, this was, of course, absurd. Becoming an actor or even a playwright was probably the worst imaginable route towards social advancement, something like becoming a whore in order to become a great lady. But as the legends of whores who become great ladies suggest, there is at work in certain professions a powerful mimetic magic. On stage, Shakespeare could be the person that his mother and father said he was, and that he felt himself to be. Even without a formal theatrical apprenticeship, Will must have acquired much of what he needed during his Stratford adolescence. Local talent abounded, filled with linguistic exuberance and rich fantasy. Will could have studied the lute with one of his accomplished neighbors, dancing with another, swordsmanship with still another. Observing his reflection in a glass or his shadow on a wall, he could have recited grand-sounding speeches and practiced courtly gestures. And with his mother's link to the Ardens of Park Hall and his father's faded but still notable distinction, he could have arrived at the sense that he could confidently carry off the role of a gentleman and fulfill his parents' dreams. John Shakespeare had once had great expectations, a vision of the arrow of the family's fortunes that his accomplishments would propel toward a glorious future. At the height of his wealth and prestige in 1575 or 76, just before his downward slide began, he had applied to the College of Heralds for a coat of arms. An expensive process. A person undertook not only to confer honor on himself, but also to enhance the status of his children and grandchildren. To be granted a coat of arms, not to buy one on the sly, as Phillips tried to do, but to obtain one officially, was to rise above play acting to the thing itself. Elizabethan society was intensely, pervasively, visibly hierarchical. Men above women, adults above children, the old above the young, the rich above the poor, the well-born above the vulgar. Woe betide anyone who violated the rules, forgetting to cede place to someone above him, or attempting to pass through a door before his betters, or thoughtlessly sitting somewhere at church, or at a dinner table where he did not belong. William Combe, the squire of a town near Stratford, sent a person named Hickox to Warwick jail and refused bail because he did not behave himself with such respect in his presence it seemeth he looked for. The social elite lived in a world of carefully calibrated gestures of respect. They demanded constant, endlessly reiterated signs of deference from those below them, bowing, kneeling, doffing hats, cringing. There was virtually no respect for labor. On the contrary, it was idleness that was prized and honored. Dress was the opposite of democratizing. Nothing could be further from Shakespeare's world than a culture in which magnates and workmen often wear the same clothes. It wasn't simply a question of money. By royal proclamation, silks and satins were officially restricted to the gentry. Actors were exempted, but outside of the playhouse they could not legally wear their costumes. In general, treatment by government officials and by the courts was drastically different for the upper classes than it was for those at the bottom. Even executions were distinct, hanging for the base, beheading for the elite. To pass from the status of yeoman, the term used to describe John Shakespeare, even after he had left the land and established himself in business, to the status of gentleman, was a major step, a virtual transformation of social identity. There were many fine gradations in Elizabethan society, but the key division was between the gentry and the common, or baser, sort. The division was routinely mystified as a matter of blood, an immutable, inherited characteristic. But at the same time it was possible to cross the boundary, and everyone knew the ways it could be done. As for gentlemen, writes one canny contemporary observer, Sir Thomas Smith, they be made good cheap in England. For whosoever studieth the laws of the realm, who studieth in the universities, who professeth the liberal sciences, and to be short, who can live idly and without manual labor and will bear the port, charge, and countenance of a gentleman, he shall be called master, for that is the title which men give to esquires and other gentlemen. And if need be, A king of heralds shall also give him for money arms newly made and invented, the title whereof shall pretend to have been found by the said herald in the perusing of old registers. Who studieth in the universities? Not only was this something inconceivable for the yeoman and glover John Shakespeare, but it was also something he conspicuously failed to see that his eldest son do. But all was not lost. The key requirement, if you are climbing into the ranks of the elite, is to live like a gentleman. That is, you have to live idly and to maintain a certain level of conspicuous expenditure. The next requirement is to hide the latter. That is, you have to pretend that you are already there. You do so, Smith notes, by acquiring a coat of arms from an institution, the College of Heralds, which was in the peculiar business of concealing social mobility by reinventing the past. In exchange for money, the herald pretends that he has discovered in the old registers what he or the applicant is in fact fabricating. It was not quite as simple as Smith's wry account suggests. To be an armiger, someone entitled to bear a heraldic device, one had to meet certain requirements overseen by a bureaucracy headed by the Garter King of Arms, the chief of the College of Heralds. In John Shakespeare's case, it was civic office that helped to confer eligibility. If any person be advanced into an office or dignity of public administration, one expert on these matters held, be it either ecclesiastical, martial, or civil, the herald must not refuse to devise to such a public person, upon his instant request and willingness to bear the same without reproach, a coat of arms. The bailiff of Stratford was just such a public person, and accordingly, when he submitted a sketch for his arms to the college, John Shakespeare must have been confident that his application would be granted. But though you could not legitimately simply buy a proper coat of arms, one that you and your descendants could proudly bear forever, as an acknowledged right, you most definitely had to pay for it. The herald's fees were high. When his financial circumstances worsened, ascent to the status of gentleman must have seemed a hopeless extravagance or perhaps a mockery, like a beggar dreaming of a crown. John Shakespeare's application was shelved and forgotten, but not, it seems, by his oldest son. Decades later, in October 1596, the process was renewed. The old sketch good. On a bend sables, a spear of the first steeled argent, and for his creased or cognizance a falcon, his wings displayed argent. Standing on a wreath of his cowlers, supporting a spear good, steeled as aforesaid, set up in a helmet with mantels and tassels, was pulled off the shelf, where it had gathered dust. Once again John Shakespeare's claim was reviewed and this time round approved. Who reinstituted the application, provided the necessary information, and paid the fees to the notoriously greedy, arrogant, and irascible head of the London College of Heralds, Sir William Dethick. Not the elderly Glover and his wife, whose financial situation had not, in all likelihood, greatly improved, and not with any likelihood the provincial haberdasher Gilbert, the apparent nonentity Richard, the unsuccessful actor Edmund, or the unmarried sister Joan. The obvious answer is William, already prospering handsomely in the London theatre. Why should he have gone to the trouble? Most obviously by helping his father complete the process. The playwright, in an act of prudential, self-interested generosity, was conferring gentle status on himself and his children. Will had by this time no doubt played gentleman on stage, and he could carry off the part outside the playhouse as well, but he and others would always know he was impersonating someone he was not. He now had the means to acquire legitimately, through the offices his father had once held, a role he had only played. He could legally wear outside of the theater the kinds of clothes he had been wearing on stage. For a man singularly alert to the social hierarchy, and Shakespeare spent most of his professional life imagining the lives of kings, aristocracy, and gentry, the prospect of this privilege must have seemed sweet. He would sign his last will and testament, William Shakespeare, of Stratford upon Avon in the county of Warwick, gentleman. His heirs and their offspring would be ever further from the glover's shop, and for that matter the playhouse. They would have the luxury of taking their gentility for granted and laying claim without irony to the motto that someone again, in all probability, Will himself had devised to accompany the shield and crest. Non sans droit, not without right. Is there a touch of defensiveness in that motto, a slight sense that the claim to gentlemanly status might raise eyebrows? If so, the insecurity would not belong to the impecunious Glover, but to his successful playwright son. For whatever John Shakespeare's problems, drink or foolish loans, or whatever he did in fact legitimately possess the social standing, through the offices he had held in Stratford, to lay claim to the status of a gentleman. Not so his son. There were few occupations for an educated man more stigmatized socially than player. That Shakespeare was acutely aware of the stigma can be surmised from the sonnets, where he writes that, like the dyer's hand, he has been stained by the medium he has worked in. It was with such a consciousness of social shame, the sense of what it means to go up and down, making oneself a motley to the view that he may have come up with the family motto, half defiant, half defensive. The clerk who wrote down the words on the draft of the grant of arms made a telling mistake either unconsciously or with sly sarcasm that he had to strike out. He twice wrote non sans droit. The comma in effect turns the motto into an official rejection. No, without justification. The correction was made, the motto was finally written correctly, and the arms were granted. But for will the insecurity, or at least the sense of incongruity, is unlikely to have vanished, for there were jokes and unpleasant reminders. Most manifestations of social policing raised eyebrows, wry faces, ironic witticisms, teasing are evanescent and hardly outlast a day or two, let alone 400 years. But in this case, perhaps because the volume of insult was high, perhaps because Will was sufficiently a public figure, traces of it survive. In the satiric comedy Every Man Out of His Humor, performed at the newly erected Globe by the Lord Chamberlain's men in 1599, Ben Jonson has a rustic buffoon named Sigliardo pay £30 for a ridiculous coat of arms, to which an acquaintance mockingly proposes the humiliating motto, not without mustard. As a member of the Lord Chamberlain's men, Will would have listened to this insult again and again in rehearsal and in performance. He probably laughed uncomfortably. How else does someone get through this kind of teasing? In 1602, his discomfort would have been renewed when a disgruntled genealogist, the York Herald Ralph Brooke, filed a formal complaint against the Garter King of Arms, Sir William Dethick, for abusing his authority by elevating base people to a status they did not merit. Brooke drew up a list of 23 such cases. Shakespeare ye player was the fourth name on the list. Shakespeare was a witty mocker of pretensions and must have known that he would be exposing himself to this embarrassment. He may have felt that the social cachet was worth wincing for, but a further key to his action may lie in the specific remarks penned on the drafts that Dethick drew up in granting the renewed request on behalf of John Shakespeare. These remarks must have been based on information provided by the person paying for the application, information that could then be verified, if the officials were acting responsibly, by the College of Heralds. There is, of course, no reference to the glover's shop or the illegal trade in wool and other commodities, along with a vague reference to the distinction of the petitioner's ancestor, who allegedly did faithful and valiant service to King Henry VII, though no record of this service or its reward has emerged. Dethick notes that the said John hath married the daughter and one of the heirs of Robert Arden of Wilmcote, that he had served as a justice of the peace and the bailiff of Stratford, and that he had lands and tenements of good wealth and substance, worth £500. By 1596, this was all something of a dream, akin to Christopher Sly's "We Came In with Richard Conqueror." John Shakespeare was hardly destitute despite his losses. He still had possessions, but he had ceased to be what the application claimed he was, a man of good substance. The story will likely told the Garter King of Arms a story about a man whose ancestors had served the king, a man who had married an heiress bearing a distinguished name, a man who had risen to high civic office. In short, a man of good substance erased or undid the man who mortgaged away his wife's property, who could not leave his house for fear of arrest for debt, and whose relations with his fellow townspeople had so deteriorated by 1582 that in that year he petitioned for sureties of the peace against 4 men, for fear of death and mutilation of his limbs. In this application, John Shakespeare had not only been restored to his lost position, he had been raised to a position he never quite held. The dream of restoration haunted Shakespeare throughout his life. In the Comedy of Errors, a merchant of Syracuse, in search of his lost twins, is arrested in the rival city of Ephesus, and is threatened with death if he cannot pay a heavy fine. At the end of a zany tangle of confused identities, in which one of his sons is arrested for debt by a leather-clad officer of the type that used to accompany the bailiff John Shakespeare, the father is reunited with the twins and with their mother, the beloved wife from whom he had been separated in a shipwreck 33 years before. The merchant's life is spared, his fine is forgiven, the son's debt is settled, and the family is magically restored. In The Merchant of Venice, a wealthy merchant loses all of his wealth in a series of shipwrecks and is about to be carved up by a merciless Jewish creditor, until, through a clever interpretation of the law, he regains everything he has lost and acquires the creditor's money as well. In Twelfth Night, the son and daughter of a nobleman are separated from one another and shipwrecked on the coast of Illyria. The son wanders through his life as if he is in a dream. The daughter takes a new name and pretends she is a young man, Cesario. In her assumed identity, she has suffered a steep loss in social standing. Cesario is a servant, but even in her disguise she clings to her origins. "What is your parentage?" asks the proud countess, and the servant replies, "Above my fortunes, yet my state is well. I am a gentleman." The countess is smitten. "I'll be sworn thou art. Thy tongue, thy face, thy limbs, actions, and spirit do give thee fivefold blazon." 1-5 247-49 261-63, fivefold blazon. In his speech, looks, movements, though not in his clothes or occupation, Cesario bears a gentleman's coat of arms. And when the brother and sister finally encounter one another by chance, they lay claim to their displaced identities. Sebastian, what countryman? What name? What parentage? Viola, of Messaline. Sebastian was my father. 5-1 224-25. Not only are they restored to their proper social identities, but they each make a marriage above their station, the young woman to the Duke of Illyria, the young man to a great heiress. In none of these cases is restoration entirely straightforward. The Syracusan merchant gets back a family that had, because of the disastrous shipwreck, never actually lived as one. The Venetian merchant, who despises usury, not only recoups his maritime losses, he is also given in use half the accumulated wealth of the Jewish moneylender. The twin brother and sister are not so much restored to one another or to their lost identities as they are linked through their new spouses, Viola marrying the Duke who has long been madly in love with the Countess, Sebastian's immensely wealthy bride. And the social climbing success is strangely shadowed by the figure of the Countess's steward Malvolio, who dreams of making the match that Sebastian succeeds in making. Malvolio serves as the shadow side of Shakespeare's own fascination with achieving the status of a gentleman. He is, says the waiting gentlewoman Maria, who hates him, an affectioned ass that cons state without book and utters it by great swathes. That is, he memorizes and recites the dignified and high-flown language of his betters. And he is a narcissist, the best persuaded of himself, so crammed as he thinks with excellencies that it is his grounds of faith that all that look on him love him. 2413-235. He suffers from what Shakespeare in the sonnets characterizes as his own besetting sin of self-love. Methinks no face so gracious is as mine, no shape so true, no truth of such account. 62.156. Out of these qualities, Malvolio's enemies will work their revenge, which will be to make him a common recreation. 23121. What is ridiculed in Malvolio, then, is not simply ill nature or puritanical severity, but rather the dream of acting the part of a gentleman. And the ridicule comes very close to describing the process by which any actor, including Shakespeare himself, must have learned his trade. He has been yonder the sun, Maria tells her fellow conspirators, practicing behavior to his own shadow this half-hour. 2:5:14:15. When he comes close enough to be overheard, what the mockers witness is someone rehearsing a fantasy, to be Count Malvolio. Now he's deeply in, one of the conspirators whispers. Look how imagination blows him. 2:5:30:37:38. The audience is then invited to watch someone enter a part deeply in and improvise a scene, complete with costume, props, dialogue, and what actors call a backstory. Having been 3 months married to her, sitting in my state, calling my officers about me in my branched velvet gown, having come from a day bed where I have left Olivia sleeping. And then to have the humor of state, and after a demure travel of regard, telling them I know my place, as I would they should do theirs to ask for my kinsman Toby. 7 of my people with an obedient start make out for him. I frown the while, and perchance wind up my watch, or play with my some rich jewel. 2:5:39:54. Malvolio is about to be lured into the trap that has been laid for him, the trap that will lead to yellow cross garters, inappropriate smiling, imprisonment as a madman, and cruel humiliation. One of the greatest comic plots in all of Shakespeare, it draws deeply on the playwright's inner life, including a strong current of ironic laughter at the whole project his own, and that of his parents of laying claim to a higher status. Shakespeare found the pleasures and ironies of restoration inexhaustibly fascinating, even in his tragedies and tragicomedies. At the climax of King Lear, the old king's wicked daughters are defeated, and after all his losses and his atrocious sufferings, the king is restored to absolute power. 5:3299. But it is too late. His beloved daughter Cordelia is dead in his arms, and he dies in an agony of despair mixed with the delusive hope that she might still be alive. A similar fate befalls Timon of Athens, who finds when he has lost his wealth that he has no friends and goes off to live alone in the woods. Digging in the earth for roots to eat, he finds gold, the last thing he desires, and once again becomes, to his virtually fatal disgust, an immensely wealthy man. And in The Winter's Tale, King Leonce, after 16 years, recovers the wife and daughter whom his paranoid jealousy had seemed to destroy. But the wide gap in time is not so simply erased. His wife, Leonce remarks, was not so much wrinkled, nothing so aged, as the woman he has recovered 5:3:28:29, and other victims of his jealousy, his only son, Prince Mamilius, and his faithful counselor Antigonus do not miraculously return from the grave. The emotion of restoration is powerfully present the sense that what was seemingly irrevocably lost has been reclaimed against all hope and expectation, but the recovery is never quite what it seems. The past that is recovered turns out to be an invention or a delusion, or, in the worst case, an intensification of loss. Near the very end of his career, Shakespeare returned one more time to this plot structure, giving it an almost pure form in The Tempest. A ruler is thrust from his dukedom, cast out to sea in a leaky boat with his infant daughter, and shipwrecked on a strange island. Years later, through the exercise of his magic, he triumphs over his enemies and recovers his lost realm. These are familiar, highly traditional motifs, and yet the peculiar intensity with which Shakespeare repeatedly embraces the fantasy of the recovery of a lost prosperity or title or identity is striking. There is no direct relation between the staging of various forms of restoration in Will's plays and the renewal of the lapsed application for the status of gentleman. Art rarely emerges so transparently from the circumstances of life, and would be far less compelling if it did. Shakespeare was in the business of reaching thousands of people, none of whom had any reason to be interested in the business affairs and social status of a Stratford Glover. But there were many ways in which he might have tried to reach his audience, and his fascination with a particular set of stories, his sense that these might work, and still more, that he might have it in him to work with them, does not seem entirely random. Though his imagination soared to faraway places, the fantasies that excited his imagination seem often to have had their roots in the actual circumstances of his life, or rather in the expectations and longings and frustrations generated by those circumstances. Hence, in settings as remote as the mythical Athens of A Midsummer Night's Dream or the romantic Bohemia of The Winter's Tale, there are notes that take us back to the young man who grew up on Henley Street in Stratford and dreamed that he was a gentleman. Sometime in his late adolescence, the young man awoke to find that the dream had fled, along with his mother's dowry and his father's civic stature. But as we have seen, he did not give it up, either in his life or in his art. Again and again in his plays, an unforeseen catastrophe, one of his favorite manifestations of it, is a shipwreck suddenly turns what had seemed like happy progress, prosperity, smooth sailing into disaster, terror, and loss. The loss is obviously and immediately material, but it is also and more crushingly a loss of identity. To wind up on an unknown shore, without one's friends, habitual associates, familiar network, this catastrophe is often epitomized by the deliberate alteration or disappearance of the name, and with it, the alteration or disappearance of social status. Shakespeare's characters repeatedly have to lay claim to a gentility that is no longer immediately apparent, all of its conventional signs having been swept away by the wild waves. In Will's imagination, his father's failure might have seemed a shipwreck, but the Shakespeares had no secure grasp of gentlemanly status to begin with. The family was at best only just about to become gentle, acquiring the coat of arms for which his father had applied. It is possible, of course, that his mother had filled her eldest son with tales of the Ardens of Park Hall, or even of Turchill of the Forest of Arden, the lordly ancestor whose lands merited 4 columns in the Doomsday Book. In that case, Will could have dreamed that the family was just about to recover, through his father's civic offices, the status that had at one time belonged by birthright to the Ardens. This dream, too, seems to have stayed with him. In 1599, 3 years after the old application for the coat of arms was revived, almost certainly at his instigation and expense, Will was in all likelihood the person behind another successful application to the College of Heralds, this time for the right to add, the technical term is impale, the Arden arms to what is now described as the ancient coat of arms of the Shakespeares. In the end, only the Shakespeare arms appeared on his funeral monument, but the symbolic statement is clear. I am not someone who can be treated like a hired servant or whipped like a vagabond. I am someone who does not merely pretend on stage to be a gentleman. I am a true gentleman, entitled to bear arms both by virtue of my father's distinguished service to the Queen and by virtue of my mother's distinguished family. And half concealed, another symbolic statement. I have with the fruits of my labor and my imagination returned my family to the moment before things began to fall apart. I have affirmed the distinction of my mother's name and restored my father's honor. I have laid claim to my lost inheritance. I have created that inheritance. Chapter 3. The great fear, even if Will in his late teens or early 20s had decided clearly that he wanted to become an actor. He was in fact not likely simply to have headed off to London to seek his fortune on stage, stopping along the way to pick up a few pennies for food and lodging by singing and juggling. A person uprooted from his family and community in Elizabethan England was generally a person in trouble. This was a society deeply suspicious of vagrancy. Shakespeare would later make much in his works of the tribulations of the uprooted and unprotected. The age of questing knights and wandering minstrels was over, if indeed it ever existed except as a fantasy. Itinerant friars and pilgrims had certainly existed, and within living memory, but the religious orders had been dissolved by the state, and the pilgrimage sites had been shut down and smashed by zealous reformers. There were wanderers on the roads, but they were exceedingly vulnerable. Unaccompanied, unprotected women could be attacked and raped almost with impunity. Unaccompanied men were less desperately at risk, but they too needed all the protection they could get. Trades that required travel were heavily regulated. Every peddler and tinker was required to have a license from 2 justices of the shire in which he resided, and anyone not so licensed could be officially or unofficially victimized. An able-bodied beggar or idle vagrant could by statute be seized and brought before the local justice of the peace for interrogation and punishment. Being able to sing and dance, juggle or recite speeches was no excuse. Among those who were to be classed as vagrants, the Vagabond Act of 1604, continuing earlier statutes, includes players of interludes, fencers, bearwards, minstrels, begging scholars and sailors, palmists, fortune-tellers, and others. If the vagrant could not show that he had land of his own or a master whom he was serving, he was tied to a post and publicly whipped. Then he was either returned to his place of birth to resume the work he was born to do, or put to labor or placed in the stocks until someone took him into service. A very small number of people lived lives of privileged idleness, but most inhabited a society of scarcity with no patience for anyone who did not, as Shakespeare put it, commit his body to painful labor. And the fruits of that labor, in theory at least, were supposed to be earned by people who knew and kept their place. Social regulations were amazingly harsh. Lest the whip and the stocks seem too lenient, a mid-16th century statute ordered that vagabonds were to be branded and put to forced labor as slaves. Even if such draconian statutes were not strictly enforced, and the evidence is too scanty to be certain, this clearly was not a culture in which a provincial young man uncertain of his future, and in need of an income to feed his wife and 3 small children, would venture off fancy-free to the big city in the hope that, as Dickens's Mr. Micawber puts it, something would turn up. The 17th century gossip John Aubrey jotted down something that strongly suggests that Will did not immediately find a place in a theater company or move directly from Stratford to London in search of employment. He had been in his younger years, Aubrey wrote, a schoolmaster in the country. Most of Aubrey's gossip about Shakespeare needs to be taken with a grain of salt, but this particular item has more authority than most, for he noted its source as the actor William Beeston. Beeston was the son of Shakespeare's former colleague in the Lord Chamberlain's company, Christopher Beeston. This, therefore, is a piece of biographical information that can be traced directly back to someone who actually knew Shakespeare. They acted together, records show, in the 1598 production of Every Man in His Humor. No one has been able to establish with certainty where in the country Shakespeare was a teacher, but many scholars have come to take seriously a controversial claim, first made in 1937, that he spent a period of time, perhaps 2 years, in Lancashire, employed by an immensely wealthy Catholic gentleman, Alexander Houghton, and then, upon Houghton's death, by his friend Sir Thomas Hesketh, of nearby Rufford. The vicious, murky world of Tudor religious conflict will help to explain why an adolescent boy, fresh from school, might have ventured from the Midlands of England to the north, how he could have had a connection with a powerful Catholic family there, and why that family would have bothered to employ someone like him, rather than a licensed schoolmaster with an Oxford or Cambridge education. Stratford had nominally become Protestant, like the rest of the kingdom, when in 1533 Henry Roman VIII, bent on getting a divorce and on seizing the enormous wealth of the monasteries, had himself declared supreme head of the Church in England. Officially, England had decisively broken away from Rome, but in matters of religious belief, families in early 16th century England were characteristically fractured, and many individuals were similarly fractured inwardly. It would have been an unusual extended kin group that did not have at least some of its members holding on to the old faith, an unusual convert to Protestantism, who did not feel on occasion at least some residual Catholic twinges, and an unusual lay Catholic, who did not feel a current of national pride and loyalty when Henry Roman VIII defied papal authority. This ambivalence remained true even during the reign of Henry's son, Edward Roman VI, from 1547 to 1553, when England's ruling elite moved decisively to a serious embrace of Protestant doctrine and practice. But significant steps were taken in these years to make a return to Catholicism, even in imagination, more difficult. Salvation, the leaders of the New English Church said, came not through the Mass and the other rituals of Roman Catholicism, but through faith and faith alone. Now it was not only the venerable monasteries and the celebrated pilgrimage sites that came under attack. The altar pieces, statues, crucifixes, and frescoes that filled the churches were declared to be idols, designed to lure the people into ignorance and superstition. They were defaced, whitewashed over, or smashed, and the zealous vandals went on to attack other time-honored ways of acting out the faith, including rituals, pageants, and plays. The most exalted moment in the Catholic service had been the elevation of the host. The gorgeously arrayed priest, his back to the congregation and partly concealed behind a screen surmounted by a large crucifix, would lift up the consecrated wafer. At that moment, a bell was rung, and the faithful would look up from their private prayers and strain to see the piece of bread that had miraculously been transformed into the body and blood of God. Protestant polemicists had a range of hostile nicknames for the host: Round Robin, Jack in the Box, Worm's Meat, and the like incomparably insulting terms for the Mass, including the Pope's Theatre. The Mass was an impressive performance, they conceded, but it was all a histrionic fake, a tissue of lies and illusions. The theater might have its value-zealous Protestants like John Bale, who wrote anti-Catholic plays, clearly thought so, but it had no business infecting worship. There was no miraculous transformation of the substance of the bread, as the Catholics claimed, only a solemn act of commemoration, which should be conducted not at an altar but at a table. Faith should rest not on a gaudy spectacle but on the Word of God, not on alluring images but on texts. The only certain guide was Scripture. It was a scandal, religious reformers repeatedly complained, that the Holy Bible had been deliberately kept out of the hands of lay men and women, English translations deemed heretical had been burned in great bonfires by the Catholic authorities, and thereby confined to a Latin translation mumbled by priests. In the 1520s, aided by the printing press, Protestants moved to make an English version, shaped by the principles of the Reformation, widely available, and to encourage the literacy that would give ordinary people access to what they called the plain, unvarnished truth. They moved as well to translate the liturgy into English and promulgate the Book of Common Prayer, so that all believers would understand the service and pray in unison in their own mother tongue. This was the crucial moment in the development of the English language, the moment in which the deepest things, the things upon which the fate of the soul depended, were put into ordinary, familiar, everyday words. Two men above all others, William Tyndale and Thomas Cranmer, rose to the task. Without them, without the great English translation of the New Testament and the sonorous, deeply resonant Book of Common Prayer, it is difficult to imagine William Shakespeare. The achievement did not come lightly. Too radical for the doctrinally conservative Henry Roman VIII, Tyndale was driven in the 1520s to the continent, where eventually he was captured and garroted to death by the Catholic authorities. During the reign of Edward Roman VI, Cranmer, as Archbishop of Canterbury, led the Protestant reforms. But when the sickly Edward died in 1553, the throne passed to his sister, the Catholic Mary Tudor. Mary moved at once to reverse direction, and Cranmer, along with other leading Protestants who had not managed to escape to Germany or Geneva, was burned at the stake at Oxford in 1556. The memory of these executions, which formed the core of John Fox's great Protestant Book of Martyrs, haunted the later 16th century and sharpened the violently anti-Roman Catholic sentiments of the committed reformers. When Mary died childless in 1558, the wheel turned once again. The 25-year-old Elizabeth quickly made it clear that she would return the country to the religious course upon which it had embarked under the reign of her father, and still more, that of her brother. Though cautious about unleashing extreme reforms, the Queen signaled her Protestant views at a procession on January 14, 1559, the day before her coronation. At the little conduit in Cheapside, she took the English Bible proffered to her by an allegorical figure of truth, kissed the book, held it aloft, and then clasped it to her breast. When some days later at Westminster, Abbey monks bearing incense, holy water, and candles approached to offer her their blessings, she dismissed them roughly. "Away with those torches," she commanded. "We can see well enough by daylight." In the months that followed, altar-pieces and statues that had been erected were taken down. Altars were again transformed into simple tables, and the ancient Catholic liturgy was replaced by the Book of Common Prayer. The Catholic priests who had emerged from what they regarded as the nightmare years under Edward Roman VI were compelled either to conform to the Protestant doctrine or to vanish once again. Either they fled into exile abroad, or, more dangerously, they took on disguises and hid themselves in the houses of Catholic gentlemen. At first, repression was relatively mild. Queen Elizabeth made it clear that she was interested more in obedience and conformity than in purity of conviction. She had, as Bacon said, neither the desire nor the intention to make windows into men's hearts and secret thoughts. What she wanted was an outward act of adherence to her authority and to the official religious settlement. Specifically, she wanted regular attendance at the state-sanctioned church services, whereupon the authorities would abstain from asking such questions as, "Do you inwardly long for the old Catholic sacraments? Do you believe in the existence of purgatory? Do you think that priests have the power to grant absolution? Do you think that if a mouse eats a consecrated communion wafer, it has eaten the body and blood of Christ?" Her officials generally followed suit, if sometimes grudgingly, until the moment came in which they felt that the Protestant religious settlement was in danger. That moment came when William Shakespeare was 6 years old. In May 1570, a well-to-do Catholic, John Felton, nailed to the door of the Bishop of London's house a papal bull excommunicating Queen Elizabeth. The Pope, Pius V, added an order to all her Catholic subjects that they presume not to obey her or her monitions, mandates, and laws, lest they too be excommunicated. Felton was tortured, convicted of treason, and executed. English Catholics were regarded with greatly intensified suspicion. Why should the Pope, who was subsequently beatified and made a saint, have put the faithful in such an impossible position? Because in his view, and that of many others, Elizabeth was the only serious obstacle to the return of wayward England to the Catholic faith. He was confident that most ordinary English men and women retained their ancient religious loyalty, and his agents had conducted a survey in 1567 that disclosed that 52 of the English peers were either staunch Catholics or well disposed to the Catholic Church, and only 15 were firmly committed Protestants. The question was whether this religious loyalty could be turned into political action, and the Pope decided that it could. The papal bull initiated a nightmarish sequence of conspiracy and persecution, plot and counterplot that continued throughout Elizabeth's long reign. Stratford experienced the same sudden shifts, tensions, and ambiguities that marked much of the realm all through the 16th century. The monasteries and nunneries in the area had been sacked in the 1530s and 40s, and certain local families, among them the Lucys of Charlecote, had enriched themselves with the spoils. Then in the 1550s, when John Shakespeare moved to Stratford, the surrounding area was dotted with pyres on which local Protestant leaders Lawrence Saunders at Coventry, John Hooper at Gloucester, Hugh Latimer at Oxford, among many others, were burned to death by the resurgent Catholics under Queen Mary. At the accession of Elizabeth, Catholic leaders were now in their turn in serious trouble, though in the first years of her reign the Queen, both by temperament and policy, preferred fines, dismissal, and imprisonment to judicial murder. In Stratford, the Catholic priest Roger Dyos, who had baptized the Shakespeares' first child, Joan, was dismissed, replaced by the staunchly Protestant John Bretchgirdle. It was Bretchgirdle who, on April 26, 1564, christened the Shakespeares' first son, Gulielmus Filius Johannes Shakespeare. Religious upheaval aside, it was not a propitious moment to enter the world. By July, the town was ravaged by bubonic plague, killing fully a sixth of the population before the winter. Nearly two-thirds of the babies born that year in Stratford died before they reached their first birthday. Perhaps Mary Shakespeare packed up and took her newborn to the country for several months, away from the pestiferous streets. For parents of John and Mary Shakespeare's generation, the world into which they brought their children must have seemed strange, unsettling, and dangerous. Within living memory, England had gone from a highly conservative Roman Catholicism in the 1520s. Henry Roman VIII had fiercely attacked Luther and been rewarded by the Pope with the title Defender of the Faith, to Catholicism under the supreme headship of the King, to a wary, tentative Protestantism, to a more radical Protestantism, to a renewed and militant Roman Catholicism, and then, with Elizabeth, to Protestantism once again. In none of these regimes was there a vision of religious tolerance. Each shift was accompanied by waves of conspiracy and persecution, rack and thumbscrew, axe and fire. Most people found it possible to keep their heads down, do what they had to do in order to conform to the official line, and reconcile their conscience to the shifts in doctrine and practice. Accommodation in the interests of survival led some to acquire a certain skeptical detachment from the strong claims made by both sides, claims made in the name of love, and yet enforced by torture and execution. but for those who believed that the fate of their eternal souls depended upon the precise form of worship, and that, after all, is what the strong claims were about. The shifts in official belief and regulated practice must have been excruciating. Local communities were ruptured, friendships were broken, families were torn asunder, parents against children, wives against husbands, and inner lives tormented with pity and fear. It was not only the pious who found it difficult to keep their heads down, or, more precisely, their heads on. It was also the ambitious. Major figures, powerful aristocrats, important magnates, members of the Queen's Privy Council were of course expected to stand up and be counted, and so too were small-scale civic leaders like John Shakespeare. As a constable in 1558–59, he had to keep the peace between Catholics and Protestants in the tense year of transition from the reign of the Catholic Mary to that of the Protestant Elizabeth. No doubt he had difficult moments, but at least he could maintain, if he wished, an air of studied neutrality. But as chamberlain, alderman, and bailiff, he had to act to carry out the policies of the regime, and that meant something more than keeping the peace. A few months before Will's birth and in the years that followed, Chamberlain John Shakespeare oversaw the reparations of Stratford's fine Guild Chapel. Reparations here was a euphemism. What it meant was that he paid the workmen who went in with buckets of whitewash and ruined the medieval paintings St. Helena and the Finding of the Cross, St. George and the Dragon, the murder of St. Thomas à Becket, and above the arch, the Day of Judgment that covered the church walls. Their task was not quite finished. The workmen also broke up the altar, putting a simple table in its place, and pulled down the rude lofty gallery, surmounted by a cross, that separated the nave from the choir and displayed to the faithful the image of the crucified God. Town authorities proceeded to sell off the gorgeous vestments worn by the Catholic priests who had once celebrated the mystery of the Mass. It is worth pausing over these acts. John Shakespeare did not directly do any of them, and in all likelihood he did not single-handedly make the decision to have them done, but he was responsible for them, answerable both administratively in the form of signed accounts presented on January 10, 1564, March 21, 1565, and February 15, 1566, and morally. What were the changes for which he was paying? They were the material manifestations of the Reformed religion, calculated acts of symbolic violence against the traditional Catholic religious observance, ways of compelling the community to acknowledge the new order and to observe its practices. Somewhere within the actions, there is a theology, subtle doctrinal and philosophical arguments by relentlessly sober intellectuals. But the deeds in Stratford, for which the chamberlain disbursed the payments, were not subtle. Men with hammers, awls, and grappling hooks violently changed the appearance of the church and the form of worship that would take place within it. Paymaster for the ideological vandals, John Shakespeare acted officially as a committed Protestant, the agent of the Reformation in Stratford. On the town council, he voted to dismiss the Catholic steward Roger Edgeworth and to hire the Protestant Bretchgirdle, an unusually well-educated man, with a library that contained humanist classics as well as theology, to replace the Catholic curate. It is difficult to gauge how earnestly John Shakespeare oversaw these actions. He could have regarded them with the enthusiasm of a zealot, and yet the picture as a whole suggests a more complicated attitude. The same town council that hired the new vicar Bretchgirdle also hired for the king's new school a succession of impressively learned schoolmasters who had surprisingly strong Catholic connections. The schoolmasters would have had to put in an appearance of conformity to the Anglican Church, for such appointments would have been officially approved by the staunchly Protestant Earl of Warwick and the Bishop of Winchester. but each evidently harbored loyalty to the ancient faith. Judging from their choices, John Shakespeare and his colleagues cannot have been too eager to identify old believers or apply any ideological test to those who would teach Stratford's children. On the contrary, they allowed, winked at, or perhaps even connived at the teaching of the young, not merely by those who might have had some residual regard for the cult of the saints or the Virgin, but by those who evidently possessed a deep Catholic commitment. Originally from Lancashire in the north of England, where the old faith was clung to most tenaciously, Simon Hunt, Will's teacher between the ages of 7 and 11, took the drastic step of leaving Stratford in 1575 for the continent to attend the Catholic seminary at Douai, and eventually to become a Jesuit. Why drastic? Because the decision meant that he would either spend the rest of his life in exile or return to England in secret, knowing that the authorities would hunt him down if they could, and execute him as a seditious traitor. During his years as Stratford's schoolmaster, Hunt evidently did not keep his convictions entirely to himself. He seems to have taken at least one of the students from the school with him to Douai, Robert Debdale, who was about 7 or 8 years older than Will. The Debdales from nearby Shottery were a Catholic family, and Hunt may have had his eye out for other promising children of recusants. He may have taken an interest in William Shakespeare, whose mother was related, albeit distantly, to one of the area's major Catholic families and may even have been related to the Debdales. The defection of Hunt and Debdale did not seem to deter the Stratford authorities when they chose the next schoolmaster. Thomas Jenkins, a graduate and fellow of St. John's College, Oxford, had a letter of recommendation from the Catholic founder of that college, Sir Thomas White. Like all other Oxford and Cambridge colleges, St. John's was officially Protestant. No other affiliation would have been permitted in an educational institution, but it had the reputation of welcoming Catholics who were willing to conform and profess loyalty to the Queen. This double consciousness, a tenaciously held inward Catholic faith coupled with a steadfast public adherence to the official religious settlement, was widespread in England, where there were many so-called church papists. Jenkins, who would have known and may have studied with the brilliant Catholic scholar Edmund Campion, also a fellow at St. John's, is likely to have been adept at maintaining this delicate balance. The pious Campion himself managed to stay for several years within the bounds of conformity, during which time he deeply impressed the Protestant Earl of Leicester and Queen Elizabeth herself with his brilliance. But in 1572, he embarked for Douai on a course that led him to the priesthood, enlistment in the Jesuits, a teaching post in Prague, and a return to England as a clandestine missionary. Thomas Jenkins taught in Stratford for 4 years, from 1575 to 1579, and hence must have been, together with Simon Hunt, a significant schoolteacher in Will's life. Then, at about the time Will would have left the King's New School, Jenkins resigned his post and was succeeded by another Oxford graduate, John Cottam. Like Simon Hunt, a native of Lancashire, Cottam, who presumably taught Shakespeare's younger brothers and whom Will certainly came to know, also had strong Catholic connections. His younger brother, Thomas, had gone abroad after graduating from Oxford and taken orders as a Catholic priest. In June 1580, the schoolmaster's brother secretly returned to England as part of the mission led by Campion and a fellow Jesuit, Robert Parsons. Thomas Cottam was intending to go to the neighborhood of Stratford, specifically to the village of Shottery. He carried a letter of introduction from his close friend and fellow priest, Robert Debdale, who had only 5 years earlier attended the Stratford Grammar School. Debdale had entrusted Cottam with several Catholic tokens, a medal, several Roman coins, a gilt crucifix, and strings of rosary beads for his family, and urged them in his letter to take counsel from the messenger in matters of great weight. Chatham never reached Shottery. He had made the mistake on the continent of confiding in a fellow English Catholic named Sled. Sled turned out to be an informer, and he provided a precise description of Chatham to the authorities. Searchers, as they were called, were watching for him at the ports, and he was arrested as soon as he disembarked at Dover. He had a brief moment of remission. The man in whose custody he was placed to be brought to London turned out to be a secret Catholic, and he let his prisoner escape. But in December 1580, when this custodian in turn was threatened with imprisonment, Thomas Chatham turned himself over to the authorities. Determined to pry from Chatham his innermost secrets, officials in the Tower employed one of their most horrible devices, the scavenger's daughter. This instrument of torture was a hoop of iron that slowly closed around the prisoner's spine, bending it almost in two. Evidently, the government did not get enough from their interrogation to warrant an immediate trial. Instead, they kept their prisoner in the Tower almost a year, until they had captured other members of the mission. Chatham was then arraigned as a traitor, together with the others, in November 1581. On May 30, 1582, he was executed in the grisly way designed to demonstrate the full rage of the state. He was dragged on a hurdle through the muddy streets to Tyburn, past jeering crowds, and then hanged, taken down while he was still alive, and castrated. His stomach was then slit open and his intestines pulled out to be burned before his dying eyes, whereupon he was beheaded and his body cut in quarters, the pieces displayed as a warning. Robert Debdale met the same fate a few years later. The Stratford Council must have been shaken by the arrest of Thomas Chatham. It was one thing to have quietly hired 3 Catholic schoolmasters in succession, quite another to have a Catholic priest, suspected of treason, apprehended on his way to the neighborhood, in all likelihood to visit his schoolmaster brother as well as the Debdales. In December 1581, a month after Thomas's arraignment, John Chatham resigned from his position at the King's New School in Stratford and returned to the north. The council may informally have suggested that he leave, or, alternatively, he may simply have felt more comfortable back in Catholic Lancashire, at a safe distance from the vigilant Warwickshire sheriff, Sir Thomas Lucy, who had long been active in ferreting out priests in disguise and their recusant allies. Why would the state have been so concerned about a young Oxford-educated priest carrying a few beads? From the perspective of the Catholics, such a person was a heroic idealist, abandoning all prospect of tranquility, career, honor, comfort, and family, and risking his life daily to serve the embattled community of the faithful. Ordained at a seminary on the continent, and then smuggled back into a kingdom that had become the mortal enemy of his religion, a priest like Chatham would hope to elude informers and find shelter in the house of a sympathetic Catholic. There, disguised as a domestic servant or a child's tutor, he would preach, celebrate communion at a clandestine altar, hear confession, administer last rites to the dying, and perhaps, as Robert Debdale did, conduct exorcisms. From the perspective of the Protestants, he was at best a poor, deluded fool, and more likely, a dangerous fanatic, a conspirator in the service of a foreign power. He was, that is, a traitor directed by his sinister masters in Rome and willing to do anything to return England to the power of the Pope and his allies. Protestant fears were not ungrounded. The Roman Catholic Church had invited English Catholics to rebel, and the meaning of this invitation was made explicit in 1580, when Pope Gregory Roman XIII proclaimed that the assassination of England's heretic queen would not be a mortal sin. The proclamation was a clear license to kill. It was precisely at this time that the priest Thomas Chatham, with his small packet of Catholic tokens, was arrested on his way to the vicinity of Stratford. Small wonder that his brother's tenure as the town's schoolmaster was abbreviated. John Shakespeare and his fellow council members, and particularly those who had close Catholic kin, must have felt queasy. The trail could quite easily have led to them. Such fears might seem absurd, for the schoolmaster John Cotham had done nothing wrong. But it will not do to underestimate the mood of paranoia and the reality of threat all through these dangerous years. The assassination of Elizabeth, early in her reign, would almost certainly have changed everything in the religious climate of England. And if it was in hindsight unreasonable to fear, as many people did, that thousands of English Protestants would be massacred as the French Huguenots had been, it was by no means irrational to suspect conspiracies. There were many or to fear that some English Catholics would welcome and support a foreign invasion. The widespread persecution of Catholics made such support virtually inevitable. From this distance, what seems extraordinary is how many pious English Catholics remained loyal to a regime that was intent on crushing them. Already by the acts that established the Church of England, the Mass was outlawed. It was made illegal to hold any service, except those contained in the Book of Common Prayer. A fine of 1 shilling was imposed for failure regularly to attend the parish church. In 1571, after the papal bull of excommunication, Parliament made it treason to bring into the country any papal bull or to call the Queen a heretic. It was also illegal to go abroad for ordination, or to bring into England or to receive any devotional object, tokens, crosses, pictures, beads, or other such like vain things from the Bishop of Rome. In 1581, in the wake of the Jesuits' clandestine mission, Parliament made it treason to reconcile oneself or anyone else to the Catholic Church with the aim of dissolving allegiance to the monarchy. By 1585 it was treason to be a Catholic priest, and by law it was illegal, and after 1585 a capital offense, to harbor priests or, knowingly, to give a priest aid or comfort. The penalty for failure to attend Protestant services in the local parish was raised to an astronomical £20 per week. Though the fine cannot have been imposed very often, it hung, as a threat of ruin, over everyone who stayed away from church. Even the very few who could afford to pay such a penalty began to imitate poorer Catholic families. Once their children reached the age of 16, the age at which the fines took effect, parents would send them to distant neighborhoods, where they were less likely to be caught by the oppressive system. If Thomas Cotham had been apprehended in Stratford, there might well have been house-to-house searches, conducted by the sheriff. His arrest in London spared the local Catholic population that full-scale terror, but the Jesuit mission of 1580 and the tangled conspiracies of the ensuing years led to intensified rumor-mongering, spying, and sporadic raids on suspect recusant houses. Many of those houses harbored secrets that close scrutiny could have uncovered, and the house on Henley Street might not have been exempt. For example, if Will's mother, Mary, was a pious Catholic like her father, she may have kept religious tokens, a rosary, a medal, a crucifix very much like those seized on the person of the priest. And if the searchers had done a thorough job, and they were on occasion notoriously thorough, ripping open virtually everything in every room, they might have found a highly compromising document to which John Shakespeare had apparently set his name, a piously Catholic spiritual testament, belying his public adherence to the Reformed faith. The original document is lost, its contents are known only through a transcript, but given the risks attending such a declaration of faith, the survival of any trace of it at all is remarkable. In the 18th century, a master bricklayer, redeling the house that had once belonged to the Shakespeares, found the 6-leaf manuscript, sewn together with thread, between the rafters and the tiling. The manuscript, minus the first page, eventually reached the great editor of Shakespeare, Edmund Malone, who published it but then, subsequently, had doubts about its authenticity, noting certain anomalies in the handwriting and spelling. That authenticity, though it remains open to question, was considerably bolstered by the discovery in the 20th century of the document's source, a formulary written by the great Italian statesman and scholar Cardinal Carlo Borromeo. The Jesuits Campion and Parsons stayed with Borromeo in Milan, on their way to England, and could have received the text directly from him then. Translated and printed, with spaces left blank for the insertion of the names of the faithful, copies were smuggled into England and secretly distributed. Campion himself may have given them out when he passed through the Midlands, stopping in Lapworth, 12 miles from Stratford, where his host was the staunch Catholic Sir William Catesby, a relative by marriage of the Ardens. John Shakespeare could have received his copy from any number of people involved in the clandestine network of Jesuit sympathizers, whom Lucy and the other Warwickshire officials were attempting to destroy. The Spiritual Testament conflicts wildly with the iconoclastic violence that Chamberlain John Shakespeare authorized and paid for. What this suggests is that for Will, when he was growing up, there was not only a split between his father and mother, the former the active agent of the Reformation in Stratford, the latter in all likelihood a Catholic, but also a split within his father. One side of him was the alderman who voted to dismiss Stratford's priest and replace him with a reformed minister, the official who signed off on the whitewashing of the old frescoes and the smashing of the altar, the smiling public man who negotiated on behalf of the city with zealous Protestants like Thomas Lucy. The other side of him was the man whose name appeared on the Spiritual Testament, who prayed for the special protection of the Virgin Mary and his personal saint, St. Winifred, who expressed an intense sense of his unworthiness as a member of the Holy Catholic religion. This was presumably the official who helped to hire the Catholic schoolmasters Hunt, Jenkins, and Cottam, and perhaps it was even the recusant who stayed away from church services and had his friends on the council cover his absence with the claim that he was worried about arrest for debt. Perhaps the secret Catholic was the real John Shakespeare, and the Protestant civic officer was only the worldly, ambitious outward man. Alternatively, perhaps John Shakespeare, securely Protestant for most of his adult life, only briefly returned, during an illness, say, or simply to placate his wife, to the Catholicism he had left behind. Did John Shakespeare's eldest son know the truth? Could he have been sure which was the real father, the one who was moving up in the world or the one who kept the peace at home, and perhaps in his heart by succumbing to the old fears and longings? He might have sensed that his father was playing a part, without ever knowing securely where the boundary lay between fiction and reality. He might have overheard whispered arguments between his father and mother and observed furtive acts. And at some point, to continue this line of speculation, he might have reached a strange but plausible conclusion. His father was both Catholic and Protestant. John Shakespeare had simply declined to make a choice between the two competing belief systems. Many of the people will had encountered the schoolmasters Simon Hunt, Thomas Jenkins, and John Cottam were presumably all examples lived double lives. They outwardly conformed to the official Protestant religious settlement, at least enough to secure their jobs, but they inwardly adhered to the old faith. But John Shakespeare, his son may have observed, was something else. He wanted to keep both his options open after all. He had seen enough of the world to know that there might be a drastic change of direction again. He wanted to cover himself in relation both to this life and to the afterlife. He was convinced that both positions, however incompatible they might seem to be, were possible to hold at once. He had not so much a double life as a double consciousness and will. By the time he was leaving school in 1579 AD, when he was 15 or 16 years old, had he come to acquire a comparable double consciousness. Shakespeare's plays provide ample evidence for doubleness and more. At certain moments, Hamlet is the greatest example. He seems at once Catholic, Protestant, and deeply skeptical of both. But though the adult Shakespeare was deeply marked by the religious struggles, what the adolescent believed, if he himself even knew what he believed, is wholly inaccessible. Out of a tissue of gossip, hints, and obscure clues, a shadowy picture can be glimpsed, rather as one can glimpse a figure in the stains on an old wall. It is odd and striking that several of Stratford's schoolmasters had connections to distant Lancashire, the part of the country where adherence to Catholicism remained particularly strong. John Cotham's family property, there was only 10 miles from one of the principal residences of the wealthy and influential Catholic Alexander Houghton. As the scholar Ernst Honigmann and others have suggested, Cotham could have been asked by the Houghtons to recommend a promising young man to be a teacher to their children, not a licensed schoolmaster, someone who would have to be certified as a Protestant by the local bishop, but a private tutor for a large household. He could have proposed Will Shakespeare, who had just left school and who, since his father's financial difficulties precluded his attending university, was looking for employment. Cotham would have been careful not only to find someone who possessed sufficient educational accomplishments. As it happened, he hit upon the most staggeringly talented young man in the kingdom, but also to find a good Catholic. For the devout Houghtons almost certainly illegally harbored priests, along with illegal ritual objects and a large collection of banned or suspect books, and they would have wanted as servants only those whom they could trust to keep their dangerous secrets. The small clue that Shakespeare sojourned in Lancashire has nothing in any obvious way to do with religion, Catholic or Protestant. Instead, it points to the theater. In his last will and testament, dated August 3, 1581, the dying Alexander Houghton bequeathed all his instruments belonging to musics and all manner of play clothes to his brother Thomas, or, if Thomas does not choose to keep and maintain players, to Sir Thomas Hesketh. The will added, "And I most heartily require the said Sir Thomas to be friendly unto Fulk Gilhome and William Shakespeare, now dwelling with me, and either to take them unto his service or else to help them to some good master." Shakespeare is not Shakespeare, and skeptics have pointed out that many local people were surnamed Shakespeare. But in a world of notoriously loose spelling of names in various records, Marlowe is also Marlowe, Marley, Morley, Marlin, Marlin, and Marlin. It is close enough. In conjunction with the Cotham-Houghton connection, Shakespeare's future profession, and other small hints to have convinced many scholars that it refers to Stratford's will. The precocious adolescent recommended by Cotham as intelligent, reasonably well-educated, discreet, and securely Catholic would have come north in 1580 as schoolmaster. The terms of the will suggest that he soon began to perform, at first probably only recreationally, and then with increasing seriousness, with the players that Alexander Houghton kept. Whatever his skills as a teacher, those he possessed as a player would have immediately brought him to the special attention of the household and its master, and the charismatic appeal of the young player would have enabled him, like Cesario in Twelfth Night, quickly to overleap other, older servants and become one of the trusted favorites. After Houghton died in August 1581, Shakespeare could have passed briefly into the service of Hesketh, and then might have been commended as Houghton had requested to someone else. The likeliest candidate is a powerful neighbor of Hesketh's who was even more interested in drama. That neighbor, Henry Stanley, the 4th Earl of Derby, and his son Ferdinando, Lord Strange, employed a talented, professionally ambitious group of players who were licensed by the Privy Council as Lord Strange's men. The principal players Will Kemp, Thomas Pope, John Heminges, Augustine Phillips, and George Bryan formed the core of the London company with which Shakespeare would later be associated, the Lord Chamberlain's Men. The precise chronology of Shakespeare's link with this group cannot be determined, but the link eventually formed the center of his professional career, and it is at least possible that the initial contact, a momentous acquaintance to be renewed later, was made in the north of England in 1581. Will's life, if he actually sojourned in the north, would have been a peculiar compound of theatricality and danger. On the one hand, a life of open, exuberant display, where for the first time Will's talents, his personal charm, his musical skills, his power of improvisation, his capacity to play a role, and perhaps even his gifts as a writer were blossoming in performances beyond the orbit of his family and friends. His performances would not have been exactly public, but neither were they simply private after-dinner entertainments. The Heskeths were immensely wealthy, while the Houghtons and, still more, the Stanleys were feudal magnates. They were representatives of a world of riches, power, and culture that had not yet been completely assimilated into the centralizing, hierarchical scheme of the Tudor monarchy, just as they had not yet been assimilated into the state religion. With small armies of retainers and followers, with crowds of allies, relations, and tenants, with pride fed by the obsequious deference of all around them, and with generosity reinforced by their craving for reputation as householders, they entertained large companies of guests in banqueting halls that could easily serve as theaters. The brilliance of the performances in those halls redounded to the credit of the magnanimous host. Fulk Gillome's improvisational skills and gifts as an actor are unknown, but William Shakespeare's proved sufficient to get him a place a few years later in London's leading playing company. As for his imaginative power, if only the smallest fraction began to show itself in the halls of the wealthy Lancashire gentlemen, its intensity would more than explain the dying Houghton's benevolence. On the other hand, Will would have lived a life of secrets, where even the lowliest servant knew things a locked cabinet containing the chalice, books, vestments, and other objects with which to celebrate Mass, mysterious strangers bearing ominous rumors of Mary, Queen of Scots, or of Spanish armies, mutterings of conspiracies that could, if revealed, bring disaster upon the family. Lancashire in this period was tense with expectation, suspicion, and anxiety. The moment that Will is likely to have sojourned there is precisely the moment that the Jesuit Campion headed in the same direction, seeking the relative security afforded by the most stubbornly Catholic of the Queen's subjects. Lancashire, in the view of the Queen's Privy Council, was the very sink of popery, where more unlawful acts are committed and more unlawful persons held secret than in any other part of the realm. On August 4, 1581, the day after Alexander Houghton commended Shakespeare to his friend Sir Thomas Hesketh, the Privy Council ordered a search for Campion's papers at the house of one Richard Houghton, Alexander's cousin, in Lancashire. And later that year, at a time when Will may have been in his service, Hesketh was thrown into prison for failing to suppress recusancy in his household. The atmosphere at the entertainments in which Will would have performed was compounded of festivity and paranoia. The mission, led by Campion and Robert Parsons, had aroused the piety of Catholics and deeply alarmed the government. Not only had the Pope effectively sanctioned the assassination of the Queen, but an expeditionary force led by a Catholic Englishman, Nicholas Sander, had recently landed in Ireland in an attempt to spark an uprising against the Protestant colonists. The attempt had failed miserably. After unconditionally surrendering on November 10, 1580, some 600 Spanish and Italian troops and their Irish allies, including several women and priests, were all massacred by English soldiers led by Walter Raleigh. The cold-blooded ferocity of the English response was presumably meant to chill any future invasion plans, but no one could doubt the determination of the Pope and his allies to topple the Elizabethan regime and reclaim the realm. Even those English Catholics who were steadfastly loyal to Elizabeth, and there were many, must have felt some stirring of hope that the slow, relentless strangulation of their faith might somehow be reversed by the missionary piety and heroic determination of the Jesuits. Catholics throughout the country secretly read and circulated a remarkable document that came to be known as Campion's Brag, in which the one-time Oxford Don, the object of an intense national search, explained his mission. In this busy, watchful, and suspicious world, he wrote in a tone of almost jaunty resignation, it was likely enough that he would eventually be caught and pressed to reveal his designs. Therefore, to save everyone time and trouble, he offered in advance a plain confession. He had not been sent to meddle in politics. His charge was to preach the gospel, to minister the sacraments, to instruct the simple, to reform sinners, to confute errors. He knew, of course, that the authorities would claim that these activities, undertaken by a Catholic priest, were precisely what it meant to meddle in politics, and he knew that their response would be violent. But he and his companions were determined never to give you over, but either to win you heaven or to die upon your pikes. As for the charges of an international conspiracy, a sinister enterprise to invade and conquer England, he boldly played with them. And touching our society, be it known to you that we have made a league all the Jesuits in the world, whose succession and multitude must overreach all the practices of England, cheerfully to carry the cross you shall lay upon us, and never to despair your recovery, while we have a man left to enjoy your Tyburn, or to be racked with your torments, or consumed with your prisons. The expense is reckoned, the enterprise is begun. It is of God, it cannot be withstood. So the faith was planted, so it must be restored. The sublime confidence that Campion exuded here was evident also in the challenge that gave his pamphlet its nickname. Though he would be loath, he wrote, to say anything that would sound like an insolent brag, he was confident enough of the transparent truth of the Catholic faith that he would undertake to debate any Protestant alive. His words have an odd ring to them, as if he were living not in a world of conspiracies, spies, and torture chambers, but in a world in which scholars mount their books and ride out to chivalric contests. I am to sue most humbly and instantly for the combat with all and every of them, and the most principal that may be found, protesting that in this trial the better furnished they come, the better welcome they shall be. For Campion, the cruelty of the English Protestant authorities was a sign of their fear of open debate, and hence a sign of their despair. He followed up his challenge with a longer, more scholarly work in Latin, The 10 Reasons, which he originally intended to call Heresy and Despair. This work he somehow planned during months in which he managed to evade the agents sent to capture him, months of shifting disguises, frequent moves from house to house, terrifying alarms, narrow escapes. He wrote it during the only period and in the only place in which he had enough time, protection, and access to books to sit and write, in the late winter and early spring of 1581 in Lancashire, and even there in the north. He was forced every few days to make sudden shifts in his hiding place in order to confound the government spies and informers. Dressed as a servant, he scurried from one recusant household to another, guided by a former student and his wife. By them, writes Campion's fine 19th-century biographer Richard Simpson, he was led to visit the Worthingtons, the Talbots, the Southworths, the Heskeths, Mrs. Allen, the widow of the Cardinal's brother, the Houghtons, the Westbys, and the Rigmaidens, at whose house he spent the time between Easter and Whitsuntide, April 16. The Heskeths and the Houghtons. It is altogether possible, then, that in the guarded spaces of one or the other of these houses Will would have seen the brilliant, hunted missionary for himself. Campion's visits were clandestine, to be sure, but they were not narrowly private affairs. They brought together dozens, even hundreds of believers, many of whom slept in nearby barns and outbuildings to hear Campion preach in the early morning and to receive communion from his hands. The priest who would have changed out of his servant's clothes into clerical vestments would sit up half the night hearing confessions, trying to resolve moral dilemmas, dispensing advice. Was one of those with whom he exchanged whispered words the young man from Stratford-upon-Avon. Let us imagine the two of them sitting together then, the 16-year-old fledgling poet and actor and the 40-year-old Jesuit. Shakespeare would have found Campion fascinating. Even his mortal enemies conceded that he had charisma and might even have recognized in him something of a kindred spirit. Not in piety, for though Will, in this version of events, was a staunch enough Catholic at this point in his life to be trusted with dangerous secrets, there is no sign in his voluminous later work of a frustrated religious vocation. But Campion, a quarter-century older than Will, was someone who came from a comparably modest family, who attracted attention to himself by his eloquence, intelligence, and quickness, who loved books yet at the same time was drawn to life in the world. His was a learned but not an original mind. Rather, he was brilliant at giving traditional ideas a new life through the clarity and grace of his language and the moving power of his presence. Witty, imaginative, and brilliantly adept at improvisation, he managed to combine meditative seriousness with a strong theatrical streak. If the adolescent knelt down before Campion, he would have been looking at a distorted image of himself. The Jesuit, too, perhaps, even in a brief encounter, might have noticed something striking in the youth. Campion was a gifted teacher who had, in safer times, written a discourse on education. The ideal student, Campion wrote, should be born of Catholic parents. He should have a mind subtle, hot, and clear, his memory happy, his voice flexible, sweet, and sonorous, his walk and all his motions lively, gentlemanly, and subdued, and the whole man seeming a palace fit for wisdom to dwell in. His years at school should plunge him into the classics. He must become intimate with the majesty of Virgil, the festal grace of Ovid, the rhythm of Horace, and the buskined speech of Seneca. And the good student is not merely the passive receptacle of high culture. He is an accomplished musician, a budding orator, and a gifted poet. In short, he is if the harried fugitive Campion had occasion to observe him at all closely the young Shakespeare. Well, not quite, for Shakespeare was not on his way to the further studies in philosophy, mathematics, astronomy, Hebrew, and above all, theology that Campion's scheme of education envisaged. Moreover, in one key respect he had already no doubt violated the spirit of the plan, and he would go on to violate it as completely as possible. The ideal student is to study and to write poetry, Campion said, but with one significant exception. He is never to read or to write love poetry. For his part, whether he actually met Campion in person or only heard about him from the flood of rumors circulating all through 1580 and 1581, Will may have registered a powerful inner resistance as well as admiration. Campion was brave, charismatic, persuasive, and appealing. Everyone who encountered him recognized these qualities, which even now shine out from his words. But he was also filled with a sense that he knew the one eternal truth, the thing worth living and dying for, the cause to which he was willing cheerfully to sacrifice others as well as himself. To be sure, he did not seek out martyrdom. It was not his wish to return to England. He was doing valuable work for the Church, he told Cardinal William Allen in his teaching post at Prague. But he was a committed soldier in a religious order organized for battle, and when his general commanded him to throw his body into the fight against wildly uneven odds, he marched off serenely. He would have taken with him young Shakespeare or anyone else worth the taking. He was a fanatic, or more accurately, a saint. And saints, Shakespeare understood all his life, were dangerous people. Or perhaps, rather, it would be better to say that Shakespeare did not entirely understand saints, and that what he did understand, he did not entirely like. In the huge panoply of characters in his plays, there are strikingly few who would remotely qualify. Joan of Arc appears in an early history play, but she is a witch and a whore. King Henry VI has a saintly disposition. All his mind is bent to holiness to number Ave Marys on his beads. 2 Henry VI, 1-3, 59-60. But he is pathetically weak, and his weakness wreaks havoc on his realm. The elegant young men in the court of Navarre swear to live a still and contemplative existence, the lives of ascetic soldiers who war against the huge army of the world's desires. 1114-10. But love's labors lost shows them quickly succumbing to charms of the Princess of France and her ladies. The severe Angelo in Measure for Measure is a man who scarce confesses that his blood flows. 1-3, 51-52. But he soon finds himself contriving to compel the beautiful Isabella, a novice in a nunnery, to sleep with him. Isabella, for her part, is impressively true to her chaste vocation, but her determination to preserve her virginity, even at the cost of her brother's life, is something less than humanly appealing. There are many forms of heroism in Shakespeare, but ideological heroism, the fierce, self-immolating embrace of an idea or an institution, is not one of them. Nothing in his work suggests a deep admiration for the visible church. Several of his conspicuously Catholic religious figures, Friar Lawrence in Romeo and Juliet, is an example, are fundamentally sympathetic, but not because they are important figures in the church hierarchy. On the contrary, Shakespeare's plays almost always depict powerful prelates as disagreeable, and his little-known history play King John, though set in the early 13th century, attacks the Pope in highly charged, anachronistically Protestant terms. How dare the Pope, King John indignantly asks the papal legate, attempt to impose his will upon a sacred king? Thou canst not, Cardinal, devise a name so slight, unworthy, and ridiculous to charge me to an answer as the Pope. Tell him this tale, and from the mouth of England add thus much more, that no Italian priest shall tithe or toll in our dominions, but as we, under God, our supreme head, so under him, that great supremacy where we do reign we will alone uphold without assistance of a mortal hand. 3. 1. 74-84. This coarsely explicit piece of Protestant Pope baiting is by no means the sum of Shakespeare's mature attitude toward the Catholicism in which he had been immersed as a young man. And it certainly cannot tell us what the young man felt if and when he stood in the presence of the fugitive Jesuit. But the only sainthood in which Shakespeare seems passionately to have believed throughout his life derives precisely from the subject matter and emotions that Campion wished his students at all costs to avoid: erotic sainthood. Romeo. Oh then, dear saint, let lips do what hands do. Then pray, grant thou, lest faith turn to despair. Juliet. Saints do not move, though grant for prayer's sake. Romeo. Then move not while my prayers effect I take. Thus from my lips by thine my sin is purged. Juliet. Then have my lips the sin that they have took. Romeo. Sin from my lips, O trespass sweetly urged, give me my sin again. Juliet. You kiss by th book. 1, 5, 100-107. There are traces of Catholicism here, of a kind that Campion would immediately have recognized. But the theology and the ritual practice have been wittily turned into desire and its fulfillment. The beautiful, playful lines from Romeo and Juliet were written in the mid-1590s, some 15 years after the moment when Shakespeare may have encountered Campion. But the sly blend of displacement and appropriation, the refashioning of traditional religious materials into secular performance, and the confounding of the sacred and the profane are characteristic of virtually the whole of Shakespeare's achievement as dramatist and poet. In A Midsummer Night's Dream, written relatively early in his career, the beds of the newly wed couples are blessed, as they would have been in a popular Catholic practice outlawed by the Protestants, but it is not with holy water. Rather, the fairies sprinkle them with field dew consecrate, 5:245. And in The Winter's Tale, written near its end, there is an ecstatic description of a solemn ritual conducted by priests dressed in celestial habits. But the grave wearers of those habits are not celebrating the Mass. Rather, what is being described is the Delphic oracle. I shall report, for most it caught me, the celestial habits methinks I so should term them, and the reverence of the grave wearers. Oh, the sacrifice, how ceremonious, solemn, and unearthly it was, offering. 3:138. This is not a parody of the Mass, but it is also not exactly a sly tribute, slipped under the censor's eye. Instead, the lines and much else like them in Shakespeare's work suggest how completely he had absorbed Catholicism for his own poetic purposes. Those purposes were light years from Campion's, and the distance might already have been apparent even or perhaps especially in Lancashire in 1581. There is not only the matter of Will's temperament, a lack of religious vocation, a skeptical distance from the missionary's ardent faith, an adolescent's awareness of the claims of his own flesh. Though he was only a young servant, Will could easily have noticed something beyond its religious conviction about the strange, dangerous world he had come to inhabit. The North was a traditional site of resistance to the centralizing authority of the crown, and the families in whose houses he lived and worked skirted close to treason. All of Shakespeare's early history plays the plays with which he made a name for himself in London in the early 1590s were concerned with rebellion, which he consistently conceived of as a family affair. These plays were safely set in the England of the 15th century, and the events were taken from the chronicles, but Shakespeare had to draw upon more than his reading to give his characters the touch of reality. His imagination was populated by powerful, restive, ambitious men and women who were willing to take extreme risks in playing the dangerous games of power. His image of these people could well have been taken from the families he would have closely observed during a sojourn in the North. What this suggests is that if he actually saw Campion in 1581, Shakespeare would even then probably have shuddered and recoiled inwardly, pulling away from the invitation, whether implicit in the saint's presence or directly and passionately urged, to shoulder the cross and join in a pious struggle for the Catholic faith. Will had, as Hotton's Will suggests, been making a mark probably for the first time in his life as an actor. He had begun to sense what he was capable of doing and what he had within him, and he was not going to get caught up in a glorious, treasonous, suicidal crusade. If his father was both Catholic and Protestant, William Shakespeare was on his way to being neither. Shakespeare, assuming that he is the shakeshaft of Hotton, Will stayed in Lancashire at least until August 1581, before heading back to Stratford. Campion had left the area earlier. He had been ordered by Parsons to return to the vicinity of London to oversee the secret printing of his 10 Reasons. Working hurriedly and in great danger, the printers managed to finish the task in time for the Oxford University commencement on June 27. The students and fellows who filed into St. Mary's Church found hundreds of bound copies waiting for them on their seats. A few weeks later, on his way back to Lancashire, Campion was trapped, arrested, taken to the Tower, and thrust into a cell aptly nicknamed Little Ease. After 4 days of painful confinement, the cell did not permit the prisoner either to stand or to lie flat. He was suddenly taken out, carried under guard to a boat, and rode to the mansion of the immensely powerful Earl of Leicester, the man who had been poised years before to be his patron. Leicester was joined by the Earl of Bedford and 2 secretaries of state. More astonishing still, Queen Elizabeth herself was in the room. They asked him why he had come to England. For the salvation of souls, he answered, whereupon Elizabeth asked him directly if he acknowledged her as his queen or no. "Not only as my queen," Campion replied, "but also as my most lawful governess." That word lawful did not escape the queen's attention. Could the Pope, she asked, lawfully excommunicate her? Could he discharge her subjects of their obedience? These were what Campion described as bloody questions and very pharisaical, undermining of my life. He could not, he grasped at once, give the answers she was demanding, the answers that would not only enable him to go free but would also, as the Queen made clear, bring him riches and honors. He was taken back to the Tower, where he was interrogated, tortured on the rack, tried for treason, and then, with Thomas Cottam and the others, executed. Will would only have been able to follow these terrible events through rumor and perhaps through the government's highly distorted printed reports. He would certainly have heard of Campion's capture, that was national news, and he would have heard too, no doubt with special anxiety, that Campion had, under torture, revealed the names of many of his hosts. The extent of his confession, much trumpeted by the authorities, is still in dispute, though the pattern of subsequent arrests in Lancashire and elsewhere, along with Campion's own words on the scaffold, indicates that he revealed more than he would have wished. Shakespeare might also have heard or read about an extraordinary event that intervened between the Jesuits' capture and his execution. The authorities clearly had been nettled by Campion's brag, his challenge to debate anyone on the merits of Catholicism, and by the clandestine publication of 10 Reasons. One day at the end of August, Campion was taken from his cell without warning and brought into the chapel of the Tower. There, in the presence of the guards, other Catholic prisoners, and such privileged members of the public as could crowd in, he was confronted with 2 Protestant theologians, Alexander Noel, the Dean of St. Paul's, and William Day, the Dean of Windsor. The theologians, seated at a table piled with books and notes, were celebrated debaters. At another table 2 other distinguished but hardly neutral figures, William Charke, the preacher of Gray's Inn, and William Whitaker, the Regius Professor of Divinity at Cambridge, were poised to act as notaries. The prisoner would get his debate, but the government would set the stage and the rules. Campion objected that he had had no time to prepare, had no notes and no books, and that he had been subjected to hellish torture. The lieutenant of the Tower, Sir Owen Hopton, had the effrontery to declare that the prisoner was scarce pinched, and that it might rather be termed a cramping than racking. Responding with dignity that he himself could best report and be most truest judge because he felt the smart, Campion accepted, as he had no choice but to accept the grossly unfair terms of the debate. He then proceeded, by what appears to be a near-universal consensus, to annihilate his opponents. The authorities were chagrined. In the weeks that followed, bringing in fresh debaters and sharply restricting the scope and form of Campion's answers, they staged 3 further debates, this time without permitting any Catholic auditors, until they were satisfied that they could declare victory. They then brought Campion to the scaffold at Tyburn, hanged him, and chopped his body in quarters before a huge crowd of observers. One of the bystanders, a Protestant named Henry Walpole, was close to the place where the hangman was throwing the pieces of Campion's body into a vat of boiling water. A drop of the water mixed with blood splashed out upon his clothes, and Walpole felt at once, he said, that he had to convert to Catholicism. He left for the Continent, became a Jesuit, and was sent back to England, where he too was arrested and executed as a traitor. Such are the works of saints and martyrs. Not surprisingly, Shakespeare never referred openly to Campion. Perhaps in King Lear there is a disguised recollection of the fugitive priest and his fellow missionaries in the figure of the innocent Edgar, viciously slandered by his bastard brother and forced to assume a disguise and flee for his life. "I heard myself proclaimed," the outlawed Edgar declares, "and by the happy hollow of a tree escaped the hunt. No port is free, no place that guard and most unusual vigilance does not attend my taking. Whiles I may scape, I will preserve myself." 2-3-1-6. But Edgar is not a missionary, and Shakespeare may have felt, more than anything else, the desire to distance himself from what had in the winter and spring of 1581 come dangerously close, and an overwhelming relief that he had not been drawn into the nightmare of persecution, torture, and death. By the next year, Will was back in Stratford. Perhaps he had, after all, agreed to take one small risk, something to do with the unfortunate Thomas Cottam, and whatever matters of great weight he had intended to convey to the family of Robert Debdale in the village of Shottery, 2 miles from Stratford. For shortly after he returned home, Will evidently began to walk along the path that led through the fields to Shottery. Did he have a secret message for the parents of the fugitive priest? It is impossible to say. But that the 18-year-old boy was in the village is certain, for there he met the eldest daughter of an old acquaintance of his father, a staunchly Protestant farmer named Richard Hathaway, who had died the year before. Anne Hathaway was 26 years old. In the summer of 1582, as if to mark his decisive distance from Campion, from the deep piety and the treasonous murmurs, from the scavenger's daughter and the horrible scaffold, Will was making love to her. To this secret life, too, there were momentous consequences, of a very different kind. By November they were married, and 6 months later their daughter Susanna was born. Chapter 4. Wooing, Wedding, and Repenting. If Will returned to Stratford in 1582 in the wake of a tense sojourn in Lancashire. If he agreed to go to Shottery that summer to convey a risky message or pass along a secret religious token to the Debdales, then his wooing of Anne Hathaway was manifestly a rebellion against the empire of fear. Anne's world was the diametrical opposite of the dangerous world to which he may have been exposed. The powerful all-male bonds formed by Simon Hunt, the schoolmaster who had gone off to the seminary with his student Robert Debdale, the conspiracy to protect Campion, Parsons, Cottam, and the other Jesuit missionaries, the secret sodality of pious, suicidal young men. But even if the circumstances were far less dire, even if Will were merely an inexperienced Stratford adolescent, whose principal social points of reference had been his family and the boys at the King's new school, Anne Hathaway must have represented a startling alternative. Will's family almost certainly leaned toward Catholicism, and Anne's almost certainly leaned in the opposite direction. In his will, Anne's father, Richard, asked to be honestly buried, the code phrase for the simple, stark burials favored by Puritans. Anne's brother Bartholomew also asked for such a burial, hoping to arise at the latter day and to receive the reward of his elect. His elect. These are people far different from Campion or, for that matter, the Catholic Ardens to whom Shakespeare's mother was related. Anne Hathaway represented an escape in another sense. She was in the unusual position of being her own woman. Very few young, unmarried Elizabethan women had any executive control over their own lives. The girl's watchful father and mother would make the key decisions for their daughter, ideally, though not always, with her consent. But Anne, an orphan in her mid-twenties, with some resources left to her by her father's will, and more due to her upon her marriage, was, in the phrase of the times, wholly at her own government. She was independent, in a way virtually ordained to excite a young man's sexual interest, and she was free to make her own decisions. Shakespeare's lifelong fascination with women who are in this position may have had its roots in the sense of freedom Anne Hathaway awakened in him. He would have felt a release from the constraints of his own family. A release, too, perhaps, from the sexual confusion and ambiguity that Elizabethan moralists associated with play acting. If the imaginary schoolboy performance of Plautus had any equivalent in reality, if Will ever experienced a disturbing erotic excitement in acting a love scene with another boy, then Anne Hathaway offered a reassuringly conventional resolution to his sexual ambivalence or perplexity. Quite apart from this imaginary resolution, whose appeal, albeit temporary, is not to be underestimated, Anne offered a compelling dream of pleasure. So at least one might conclude from the centrality of wooing in Shakespeare's whole body of work, from the Two Gentlemen of Verona and the Taming of the Shrew to the Winter's Tale and the Tempest. Love-making, not in the sense of sexual intercourse but in the older sense of intense courting and pleading and longing, was one of his abiding preoccupations, one of the things he understood and expressed more profoundly than almost anyone in the world. That understanding may not have had anything to do with the woman he married, of course, and theoretically at least, it need not have had anything to do with his lived experience at all. But the whole impulse to explore Shakespeare's life arises from the powerful conviction that his plays and poems spring not only from other plays and poems, but from things he knew firsthand in his body and soul. The adult Shakespeare is very funny about the love antics of rustic youths. In As You Like It, for example, he mocks the besotted bumpkin so in love with a milkmaid that he kisses the cow's dugs that her pretty chapped hands had milked. 2, 4, 44-45. But somewhere lurking behind the laughter may be a distorted, wry recollection of Shakespeare's own fumbling adolescent efforts that were perhaps more amply rewarded than he had anticipated. By the summer's end, Anne Hathaway was pregnant. Shakespeare's marriage has been the subject of almost frenzied interest, ever since a great 19th-century bibliophile, Sir Thomas Phillips, found an odd document in the Bishop of Worcester's registry. The document, dated November 28, 1582, was a bond for what was in the period a very large sum of money, £40, twice the annual income of the Stratford schoolmaster, 8 times the annual income of a London clothworker, put up in order to facilitate the wedding of William Shakespeare and Anne Hathaway of Stratford in the diocese of Worcester Maiden. The couple, or someone close to the couple, wanted the marriage to take place without delay. The reason for the haste was not specified in the bond, but for once there is a properly documented explanation. The baptism 6 months later on May 28, 1583, to be exact, of their daughter Susanna. The language of the bond notwithstanding, a maiden, Anne Hathaway of Stratford in the Diocese of Worcester, was definitely not. Normally, a wedding ceremony could take place only after the banns, the formal declaration of an intent to marry, had been publicly proclaimed on 3 successive Sundays in the local parish church. The interval that this process necessarily entailed could be compounded by the vagaries of canon law, the code of ecclesiastical rules and regulations, which did not permit the reading of banns during certain periods in the church calendar. In late November 1582, such a prohibited period was fast approaching. By submitting a sworn assurance that there were no impediments of the sort that the banns were designed to bring to light, it was possible, for a fee, to obtain a dispensation, enabling a marriage license to be issued at once. But to back up the sworn assurance, there had to be a way to indemnify the diocesan authorities and to guarantee that something, a prior contract to marry, for example, or the objection of a parent to the marriage choice of a minor, or a covenant not to marry until the end of a term of apprenticeship, would not unexpectedly turn up, solemn oaths notwithstanding, and send the whole business into court. Hence the bond, which would become void if no impediment surfaced. It is not known if Will's parents approved of the marriage of their 18-year-old son to the pregnant 26-year-old bride. Then as now, in England 18 would have been regarded as young for a man to marry. The mean age upon marriage for males in Stratford in 1600, the earliest date for which there are reliable figures, was 28, and it was unusual for a man to marry a woman so much his senior. Women in this period were on average 2 years younger than their husbands. The exceptions were generally among the upper classes, where marriages were in effect property transactions between families and very young children could be betrothed. In such cases, the marriages were not consummated until years after the wedding, and the newlyweds often waited a very long time before they began to live together. In the case of Anne Hathaway, the bride had something of an inheritance, but she was hardly a great heiress in his, while her father had stipulated that she was to receive £6 13 shillings 4pence on her marriage, and a financially embarrassed, communally prominent John Shakespeare might have hoped that his son's bride would bring a larger dowry. Had they bitterly objected, Shakespeare's parents could have made a legal fuss, since their son was a minor. The age of majority was 21. They did not do so, perhaps because, as legal records show, Shakespeare's father had been acquainted with Anne's father. Still, it is likely that in the eyes of John and Mary Shakespeare, Will was not making a great match. And Will, through the centuries, 18-year-old boys have not been famously eager in such situations to rush to the altar. Will might, of course, have been an exception. Certainly, he was able as a playwright to imagine such impatience. When and where and how we met, we wooed and made exchange of vow, I'll tell thee as we pass, Romeo tells Friar Lawrence on the morning after the Capulet ball. But this I pray, that thou consent to marry us today. 61-64. Romeo and Juliet's depiction of the frantic haste of the rash lovers blends together humor, irony, poignancy, and disapproval. But Shakespeare conveys above all a deep inward understanding of what it feels like to be young, desperate to wed, and tormented by delay. In the great balcony scene, though they have only just met, Romeo and Juliet exchange love's faithful vow with one another. If that thy bent of love be honorable, / thy purpose marriage, Juliet tells Romeo at the close of the most passionate love scene Shakespeare ever wrote. Send me word tomorrow. When she knows where and what time thou wilt perform the rite, she declares, all my fortunes at thy foot I'll lay, / and follow thee, my lord, throughout the world. 21169, 18586, 18890. Hence the urgency of Romeo's visit to the friar early the next morning, and hence the wild eagerness of Juliet for the return of her nurse, whom she has sent to get Romeo's response. Old folks many feign as they were dead, the young girl complains, unwieldy, slow, heavy, and pale as lead. When the nurse finally trundles in, Juliet can scarcely pry the all-important news from her. Nurse, I am a-weary. Give me leave a while. Fie, how my bones ache. What a jaunts have I. Juliet, I would thou hadst my bones, and I thy news. Nay, come, I pray thee, speak, good nurse, speak. Nurse, Jesu, what haste, can you not stay a while? Do you not see that I am out of breath? Juliet, how art thou out of breath when thou hast breath to say to me that thou art out of breath? The excuse that thou dost make in this delay is longer than the tale thou dost excuse. What says he of our marriage, what of that? 1617, 2546. Exasperated impatience has never been more deftly and sympathetically chronicled. Romeo's urgency is sketched rather cursorily. It is Juliet's that is given much fuller scope and intensity. Similarly, it is eminently likely that Anne, 3 months pregnant rather than the young Will, was the prime source of the impatience that led to the bond. To be sure, this was Elizabethan and not Victorian England. An unmarried mother in the 1580s did not, as she would in the 1880s, routinely face fierce, unrelenting social stigmatization. But the shame and social disgrace in Shakespeare's time were real enough. Bastardy was severely frowned upon by the community, as the child would need to be fed and clothed, and the £6 13 shillings 4 would only be given to Anne when she found a husband. The substantial bond to hurry the marriage along was posted by a pair of Stratford farmers, Fulk Sandels and John Richardson, friends of the bride's late father. The young bridegroom and father-to-be may have been grateful for this handsome assistance, but it is far more likely that he was a reluctant, perhaps highly reluctant, beneficiary. If the playwright's imagination subsequently conjured up an impatient Romeo, eager to wed, it also conjured up a series of foot-dragging bridegrooms shamed or compelled to wed the women with whom they have slept. She is 2 months on her way, the clown Costard tells the braggart Armado, who has seduced a peasant girl. What meanest thou? Armado demands, trying to bluster his way out of the situation, but Costard insists. She's quick. The child brags in her belly already. "'Tis yours, love's labour's lost, 5-2, 658-63. Armado is no romantic hero. Like Lucio in Measure for Measure and Bertram in All's Well That Ends Well, he is treated with irony, distaste, and contempt. But these may have been precisely the feelings evoked in Shakespeare when he looked back upon his own marriage. In one of his earliest works, the one Henry Roman VI, he had a character compare a marriage by compulsion to one made voluntarily. For what is wedlock forced but a hell, an age of discord and continual strife, whereas the contrary bringeth bliss, and is a pattern of celestial peace. 5-7, 62-65. The character is an earl, cynically persuading the king to make what will be a bad match, but the dream of bliss seems valid enough, along with the sense that wedlock forced is an almost certain recipe for unhappiness. Perhaps at the time he wrote those lines, in the early 1590s, Shakespeare was reflecting on the source of his own marital unhappiness. Perhaps, too, there is a personal reflection in Richard of Gloucester's sly observation, "Yet hasty marriage seldom proveth well," 3 Henry Roman VI, 4-118, or in Count Orsino's advice in Twelfth Night, "Let still the woman take an elder than herself. So wears she to him, so sways she level in her husband's heart." 2-4, 28-30. Of course, each of these lines has a specific dramatic context, but they were all written by someone who at 18 years of age had hastily married a woman older than himself and then left her behind in Stratford. How could he have written Orsino's words without in some sense bringing his own life, his disappointment, frustration, and loneliness to bear upon them? Suspicion that Will was dragged to the altar has been heightened by another document. The bond for the grant of a marriage license to William Shakespeare and Anne Hathaway is dated November 28, but the Worcester archives also record a marriage license dated 1 day earlier, November 27, for the wedding of William Shakespeare and Anne Whatley of Temple Grafton. As there were other Shakespeares in Warwickshire, a different William could conceivably have happened to wed at just this time. Assuming, however, that such a coincidence would be unlikely, who on earth is Anne Whatley of Temple Grafton, a village about 5 miles west of Stratford? A woman Will loved and was hastening to marry until he was strong-armed by Sandels and Richardson into wedlock with the pregnant Anne Hathaway. The possibility has a novelistic appeal. "And so he was still riding to Temple Grafton in cold November," wrote Anthony Burgess in a fine flight of fancy, "winter's first harbingers biting. Hoofs rang frosty on the road. Hard by Shottery 2 men stopped him. They addressed him by name and bade him dismount." But most scholars have agreed with Joseph Gray, who concluded in 1905, after extensive study, that the clerk who entered the names on the license simply became confused and wrote Whatley instead of Hathaway. Most scholars imagine, too, that Will was in some measure willing. But the state of his feelings at the time of his wedding is not known, and his attitude toward his wife during the subsequent 34 years of marriage can only be surmised. Between his wedding license and his last will and testament, Shakespeare left no direct, personal trace of his relationship with his wife, or none, in any case, that survives. From this supremely eloquent man, there have been found no love letters to Anne, no signs of shared joy or grief, no words of advice, not even any financial transactions. A sentimental 19th-century picture shows Shakespeare at home in Stratford, reciting one of his plays to his family, his father and mother listening from a distance, a dog at his feet, his 3 children gathered around him, his wife looking up at him adoringly from her needlework, but such a moment, if it ever occurred, would have been exceedingly rare. For most of his married life he lived in London, and Anne and the children apparently remained in Stratford. That in itself does not necessarily imply estrangement. Husbands and wives have often been constrained for long periods to live at a considerable distance from one another. But it must have been exceptionally difficult in Shakespeare's time to bridge this distance, to keep up any intimacy. All the more difficult, of course, if, as seems likely, his wife Anne could not read or write. Of course, most of the women in his world had little or no literacy, but the commonness of the condition does not change the fact. It is entirely possible that Shakespeare's wife never read a word he wrote, that anything he sent her from London had to be read by a neighbor, that anything she wished to tell him, the local gossip, the health of his parents, the mortal illness of their only son, had to be consigned to a messenger. Perhaps the optimists are right, and their relationship, notwithstanding the long years apart, was a good one. Biographers eager for Shakespeare to have had a good marriage have stressed that, when he made some money in the theater, he established his wife and family in New Place, the fine house he bought in Stratford, that he must have frequently visited them there, that he chose to retire early and return permanently to Stratford a few years before his untimely death. Some have gone further and assumed that he must have had Anne and the children stay with him for prolonged periods in London. None has spoken more frankly or justly of the honest joys of board and bed, wrote the distinguished antiquarian Edgar Fripp, pointing to lines from Coriolanus. I loved the maid I married, never man sighed truer breath. But that I see thee here, thou noble thing, more dances my rapt heart than when I first my wedded mistress saw bestride my threshold. 4-5, 113-17. But if these lines were, as Fripp thought, a recollection of the dramatist's own feelings many years before, the recollection was far more bitter than sentimental. They are spoken by the warrior Aufidius, whose rapt heart dances at seeing the hated man he has long dreamed of killing. It is, perhaps, as much what Shakespeare did not write as what he did that seems to indicate something seriously wrong with his marriage. This was an artist who made use of virtually everything that came his way. He mined, with very few exceptions, the institutions and professions and personal relationships that touched his life. He was the supreme poet of courtship. One has only to think of the aging sonneteer and the fair young man, panting Venus and reluctant Adonis, Orlando and Rosalind, Petruchio and Kate, even twisted, perverse Richard Roman III and Lady Anne. And he was a great poet of the family, with a special, deep interest in the murderous rivalry of brothers and in the complexity of father-daughter relations. Aegeus and Hermia, Brabantio and Desdemona, Lear and the fearsome threesome, Pericles and Marina, Prospero and Miranda. But though wedlock is the promised land toward which his comic heroes and heroines strive, and though family fission is the obsessive theme of the tragedies, Shakespeare was curiously restrained in his depictions of what it is actually like to be married. To be sure, he provided some fascinating glimpses. A few of his married couples have descended into mutual loathing. "O Goneril," cries the disgusted Albany in King Lear, "you are not worth the dust which the rude wind blows in your face." Milk-livered man. She spits back at him, "That bears to a cheek for blows, a head for wrongs. Marry your manhood, mew." 4-2-30-32, 51-69. But for the most part they are in subtler, more complex states of estrangement. Mostly it's wives feeling neglected or shut out. "For what offense," Kate Percy asks her husband, Harry, better known as Hotspur, in 1 Henry Roman 4, "have I this fortnight been a banished woman from my Harry's bed?" She has in point of fact committed no offense. Hotspur is deeply preoccupied with plotting a rebellion, but she is not wrong to feel excluded. Hotspur has chosen to keep his wife in the dark. But hark you, Kate, I must not have you henceforth question me whither I go, nor reason whereabout. Whither I must, and to conclude, this evening must I leave you, gentle Kate. 2-4-32-33, 93-97. The rebellion is a family affair. Hotspur has been drawn into it by his father and his uncle. But though the fate of his wife will certainly be involved in its outcome, the only knowledge she has of it is from words she has overheard him muttering in his troubled sleep. With bluff, genial misogyny, Hotspur explains that he simply does not trust her. "I know you wise, but yet no farther wise than Harry Percy's wife. Constant you are, but yet a woman. And for secrecy no lady closer, for I well believe thou wilt not utter what thou dost not know. And so far will I trust thee, gentle Kate." 2-4-98-103. The words are all good-humored and exuberant, in the way most of the things Hotspur says are, but the marriage they sketch is one at whose core is mutual isolation. The same play, 1 Henry Roman 4, gives another, more graphic vision of such a marriage in Edmund Mortimer and his Welsh wife. "This is the deadly spite that angers me. My wife can speak no English, I know Welsh." Shakespeare returned to the theme in Julius Caesar, where Brutus's wife, Portia, complains that she has been deliberately shut out of her husband's inner life. Unlike Kate Percy, Portia is not banished from her husband's bed, but her exclusion from his mind leaves her feeling, she says, like a whore. "Am I yourself but as it were in sort or limitation, to keep with you at meals, comfort your bed, and talk to you sometimes? Dwell I but in the suburbs of your good pleasure?" If it be no more, Portia is Brutus, harlot, not his wife. 2-1-280-186. The question here and elsewhere in the plays is the degree of intimacy that husbands and wives can achieve, and the answer Shakespeare repeatedly gives is very little. Shakespeare was not alone in his time in finding it difficult to portray or even imagine fully achieved marital intimacy. It took decades of Puritan insistence on the importance of companionship in marriage to change the social, cultural, and psychological landscape. By the time Milton published Paradise Lost, in 1667, the landscape was decisively different. Marriage was no longer the consolation prize for those who did not have the higher vocation of celibacy. It was not the doctrinally approved way of avoiding the sin of fornication. It was not even principally the means of generating offspring and conveying property. It was about the dream of long-term love. But it is not clear how much of this dream could have been envisaged when Will agreed, whether eagerly or reluctantly, to marry Anne Hathaway. It is no accident that Milton wrote important tracts advocating the possibility of divorce. The longing for deep emotional satisfaction in marriage turned out to depend heavily upon the possibility of divorce. In a world without this possibility, most writers seem to agree. It was better to make jokes about endurance, pass over most marriages in discreet silence, and write love poetry to anyone but your spouse. Dante wrote the passionate La Vita Nuova not to his wife, Gemma Donati, but to Beatrice Portinari, whom he had first glimpsed when they were both children. So too Petrarch, who was probably ordained as a priest, wrote the definitive European love poems, the great sequence of sonnets to the beautiful Laura, and not to the unnamed, unknown woman who gave birth to his two children, Giovanni and Francesca. And in England, Stella, the star at which Sir Philip Sidney gazed longingly in his sonnet sequence Astrophil and Stella, was Penelope de Veru, married to someone else, and not his wife, Frances Walsingham. It was reasonable to hope for stability and comfort in marriage, but not for much more. And if you did not find anything that you wanted, if relations deteriorated into sour-eyed bitterness, there was no way to end the marriage and begin again. Divorce, even as an imagined solution, let alone a practical one, did not exist in 1580 in Stratford-upon-Avon, not for anyone of Shakespeare's class, scarcely for anyone at all. Like everyone who wedded at that time, he married for life, whether the marriage turned out to be fulfilling or disastrous, whether the person he had chosen, or who had chosen him, continued after a year or so to touch his heart or filled him with revulsion. Yet diminished cultural expectations can at best only partially explain Shakespeare's reluctance or inability to represent marriage, as it were, from the inside. For he did in fact register the frustrated longing for spousal intimacy, though he attributed that longing almost exclusively to women. Along with Kate, Percy, and Portia, there is Shakespeare's most poignant depiction of a neglected wife, Adriana in the Comedy of Errors. Since the Comedy of Errors is a farce, and since it is based on a Roman model that has absolutely no emotional investment in the figure of the wife, Plautus jokingly has her put up for sale at the close of his play, it is all the more striking that Shakespeare registered so acutely her anguish. "How comes it now, my husband? Oh, how comes it that thou art then estranged from thyself? Thyself, I call it, being strange to me, that undividable, incorporate, and better than thy dear self's better part. Ah, do not tear away thyself from me. For no, my love, as easy mayst thou fall a drop of water in the breaking gulf, and take unmingled thence that drop again without addition or diminishing, as take from me thyself, and not me too." 119:29. The scene in which these words are spoken is comical, for Adriana is unwittingly addressing not her husband but her husband's long-lost identical twin. Yet the speech is too long and the pain too intense to be altogether absorbed in laughter. Though the comedy rushes on to madcap confusion, and though at the play's end Adriana is blamed, erroneously, as it happens, for her husband's distracted state, the venom clamors of a jealous woman poisons more deadly than a mad dog's tooth. 7071. Her suffering has an odd, insistent ring of truth. The situation seized Shakespeare's imagination, as if the misery of the neglected or abandoned spouse was something he knew personally and all too well. Amid the climactic flurry of recognitions, the play does not include, as it would have been reasonable to expect, a scene of marital reconciliation. In the Comedy of Errors, as in most of his plays, the substance of such a reconciliation, what it would mean fully to share a life, seems to have eluded him. Occasionally, as in The Winter's Tale, there is a glimpse of something more than a frustrated craving for intimacy. Hermione, 9 months pregnant, manages lightly to tease her husband, Leonce, and her teasing discloses marital emotions that go beyond anxious dependence. Leonce, who has been trying unsuccessfully to persuade his best friend to extend his already lengthy visit, enlists his wife's aid. When his wife succeeds, Leonce pays her a hyperbolic compliment whose potential awkwardness Hermione immediately seizes upon. Leonce: "Is he one yet?" Hermione: "He'll stay, my lord." Leonce: "At my request he would not." Hermione: "My dearest, thou never spokest to better purpose." Hermione, never. 1, 2, 8891, as befits a play fantastically sensitive to intonation. There is nothing on the surface of these simple lines to suggest that anything is going wrong. But perhaps Hermione has already sensed something slightly edgy in Leon's response, and she instinctively tries to turn it into marital playfulness. Hermione, never. Leon's, never but once. Hermione, what have I twice said well? When wast before, I prithee tell me, crams with praise and makes as fat as tame things. 1, 2, 91, 94, there is here, as so often in the ordinary conversation of husbands and wives, at once nothing and everything going on. As befits convention, Hermione calls Leonce her lord, but she speaks to him on easy, equal footing, mingling sexual banter and gentle mockery, at once welcoming her husband's compliment and making fun of it. Grasping his initial misstep, Leonce quickly qualifies what he has said, turning never into never but once, and then gives his pregnant wife what she says she longs for. Why, that was when 3 crabbed months had soured themselves to death ere I could make thee open thy white hand and clap thyself my love. Then didst thou utter, I am yours for ever. 1, 2, 103:7. This is one of the most extended marital conversations that Shakespeare ever wrote, and despite its slight air of formality, husband and wife are speaking. After all, in the presence of their close friend and others, it is powerfully convincing in its suggestion of entangled love, tightly coiled tension, and playfulness. Leonce and Hermione can look back with amusement at their shared past. They are not afraid to tease one another. They care what each other thinks and feels. They still experience sexual desire even as they go about forming a family and entertaining guests. But it is precisely at this moment of slightly edgy intimacy that Leonce is seized by a paranoid fear of his wife's infidelity. At the end of the catastrophic events brought on by this paranoia, there is a moving reconciliation scene. But Hermione's words then are focused entirely on the recovery of her lost daughter. To Leonce, whom she embraces, Hermione says precisely nothing. The Winter's Tale suggests that the marriage of Leonce and Hermione could not sustain and could certainly not recover the emotional, sexual, and psychological intimacy, at once so gratifying and so disturbing, that it once possessed. So too in Othello, a tragedy with strong affinities to the Winter's Tale, Desdemona's full, bold presence in the marriage that I did love the more to live with him. My downright violence and storm of fortunes may trumpet to the world 1, 3, 247-49, seems to trigger her husband's homicidal jealousy. But perhaps it is wrong even to speak of that particular relationship as a marriage. It seems to last something like a day and a half before it falls apart. At least these are couples. Many of the significant married pairs in Shakespeare have been divorced by death long before the play begins. For the most part, it is the women who have vanished. No Mrs. Bolingbroke, Mrs. Shylock, Mrs. Leonato, Mrs. Brabantio, Mrs. Lear, Mrs. Prospero. Very infrequently there is a faint trace. Shylock's wife was named Lee, and she gave her husband a turquoise ring that their daughter Jessica heartlessly trades for a monkey. Even less frequently, there is a tiny hint, such as this one from A Midsummer Night's Dream, of what has taken a missing woman from the world. But she, being mortal, of that boy did die. 21135. But for the most part Shakespeare doesn't bother. Demographers have shown that the risks of childbirth in Elizabethan England were high, but not nearly high enough to explain the wholesale absence of spouses from the plays. Shakespeare's mother outlived his father by 7 years, and despite their age difference, his own wife would also outlive him by 7 years. Clearly Shakespeare did not want a taming of the shrew in which Mrs. Minola would have her own ideas on her daughter's suitors, or a King Lear in which the old king's wife would dispute his plans for retirement. There are few happy marriages in all of literature, just as there are rather few representations of goodness. But most 18th and 19th century novels have an important stake in persuading the reader that the romantic young couple, with whose wedding the work ends, will find their deepest fulfillment in each other, even if most of the marriages actually depicted in the course of the narrative are humdrum or desperate. In Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice, Mr. and Mrs. Bennet have a miserable relationship, as do Charlotte Lucas and the asinine Mr. Collins, but Elizabeth Bennet and Darcy will, the reader is assured, beat the odds. Shakespeare, even in his sunniest comedies, had no stake in persuading his audience of any such thing. Men are April when they woo, December when they wed, says Rosalind in As You Like It. Maids are May when they are maids, but the sky changes when they are wives. 124:27. Rosalind may not herself believe what she says disguised as a young boy. She is playfully testing Orlando's love for her, but she articulates the cynical wisdom of the everyday world. In The Merry Wives of Windsor, there are the same hard-edged sentiments tumbling inadvertently from the mouth of the simpleton Slender. If there be no great love in the beginning, yet heaven may decrease it upon better acquaintance, when we are married and have more occasion to know one another. I hope upon familiarity will grow more contempt. 206:10. What is envisaged is an almost inevitable sequence summed up in Beatrice's succinct formula, from Much Ado About Nothing, wooing, wedding, and repenting, to 160. The tone in which these views are uttered is not so much gloomy as humorous and jauntily realistic, a realism that does not actually get in the way of anyone's wedding. At the play's end, Beatrice and Benedict, too, will embark on marriage, as do all the other lovers in Shakespearean comedy, despite the clear-eyed calculation of the likely consequences. Part of the magic of these plays is to register this calculation without inhibiting the joy and optimism of each of the couples. Shakespeare expended little or no effort to persuade the audience that these particular pairs will be an exception to the rule. On the contrary, they themselves give voice to the rule. The spectators are invited to enter into the charmed circle of love, knowing that it is probably a transitory illusion, but, for the moment at least the moment of the play, not caring. Shakespeare's imagination did not easily conjure up a couple with long-term prospects for happiness. In A Midsummer Night's Dream, the love between Lysander and Hermia vanishes in a second, while Demetrius and Helena will cherish each other as long as the love juice sprinkled in his eyes holds out. In The Taming of the Shrew, a pair of good actors can persuade audiences that there is a powerful sexual attraction half hidden in the quarreling of Petruchio and Kate, but the end of the play goes out of its way to offer two almost equally disagreeable visions of marriage, one in which the couple is constantly quarreling, the other in which the wife's will has been broken. The end of As You Like It succeeds only because no one is forced to contemplate the future home life of Rosalind and Orlando, or of the rest of the country copulatives, as Touchstone calls them, 453. Since Viola keeps on the male attire with which she has disguised herself, Twelfth Night relieves the audience of the burden of seeing her dressed as a demure young woman. Even at the end of the play, Orsino seems betrothed to his effeminate boyfriend. Nothing about their relationship in the course of the play suggests that they are well matched or that great happiness lies ahead of them. In The Merchant of Venice, Jessica and Lorenzo may take pleasure together in spending the money they have stolen from her father Shylock, but their playful banter has a distinctly uneasy tone. Lorenzo: in such a night did Jessica steal from the wealthy Jew, and with an unthrift love did run from Venice as far as Belmont. Jessica: in such a night did young Lorenzo swear he loved her well, stealing her soul with many vows of faith, and ne'er a true one. 1419. The currents of uneasiness here mingling together fears of fortune hunting, bad faith and betrayal extend to Portia and Bassanio, and even to their comic sidekicks Nerissa and Graziano. And these are newlyweds with blissful prospects compared to Hero and the callow, cruel Claudio in Much Ado About Nothing. Only Beatrice and Benedick, in that play and indeed among all the couples of the principal comedies, seem to hold out the possibility of a sustained intimacy, and then only if the audience discounts their many insults, forgets that they have been tricked into wooing, and assumes, against their own mutual assertions, that they genuinely love each other. It is worth pausing and trying to get it all in focus. In the great succession of comedies that Shakespeare wrote in the latter half of the 1590s, romantic masterpieces with their marvelous depictions of desire and their cheerfully relentless drive toward marriage, there is scarcely a single pair of lovers who seem deeply, inwardly suited for one another. There is no end of longing, flirtation, and pursuit, but strikingly little long-term promise of mutual understanding. How could earnest, decent, slightly dim Orlando ever truly take in Rosalind? How could the fatuous, self-absorbed Orsino ever come to understand Viola? And these are couples joyously embarking on what officially promise to be good marriages. There is a striking sign that Shakespeare was himself aware of the problem he was posing in the romantic comedies. A few years after these plays, sometime between 1602 and 1606, he wrote two comedies that bring the latent tensions in virtually all these happy pairings right up to the surface. At the close of Measure for Measure, Mariana insists on marrying the repellent Angelo, who has continued to lie, connive, and slander until the moment he has been exposed. In the same strange climax, Duke Vincentio proposes marriage with Isabella, who has made it abundantly clear that her real desire is to enter a strict nunnery. As if this were not uncomfortable enough, the Duke punishes the scoundrel Lucio by ordering him to marry a woman he has made pregnant. "I beseech your Highness, do not marry me to a whore," Lucio pleads, but the Duke is implacable, insisting on what is explicitly understood as a form of punishment, the equivalent of pressing to death, whipping, and hanging. 51508, 515-16. All's well that ends well is, if anything, still more uncomfortable. The beautiful, accomplished Helen has unaccountably fixed her heart on the loutish Count Bertram, and in the end, despite his fierce resistance to the match, she gets her nasty bargain. There cannot be even the pretense of a rosy future for the mismatched pair. In both Measure for Measure and All's Well That Ends Well, virtually all the marriages appear to be forced upon one party or another, and the pattern of celestial peace seems infinitely remote. The sourness at the end of these famously uncomfortable plays, often labeled problem comedies, is not the result of carelessness. It seems to be the expression of a deep skepticism about the long-term prospects for happiness in marriage, even though the plays continue to insist upon marriage as the only legitimate and satisfactory resolution to human desire. There are two significant exceptions to Shakespeare's unwillingness or inability to imagine a married couple in a relationship of sustained intimacy, but they are unnervingly strange: Gertrude and Claudius in Hamlet and the Macbeths. These marriages are powerful in their distinct ways, but they are also upsetting, even terrifying in their glimpses of genuine intimacy. The villainous Claudius, fraudulent in almost everything he utters, speaks with oddly convincing tenderness about his feelings for his wife. "She's so conjunctive to my life and soul," he tells Laertes, "that, as the star moves not but in his sphere, I could not but by her." 7, 14, 16. And Gertrude, for her part, seems equally devoted. Not only does she ratify Claudius's attempt to adopt Hamlet as his own son, "Hamlet, thou hast thy father much offended," She chides him after he has staged the play within the play to catch his uncle's conscience, 349. But more telling still, she heroically defends her husband at the risk of her own life when Laertes storms the palace. Bent on avenging the murdered Polonius, Laertes is out for blood, and Shakespeare here provided, as he often did at crucial moments, an indication within the text of how he wanted the scene staged. Gertrude apparently throws herself between her husband and the would-be avenger. Indeed, she must physically restrain the enraged Laertes, since Claudius twice says, "Let him go, Gertrude." To Laertes' demand, "Where is my father?" Claudius forthrightly answers, "Dead," whereupon Gertrude immediately adds, "But not by him." 45119, 12325. In a play heavily freighted with commentary, those four simple words have received little attention. Gertrude is directing the murderous Laertes' rage away from her husband and towards someone else, Polonius's actual murderer, Prince Hamlet. She is not directly contriving to have her beloved son killed, but her overmastering impulse is to save her husband. This does not mean that she is a co-conspirator. The play never settles the question of whether she knew that Claudius murdered old Hamlet. When Claudius confesses the crime, he does not do so to his wife, but speaks to himself alone, in his closet, in a failed attempt to clear his conscience in prayer. The deep bond between Gertrude and Claudius, as Hamlet perceives to his horror and disgust, is based upon not shared secrets but an intense mutual sexual attraction. "You cannot call it love," declares the son, sickened by the very thought of his middle-aged mother's sexuality, "for at your age the heyday in the blood is tame." But he knows that the heyday in Gertrude's blood is not tame, and his imagination dwells on the image of his mother and uncle, in the rank sweat of an enseamed bed, stewed in corruption, honeying and making love. The dirty-minded obsession with the greasy or semen-stained, enseamed sheets calls up a hallucinatory vision of his father, or is it an actual haunting? That provides a momentary distraction. Yet as soon as the ghost vanishes, the son is at it again, pleading with his mother to refrain tonight. 3-4. 67-68, 82-83, 152. If spousal intimacy in Hamlet is vaguely nauseating, in Macbeth it is terrifying. Here, almost uniquely in Shakespeare, husband and wife speak to each other playfully, as if they were a genuine couple. "Dearest Chuck," Macbeth affectionately calls his wife, as he withholds from her an account of what he has been doing as it happens, arranging the murder of his friend Banquo so that she can better applaud the deed when it is done. When they host a dinner party that goes horribly awry, the loyal wife tries to cover for her husband. "Sit, worthy friends," she tells the guests, startled when Macbeth starts screaming at the apparition, which he alone sees, of the murdered Banquo sitting in his chair. "My lord is often thus, and hath been from his youth. Pray you keep seat. The fit is momentary. Upon a thought he will again be well." 3-4, 52-55. Then under her breath she tries to make him get a grip on himself. "Are you a man?" 3-4-57. The sexual taunt half hidden in these words is the crucial note that Lady Macbeth strikes again and again. It is the principal means by which she gets her wavering husband to kill the king. When you durst do it, then you were a man. And to be more than what you were, you would be so much more the man. 1-7-49-51. If these taunts work on Macbeth, it is because husband and wife know and play upon each other's innermost fears and desires. They meet on the ground of a shared, willed, murderous ferocity. "I have given suck, and know how tender 'tis to love the babe that milks me. I would, while it was smiling in my face, have plucked my nipple from his boneless gums and dashed the brains out, had I so sworn as you have done to this." 1-7-54-59. Macbeth is weirdly aroused by this fantasy. "Bring forth men children only, for thy undaunted mettle should compose nothing but males." 1, 7, 72-74. The exchange takes the audience deep inside this particular marriage. Whatever has led Lady Macbeth to imagine the bloody scene she describes, and whatever Macbeth feels in response to her fantasy terror, sexual excitement, envy, soul sickness, companionship in evil lie at the heart of what it means to be the principal married couple conjured up by Shakespeare's imagination. What is startling about this scene, and about the whole relationship between Macbeth and his wife, is the extent to which they inhabit each other's minds. When Lady Macbeth first appears, she is reading a letter from her husband that describes his encounter with the witches who have prophesied that he will be king. "This have I thought good to deliver thee, my dearest partner of greatness, that thou mightst not lose the dues of rejoicing by being ignorant of what greatness is promised thee." He cannot wait until he gets home to tell her. He needs her to share the fantasy with him at once. And she, for her part, not only plunges into it immediately, but also begins almost in the same breath to reflect with studied insight upon her husband's nature. It is too full of milk of human kindness to catch the nearest way. "Thou wouldst be great, art not without ambition, but without the illness should attend it. What thou wouldst highly, that wouldst thou holily, wouldst not play false, and yet wouldst wrongly win. Thou'dst have great glomies, that which cries, thus thou must do if thou have it, and that which rather thou dost fear to do than wishest should be undone." 1, 5, 9-11, 15-23. The richness of this account, the way it opens up from the first simple observation to something almost queasily complicated, is vivid evidence of the wife's ability to follow the twists and turns of her husband's innermost character, to take her spouse in. And her intimate understanding leads her to desire to enter into him. "Hie thee hither, that I may pour my spirits in thine ear." 1, 5, 23-24. Shakespeare's plays then combine, on the one hand, an overall diffidence in depicting marriages, and on the other hand, the image of a kind of nightmare in the two marriages they do depict with some care. It is difficult not to read his works in the context of his decision to live for most of a long marriage away from his wife. Perhaps, for whatever reason, Shakespeare feared to be taken in fully by his spouse or by anyone else. Perhaps he could not let anyone so completely in. Or perhaps he simply made a disastrous mistake when he was 18 and had to live with the consequences as a husband and as a writer. Most couples, he may have told himself, are mismatched, even couples marrying for love. You should never marry in haste. A young man should not marry an older woman. A marriage under compulsion, wedlock forced, is a hell. And perhaps beyond these, he told himself, in imagining Hamlet and Macbeth, Othello and The Winter's Tale, that marital intimacy is dangerous, that the very dream is a threat. Shakespeare may have told himself, too, that his marriage to Anne was doomed from the beginning. Certainly, he told his audience repeatedly that it was crucially important to preserve virginity until marriage. Though she calls the vows she has exchanged in the darkness with Romeo a contract, Juliet makes it clear that this contract is not in her eyes the equivalent of a marriage, as some Elizabethans would have held, and that she must therefore on that night leave Romeo unsatisfied. 2, 1159, 167. Once protected by the wedding performed by the friar, not a social ritual in Romeo and Juliet, but a sacrament hidden from the feuding families, Juliet can throw off the retiring coyness expected of girls. The young lovers are splendidly frank, confident, and unembarrassed about their desires. They are able, as Juliet puts it, to think true love acted simple modesty. 3:2:16. But their frankness depends upon their shared commitment to marrying before enacting these desires. That commitment confers upon their love, rash and secret though it is, a certain sublime innocence. It is as if the formal ceremony of marriage, performed as the condition of sexual consummation, had an almost magical efficacy, a power to make desire and fulfillment, which would otherwise be tainted and shameful, perfectly modest. In Measure for Measure, written some 8 years after Romeo and Juliet, Shakespeare came closer to depicting the situation in which he may have found himself as an adolescent. Claudio and Juliet have privately made solemn vows to one another, a true contract, Claudio calls it, and have consummated their marriage without a public ceremony. His wife is now visibly pregnant. The stealth of our most mutual entertainment with character too gross is writ on Juliet. 12122, 130-132. When the state embarks on a ruthless campaign against fornication, Claudio is arrested and condemned to die. What is startling is that he seems ready to concede the point. Without the public ceremony, his true contract appears worthless, and in lines saturated with self-revulsion, he speaks of the fate that looms over him as the result of unrestrained sexual appetite. Our natures do pursue, like rats that raven down their proper bane, a thirsty evil, and when we drink, we die. 108-10. The natural desire that can be so frankly and comfortably acknowledged within the bounds of marriage becomes a poison outside of it. The intensity of the dire visions of premarital sex and its consequences may have had much to do with the fact that Shakespeare was the father of 2 growing daughters. His most explicit warnings about the dangers of premarital sex take the form, in The Tempest, of a father's stern words to the young man who is courting his daughter. Yet in Prospero's lines from this play, written late in his career, there is a sense that Shakespeare was looking back at his own unhappy marriage and linking that unhappiness to the way in which it all began, so many years before. "Take my daughter," Prospero says to Ferdinand, and then adds something halfway between a curse and a prediction. "If thou dost break her virgin knot before all sanctimonious ceremonies may with full and holy rite be ministered, no sweet aspersion shall the heavens let fall to make this contract grow. But barren hate, sour-eyed disdain and discord, shall bestrew the union of your bed with weeds so loathly that you shall hate it both." 1422. These lines, so much more intense and vivid than the play calls for, seem to draw upon a deep pool of bitterness about a miserable marriage. Instead of a shower of grace, sweet aspersion, the union will inevitably be plagued, Prospero warns, if sexual consummation precedes the sanctimonious ceremonies. That was precisely the circumstance of the marriage of Will and Anne. Even if these bleak lines were a summary reflection on his own marriage, Shakespeare was not necessarily doomed to a life without love. He certainly knew bitterness, sourness, and cynicism, but he did not retreat into them, nor did he attempt to escape from them by renouncing desire. Desire is everywhere in his work, but his imagination of love and in all likelihood his experiences of love flourished outside of the marriage bond. The greatest lovers in Shakespeare are Antony and Cleopatra, the supreme emblems of adultery. And when he wrote love poems among the most complex and intense in the English language, before or since, he constructed a sequence of sonnets not about his wife, and not about courtship of anyone who could be his wife, but about his tangled relationships with a fair young man and a sexually sophisticated dark lady. Anne Hathaway was excluded completely from the sonnets, story of same-sex love and adultery, or at least almost completely. It is possible, as several critics have suggested, that Sonnet 145, "Those lips that love's own hand did make," alludes to her in its closing couplet. The speaker of the poem recalls that his love once spoke to him the terrible words, "I hate," but then gave him a reprieve from the doom that the words seemed to announce. "I hate from hate away she threw, and saved my life, saying not you." If "hate away" is a pun on Hathaway, as has been proposed, then this might be a very early poem by Shakespeare, perhaps the earliest that survives, conceivably written at the time of his courtship, and then casually incorporated into the sequence. Such an origin might help to explain its anomalous meter. It is the only sonnet in the sequence written in 8-syllable, rather than 10-syllable, lines, and, still more, its ineptitude. He could not get out of it. That is the overwhelming sense of the bond that rushed the marriage through. But he contrived, after 3 years' time, not to live with his wife. 2 days' hard ride from Stratford, at a safe distance from Henley Street and later from New Place, he made his astonishing works and his fortune. In his rented rooms in London, he contrived to have a private life that too, perhaps, is the meaning of Aubrey's report that he was not a company keeper, that he refused invitations to be debauched. Not the regular denizen of taverns, not the familiar companion of his cronies. He found intimacy and lust and love with people whose names he managed to keep to himself. Women he won to him, says Stephen Greenblatt, James Joyce's alter ego in Ulysses, in one of the greatest meditations on Shakespeare's marriage. Tender people, a whore of Babylon, ladies of justices, bully tapsters' wives, fox and geese. And in New Place a slack, dishonored body that once was comely, once as sweet, as fresh as cinnamon, now her leaves falling all bare, frighted of the narrow grave and unforgiven. Sometime around 1610, Shakespeare, a wealthy man with many investments, retired from London and returned to Stratford, to his neglected wife in New Place. Does this mean that he had finally achieved some loving intimacy with her? The Winter's Tale, written at about this time, ends with the moving reconciliation of a husband and wife who had seemed lost to one another forever. Perhaps this was indeed Shakespeare's fantasy for his own life, but if so, the fantasy does not seem to correspond to what actually happened. When Shakespeare, evidently gravely ill, came to draw up his will in January 1616, he took care to leave virtually everything, including New Place and all his barns, stables, orchards, gardens, lands, tenements, and lands in and around Stratford, to his elder daughter Susanna. Provisions were made for his other daughter Judith, for his only surviving sibling Joan, and for several other friends and relatives, and a modest donation was made to the town's poor. But the great bulk of the estate went to Susanna and her husband, Dr. John Hall, who were clearly the principal objects of the dying Shakespeare's love and trust. As he left the world, he did not want to think of his wealth going to his wife. He wanted to imagine it descending to his eldest daughter and thence to her eldest son, yet unborn, and thence to the son of that son and on through the generations. And he did not want to brook any interference or hindrance in this design. Susanna and her husband were named as the executors. They would enact the design so overwhelmingly in their interest that he had devised. To his wife of 34 years, Anne, he left nothing, nothing at all. Some have argued in mitigation of this conspicuous omission that a widow would in any case have been entitled to a life interest in a 1/3 share of her deceased husband's estate. Others have countered that thoughtful husbands in this period often spelled out this entitlement in their wills, since it was not in fact always guaranteed. But as a document charged with the remembering of friends and family in the final disposition of the goods so carefully accumulated during a lifetime, Shakespeare's will, the last trace of his network of relationships, remains startling in its absolute silence in regard to his wife. The issue is not simply that there are none of the terms of endearment, my beloved wife, my loving Anne, or whatever that conventionally signaled an enduring bond between husband and wife. The will contains no such term for any of those named as heirs, so perhaps Shakespeare or the lawyer who penned the words simply chose to write a relatively cool, impersonal document. The problem is that in the will Shakespeare initially drafted, Anne Shakespeare was not mentioned at all. It is as if she had been completely erased. Someone, his daughter Susanna, perhaps, or his lawyer may have called this erasure, this total absence of acknowledgement to his attention. Or perhaps as he lay in his bed, his strength ebbing away, Shakespeare himself brooded on his relationship to Anne, on the sexual excitement that once drew him to her, on the failure of the marriage to give him what he wanted, on his own infidelities and perhaps on hers, on the intimacies he had forged elsewhere, on the son they had buried, on the strange, ineradicable distaste for her that he felt deep within him. For on March 25, in a series of additions to the will mostly focused on keeping his daughter Judith's husband from getting his hands on the money Shakespeare was leaving her, he finally acknowledged his wife's existence. On the last of the 3 pages, interlined between the careful specification of the line of descent, so as to ensure that the property would go if at all possible to the eldest male heir of his daughter Susanna, and the bestowal of the broad silver-gilt bowl on Judith and all the rest of the goods, chattel, leases, plate, jewels, and household stuff on Susanna, there is a new provision. Item I jive vnto my wife my second best bed with the furniture. Scholars and other writers have made a strenuous effort to give these words a positive spin. Other wills in this period can be found in which the best bed is left to someone other than the wife. The bequest to Anne could have been their marriage bed, the best bed possibly being reserved for important guests. The furniture, that is, the bed furnishings, such as coverlets and curtains, might have been valuable. And even, as Joseph Quincy Adams hoped, the second best bed, though less expensive, was probably the more comfortable. In short, as one biographer in 1940 cheerfully persuaded himself, it was a husband's tender remembrance. If this is an instance of Shakespeare's tender remembrance, one shudders to think of what one of his insults would have looked like. But the notion of tenderness is surely absurd wishful thinking. This is a person who had spent a lifetime imagining exquisitely precise shadings of love and injury. It is for legal historians to debate whether, by specifying a single object, the testator was in effect attempting to wipe out the widow's customary 1/3 life interest, that is, to disinherit her. But what the eloquently hostile gesture seems to say emotionally is that Shakespeare had found his trust, his happiness, his capacity for intimacy, his best bed elsewhere. "Shine here to us," John Donne addressed the rising sun, "and thou art everywhere. This bed thy center is, these walls thy sphere." Donne may have been the great Renaissance exception to the rule. He seems to have written many of his most passionate love poems to his wife. In the funeral, he imagines being buried with some precious bodily token of the woman he has loved. "Whoever comes to shroud me, do not harm nor question much that subtle wreath of hair which crowns my arm." And in the relic, he returns to this fantasy, a bracelet of bright hair about the bone, and imagines that whoever might open his grave to add another corpse will let the remains alone, thinking that there a loving couple lies. For Donne, the dream is to make it possible for his soul and that of his beloved, at the last busy day, to meet at this grave and make a little stay. Shakespeare's greatest lovers, Romeo and Juliet, in the sweet frenzy of adolescent passion, and Antony and Cleopatra, in the sophisticated, lightly ironic intensity of middle-aged adultery, share something of the same fantasy. "Ah, dear Juliet," poor, deluded Romeo muses in the Capulet tomb, "why art thou yet so fair? Shall I believe that unsubstantial death is amorous, and that the lean abhorred monster keeps thee here in dark to be his paramour? For fear of that I still will stay with thee, and never from this pallet of dim night depart again." 5-3, 101-8. When Juliet awakes and finds Romeo dead, she in turn hastens to join him forever. So too, feeling immortal longings in her, Cleopatra dresses to meet and to marry Antony in the afterlife. "Husband, I come." 52272, 278, and victorious Caesar understands what should be done, Take up her bed and bear her women from the monument. She shall be buried by her Antony. No grave upon the earth shall clip in it a pair so famous. 5, 2, 346:50. So much for the dream of love. When Shakespeare lay dying, he tried to forget his wife and then remembered her with the second-best bed. And when he thought of the afterlife, the last thing he wanted was to be mingled with the woman he married. There are 4 lines carved in his gravestone in the chancel of Stratford Church. Good friend, for Jesus' sake forbear to dig the dust enclosed here. Blessed be ye man, it spares these stones, and cursed be he, it moves my bones. In 1693, a visitor to the grave was told that the epitaph was made by himself a little before his death. If so, these are probably the last lines that Shakespeare wrote. Perhaps he simply feared that his bones would be dug up and thrown in the nearby charnel house. He seems to have regarded that fate with horror, but he may have feared still more that one day his grave would be opened to let in the body of Anne Shakespeare. Chapter 5. Crossing the bridge in the summer of 1583, the 19-year-old William Shakespeare was settling into the life of a married man with a newborn daughter, living all together with his parents and his sister, Joan, and his brothers, Gilbert, Richard, and Edmund, and however many servants they could afford in the spacious house on Henley Street. He may have been working in the glover's shop, perhaps, or making a bit of money as a teacher's or lawyer's assistant. In his spare time, he must have continued to write poetry, practice the lute, hone his skills as a fencer, that is, work on his ability to impersonate the lifestyle of a gentleman. His northern sojourn, assuming he had one, was behind him. If in Lancashire he had begun a career as a professional player, he must, for the moment at least, have put it aside. And if he had had a brush with the dark world of Catholic conspiracy, sainthood, and martyrdom, the world that took Campion to the scaffold, he must still more decisively have turned away from it with a shudder. He had embraced ordinariness, or ordinariness had embraced him. Then sometime in the mid-1580s, the precise date is not known, he tore himself away from his family, left Stratford-upon-Avon, and made his way to London. How or why he took this momentous step is unclear, though until recently biographers were generally content with a story first recorded in the late 17th century by the clergyman Richard Davies. Davies wrote that Shakespeare was much given to all unluckiness in stealing venison and rabbits, particularly from Sir Lucy, who had him oft whipped and sometimes imprisoned, and at last made him fly his native country to his great advancement. The early 18th century biographer and editor Nicholas Rowe printed a similar account of the extravagance that forced Shakespeare, both out of his country and that way of living which he had taken up. Will had, in Rowe's account, fallen into bad company. He began to consort with youths who made a practice of deer poaching. In their company, he went more than once to rob Sir Thomas Lucy's park at Charlicote, about 4 miles from Stratford. For this he was prosecuted by that gentleman, as he thought, somewhat too severely, and in order to revenge that ill usage, he made a ballad upon him. And though this, probably the first essay of his poetry, be lost, yet it is said to have been so very bitter that it redoubled the prosecution against him to that degree that he was obliged to leave his business and family in Warwickshire for some time and shelter himself in London. By the mid-18th century, this story had acquired a sequel related by Dr. Johnson, having fled his home from the terror of a criminal prosecution, Will found himself alone in London, without money or friends. He picked up enough to live on by standing at the playhouse door and holding the horses of those that had no servants. In this office he became so conspicuous for his care and readiness, Johnson writes, that in a short time every man as he alighted called for Will. Shakespeare and scarcely any other waiter was trusted with a horse while Will Shakespeare could be had. This was the first dawn of better fortune. There is something appealing about Shakespeare as the patron saint of parking lot attendants, but few biographers of the last 2 centuries have taken this story seriously. The problem in part is that archival scholars began to recognize that Shakespeare's family, even in the period of his father's decline, remained part of a network of kin and friends, that his father never lost everything, and that therefore the vision of the uprooted young man holding horses at the playhouse door, in penury and isolation, is unlikely. As for the deer poaching story itself, though 4 independent versions were in circulation by the later 17th century, recent biographers have treated it too with comparable skepticism. For one thing, Sir Thomas Lucy did not have a deer park at Charlicote at the time in question. For another, whipping was not a legal punishment for poaching in this period. But these arguments are not decisive. While Lucy did not keep an enclosed park at the time that Shakespeare would have been caught poaching, he did maintain a warren, an enclosed area where rabbits and other game, possibly including deer, could breed. And he was evidently not indifferent to his property rights. He hired keepers to protect the game and watch for poachers, and he introduced a bill in Parliament in 1584 against poaching. As for whipping, it may not have been a legal punishment, but the justice of the peace may have been inclined to teach the young offender a lesson, particularly if he suspected that the poacher and his parents might be recusants. No doubt it would have been improper for Sir Thomas Lucy, as Justice of the Peace, to sit in judgment on a case in which he himself was the alleged victim, but it would be naive to imagine that local magnates always stayed within the letter of the law or carefully avoided conflicts of interest. After all, the story refers to Shakespeare's sense of ill-usage, that is, to his being treated worse than he felt he deserved to be treated for what he was caught doing. The question, then, is not the degree of evidence, but rather the imaginative life that the incident has, the access it gives to something important in Shakespeare's life and work. The particular act with which he was charged has by now ceased to have much meaning, and the story correspondingly has begun to drop away from biographies. But in Shakespeare's time and into the 18th century, the idea of deer poaching had a special resonance. It was good to think with, a powerful tool for reconstructing the sequence of events that led the young man to leave Stratford. For Elizabethans, deer poaching was not understood principally as having to do with hunger. It was a story not about desperation, but about risk. Oxford students were famous for this escapade. It was, for a start, a daring game. It took impressive skill and cool nerves to trespass on a powerful person's land, kill a large animal and drag it away without getting caught by those who patrolled the area. "What hast not thou full often struck a doe," someone asks in one of Shakespeare's early plays, "and borne her cleanly by the keeper's nose?" Titus Andronicus, 2:193-94. It was a skillful assault upon property, a symbolic violation of the social order, a coded challenge to authority. That challenge was supposed to be kept within bounds. The game involved cunning and an awareness of limits. After all, one was not supposed to beat up the keeper, then misdemeanor turns into felony, and one was not supposed to get caught. Deer poaching was about the pleasures of hunting and killing, but also about the pleasures of stealth and trickery, about knowing how far to go, about contriving to get away with something. Throughout Shakespeare's career as a playwright, he was a brilliant poacher, deftly entering into territory marked out by others, taking for himself what he wanted, and walking away with his prize under the keeper's nose. He was particularly good at seizing and making his own the property of the elite, the music, the gestures, the language. This is only a metaphor, of course. It is not evidence that Young will engaged in actual poaching. What we know, and what those who originally circulated the legend knew is that he had a complex attitude toward authority, at once sly, genially submissive, and subtly challenging. He was capable of devastating criticism. He saw through lies, hypocrisies, and distortions. He undermined virtually all of the claims that those in power made for themselves. And yet he was easygoing, humorous, pleasantly indirect, almost apologetic. If this relation to authority was not simply implanted in him, if it was more likely something he learned, then his formative learning experience may well have been a nasty encounter with one of the principal authorities in his district. For in all the versions of the story something went wrong. Shakespeare was caught and then treated more harshly than he felt was appropriate, and indeed than the law allowed. He responded, it is said, with a bitter ballad. Versions of the ballad have predictably surfaced, none of them interesting as poetry or believable as Shakespeare's actual verses. If Lucy is Lucy, as some Volk miscal it, then Lucy is Lucy whatever befall it, etc. More interesting is the idea that Shakespeare must have responded to harsh treatment with an insulting piece of writing, presumably an attack on Lucy's character or the honor of his wife. Modern biographers are skeptical largely because they believe that Shakespeare was not that kind of person, and that Lucy was both too powerful and too respectable to be slandered. In public feared and respected, Sir Thomas in his domestic affairs appears to have been not unamiable, observes one of Shakespeare's most amiable and brilliant biographers, Samuel Schoenbaum. He wrote testimonial letters for an honest gentlewoman and an ailing servant. But the late 17th century gossips who circulated the story may have had a better understanding of that world. They grasped that a man like Lucy could combine geniality and public-spiritedness, entertaining the Queen at Charlecote, keeping a company of players, acting boldly and decisively in times of plague, with ruthless violence. They knew that it was dangerous to write anything against a person in authority. You could be charged with scandalium magnatum, slandering an official, and at the same time that such writing was the prime weapon of the powerless. Above all, they believed that something serious must have driven Shakespeare out of Stratford, something more than his own poetic dreams and theatrical skill, something more than dissatisfaction with his marriage, and something more than the limited economic opportunities in the immediate area. They doubted, in other words, that Shakespeare simply wandered off to London in search of new opportunities. Whether he was helping in his father's failing business, or working as a poor scrivener, a novarint, as it was sometimes called in a lawyer's office, or teaching the rudiments of Latin grammar to schoolboys, they believed that without some shock Shakespeare would have continued in the rut that life had prepared for him. With the family's lands mortgaged, his education finished, no profession, a wife and 3 children to support, he had already begun to deepen that rut for himself. Rumor-mongers heard something that led them to believe that trouble with authority drove him out, and that the authority in question was Sir Thomas Lucy. They thought, too, that something Shakespeare wrote was involved in the trouble. Early biographers not only went in search of the missing satiric poem, but also carefully scanned Shakespeare's printed works for traces of his early encounter with the angry justice of the peace. Centuries ago, both Rowe and Davies pointed to the opening scene in The Merry Wives of Windsor, in which Shakespeare depicts pompous Justice Shallow complaining that Falstaff has killed his deer and threatening a Star Chamber suit. Shallow stands on his dignity. He is, as his nephew Slender says, a gentleman born, one who writes himself Armigero in any bill, warrant, quittance, or obligation. Armigero. That I do and have done any time these 300 years. 711. Laughter is directed at the self-importance that is crystallized in the lovingly reiterated Latinism, armigero, one who bears a coat of arms. The mockery ripples across a whole class of gentry inordinately proud of their birth and eager to maintain a distinction between their inherited status and that of mere upstarts. Some argued in this period that a family must have had a coat of arms for at least 3 generations before it could be securely identified as authentically armigerous. But Rowe and Davies suggest that Shallow was intended specifically as a dig at Sir Thomas Lucy, Will's persecutor for the crime of deer poaching. This suggestion is apparently borne out by the ensuing flurry of jokes on the heraldic symbol of the Lucy family, a freshwater fish called a luce. It is not only Shallow who writes himself Armigero, adds Slender. All his successors gone before him hath don't, and all his ancestors that come after him may. They may give the dozen white luces in their coat. 1, 1214. There follows an exchange that is by now almost entirely obscure. It is cut in most modern performances, and that even in Shakespeare's time would have been difficult to follow. It depends upon a series of puns unintentionally generated by Sir Hugh Evans, the Welsh parson who pronounces luces as louses and coat as cod, Elizabethan slang for scrotum. As in the schoolroom scene from the same play, obscenities are scribbled in the margins of respect. The dialogue manages, with a perfect miming of innocence, to deface the Lucy coat of arms. But if this is the case, if Shakespeare was taking symbolic revenge on the proud man who had humiliated him and persecuted him over some infraction or other, then it was a muted, delayed, and half-hidden revenge. The Merry Wives of Windsor was written in 1597–98, at least a decade after events that might have driven Shakespeare out of Stratford. Closer to those events, as if to placate his persecutor, the playwright had gone out of his way in one of his earliest plays, 1 Henry Roman 6, to present an admirable portrait of a Lucy ancestor, Sir William Lucy. The Armigero satire was hardly violent or bitter. It was the quietly mocking laughter of someone whose wounds were no longer raw. And it was a laughter that did not insist on identifying its object outside the charmed circle of the play. Very few of the members of the audience could have picked up on the specific allusion to a Warwickshire notable. It was there, if it was there at all, principally for the playwright himself and a small group of his friends. And in laughing at a person who is proud of his coat of arms, the playwright was also quietly turning the laughter back upon himself. For The Merry Wives of Windsor was written immediately in the wake of Shakespeare's own successful attempt to write himself Armigero, by renewing his father's application for gentlemanly status. Perhaps it was only the achievement of the coat of arms that enabled him to make fun of Lucy, and at the same time to distance himself from his own social desire. Shakespeare was a master of double consciousness. He was a man who spent his money on a coat of arms, but who mocked the pretentiousness of such a claim. A man who invested in real estate, but who ridiculed in Hamlet precisely such an entrepreneur as he himself was. A man who spent his life and his deepest energies on the theater, but who laughed at the theater and regretted making himself a show. Though Shakespeare seems to have recycled every word he ever encountered, every person he ever met, every experience he ever had, it is difficult otherwise to explain the enormous richness of his work. He contrived at the same time to hide himself from view, to ward off vulnerability, to forswear intimacy. And in the case of his encounter with Thomas Lucy, he may, by the late 1590s, have buried inside light public laughter the traces of an intense fear that had once gripped him. Even after he had moved to London and established himself as an actor and playwright, Shakespeare might not have been able to conceal entirely that as a young man he had fallen afoul of a Warwickshire magnate. But he had ample reason to recast and to sanitize whatever it was that had sent him packing. Hidden within the legend of Thomas Lucy's Deer Park may have been a more serious trouble, which the poaching episode, whether or not it actually occurred, at once represented and concealed. Long before he floated the hints in The Merry Wives of Windsor, Shakespeare may, in his private conversation, have told the story of a slightly comical misadventure to account for his departure from Stratford. The story might have served as a convenient cover, all the more convenient if it had at least some basis in fact. It acknowledged that Lucy played a role, but a role that could be parodied in no more disturbing a figure than Justice Shallow. It acknowledged, too, that Shakespeare was in trouble, but trouble of the kind, more winked at than prosecuted, for which Oxford students were famous. The far more serious threat that Lucy would have posed his role not as defender of his game, but as relentless persecutor of recusancy was effaced, and Stratford took on the tranquil glow of a sleepy country town. But in the 1580s, ordinary life in Stratford, as elsewhere, had not been tranquil. The capture, trial, and execution of Campion and the other Jesuit missionaries had by no means settled the religious struggles in England. It was not only a matter of international plots and the ambitions of the great. Even if he was altogether untouched by fantasies of martyrdom, even if he had plunged into the everyday concerns of a family man in a provincial town, Shakespeare could not have lived his life as if there were no questions about belief. No one with any capacity for thought at this moment could have done so. Many men and women in England, more radical Protestants as well as Catholics, were dissatisfied with the religious settlement and felt that they could not worship as they wished. Shakespeare unquestionably knew such people. Members of his own family may have been among them. For the more pious, the experience must have been anguishing. They believed that their eternal salvation, and the salvation of their kin and fellow countrymen, depended upon their form of worship, and upon the faith that this worship expressed. This is why, for example, a young Warwickshire gentleman, John Somerville of Edstone, began in the summer of 1583 to spend a great deal of time in intense conversation with a gardener on the estate of his father-in-law. The conversation was not about the flowers. The man dressed as a gardener was Hugh Hall, a Catholic priest whom his father-in-law secretly harbored. Will Shakespeare was at this point a virtual nobody, the knockabout son of a failing glover. John Somerville, educated at Oxford, was wealthy, well-born, and well-connected. But there could have been a distant family link between these two young men from Warwickshire. Somerville had married the daughter of Edward Arden of Park Hall, the head of the family, probably distantly related to Mary Arden, Shakespeare's mother. And these possible cousins may both have had implanted in them from childhood the same longing to restore England to the old faith. But if Will was moving away from this longing, John Somerville was being drawn more and more dangerously into its power. The priest Hugh Hall, according to the prosecutor's account, at the trial of Hall and Somerville, had talked to him about the plight of the Catholic Church in England, the hopes that lay in the beautiful, shamefully mistreated Mary, Queen of Scots, and the moral corruption of Henry VI's bastard daughter, the excommunicated Queen Elizabeth. He rehearsed some of the scabrous gossip about the Queen's favorite, Robert Dudley, reminded the young man that the Pope had explicitly freed Englishmen from any obligation to obey her, and approvingly recounted a Spanish Catholic's recent attempt to assassinate the Protestant Prince of Orange. At the same time, probably by coincidence, Somerville's sister gave him a translation of a book by the Spanish friar Luis de Granada, of prayer and meditation. Printed in Paris in 1582, the book opened with a letter by the translator, Richard Harris, lamenting the rise of schism, heresy, infidelity, and atheism in England. These evils were dark signs that the world was nearing its end, Harris argued, and that Satan was frantically struggling to make a last demonic triumph. It behooved young noblemen and gentlemen in particular, he wrote, to remember what great inclination ye have unto virtue more than others of obscure parentage and base estate. Somerville was deeply moved. The book seems to have pushed the young man toward a desperate determination. He would single-handedly rid the country of the viper on its throne. On October 24, 1583, attended by a single servant whom he soon dismissed, he slipped away from his wife and two small daughters and set out for London. He did not make it very far. At an inn about 4 miles distant, where he stopped for the night, he was overheard shouting to himself that he was going to shoot the Queen with his pistol. He was immediately arrested, and a few days later found himself under interrogation in the Tower of London. The authorities clearly understood that the young man was deranged, but taking his wild threats seriously or simply using them as an excuse to settle old scores, they immediately moved to arrest his wife, his sister, his father-in-law and mother-in-law, the priest Hugh Hall, and others. Convicted of treason, Somerville and his father-in-law were condemned to be executed. The young man managed to hang himself in his cell the night before the sentence was to be carried out, but that did not prevent the authorities from cutting off his head to display as a warning. Edward Arden, who was probably not guilty of more than overt Catholic piety and the choice of a mad son-in-law, met the full, grisly fate of a traitor. Their severed heads, impaled on pikes, were set up on London Bridge. In Stratford-upon-Avon, Will would at the very least have heard endless talk of these events, and if the distant family link meant something to him, and the fact that he eventually attempted to impale the Shakespeare coat of arms with that of the Ardens implies that it did, then he would clearly have been interested in them. He may simply have felt relief that he had distanced himself from whatever Catholic intrigues he may have encountered, but there are several odd clues that suggest a more complex attitude. Shakespeare had evidently read and absorbed the Catholic book that had fatally influenced Somerville. Behind Hamlet's melancholy brooding in the graveyard, dost thou think Alexander looked o' this fashion-ith earth, and smelt so? Pa. 5, 1, 182-85, probably lies Louis de Granada's meditation on the horror of the grave. What thing is more esteemed than the body of a prince whiles he is alive? And what thing is more contemptible and more vile than the very same body when it is dead? Then do they make a hole in the earth of 7 or 8 foot long, and no longer though it be for Alexander the Great, whom the whole world could not hold, and with that small room only must his body be content. This and many other echoes may only show that the two young Warwickshire men, so different in their character and fate, shared some of the same cultural points of reference. A more intriguing link between Somerville and Shakespeare is not a shared book, but a shared persecutor. The principal local agent in the sweep of the neighborhood after Somerville's arrest, the justice of the peace who busied himself with the arrests, the searches of suspected Catholic houses, the examination of servants, and the like, was Sir Thomas Lucy. Lucy, born in 1532, had long wielded considerable influence in the area. Married at the age of 14 to a wealthy heiress, he had built a great house at Charlecote, where Queen Elizabeth herself had visited in 1572 and presented his daughter, as noted in the careful list of gifts that the Crown compiled, with an enameled butterfly between 2 daisies. Lucy's account books show that he employed about 40 servants, including a troupe of actors, referred to in the Coventry records as Sir Thomas Lucy's players. Lucy had strong Protestant credentials. As a boy he had been tutored for a period by John Fox, who subsequently wrote a Reformation classic. Acts and Monuments, better known as Fox's Book of Martyrs, is a history of those who sacrificed their lives in the service of the true, Reformed religion. The book, which all English churches were required to purchase, includes near contemporaries who had been burned at the stake during the reign of Mary Tudor, and also their precursors. Famous pro-reformers like Sir John Oldcastle, Lord Cobham, who had been executed in 1417. In the months when Fox lived as a tutor at Charlecote, his hugely influential history was not yet written, and perhaps not even conceived, but the deep conviction behind it, the belief that England was God's chosen agent in the apocalyptic struggle against the Antichrist and his demonic agent, the Roman Catholic Church, was already strong within him, and seems to have influenced his young charge. Thomas Lucy became an energetic agent of the most militant Protestant faction in the state. Knighted by the Earl of Leicester, he served in Parliament, where he distinguished himself for his work on a bill against priests disguising themselves as serving men, and more generally, for his vehement support of the cause of the Reformation. At the time of Somerville's arrest, Lucy was a principal figure in the commission empowered, in the wake of the Jesuit mission, to ferret out Catholic conspirators. He was a dangerous man, not treacherous or malicious perhaps, but tough, fiercely determined and ruthless in the pursuit of what he regarded as God's own cause. He was specifically interested in the kin of Edward Arden. The government seemed to regard this as a family conspiracy, and he could have heard rumors that John Shakespeare's wife Mary was related to Edward Arden's wife Mary. John Shakespeare, from the time that he was bailiff of Stratford, would have known Lucy and understood what he was capable of. If the Shakespeares harbored Catholic sympathies, they would have had cause for alarm. The local Catholic community was frightened and hastened to hide any incriminating papers or religious objects. Unless you can make Somerville, Arden, Hall the priest, Somerville's wife and his sister to speak directly to those things which you desire to have discovered, wrote the Secretary of the Privy Council to his superiors in London, it will not be possible for us here to find out more than is found already, for that the Papists in this county greatly do work upon the advantage of clearing their houses of all shows of suspicion. The remark provides a glimpse of something rarely reported in detail, though it must have been a frequent enough occurrence. Catholic families scurrying to burn or bury incriminating evidence, a rosary, a family crucifix, a picture of a favorite saint, while the government agents hammer at the doors, impatient to begin their search. On Henley Street in Stratford, the Shakespeare family may have been busy hiding their shows of suspicion. Their fear would not have ended with the deaths of Somerville and Arden. In 1585, Sir Thomas Lucy returned to Warwickshire from a year in Parliament with a new achievement to boast of. He had helped to promote a bill against Jesuits, seminary priests, and other such-like disobedient persons. The bill met with unanimous approval, but on its third reading a solitary member of Parliament, William Parry, arose and denounced it as a measure savoring of treasons, full of blood, danger, and despair to English subjects, and pregnant with fines and forfeitures which would go to enrich not the Queen, but private individuals. He was immediately arrested and examined. When it came out that Parry was ambiguously implicated in a tangle of Catholic conspiracies against the Queen, Lucy was at the forefront in petitioning for his execution as a traitor. Parry was hanged and disemboweled on March 2, 1585. All the ministers in the land were instructed to deliver sermons condemning attempts to assassinate God's chosen ruler, Queen Elizabeth, and celebrating her escape from the wicked traitor. The triumphant Lucy must have been more militant and more vigilant than ever. And after all, in the mid-1580s, with constant talk of conspiracies to kill the Queen and put her imprisoned cousin, the Catholic Mary, Queen of Scots, on the throne, it made sense to be vigilant. Members of the Privy Council and hundreds of Protestants throughout the country took an oath to kill any Catholic pretender to the throne, in the event that Elizabeth was assassinated. There were dark rumors that Spain's Philip Roman II was assembling a fleet large enough to carry an army across the English Channel, in an invasion that would be abetted by treasonous English Catholics. It was in this time of extreme tension that Shakespeare may have run afoul of Lucy, and decided that he had to get out. Judging from the birth of his twins in February 1585, it seems likely that Shakespeare remained in Stratford at least until the summer of 1584, but at some point shortly after he turned his back on his wife and children and made his way to London. A piece of personal good fortune may have come his way, making the escape possible. Perhaps he had encountered Lord Strange's men during his sojourn in the north, and had renewed contact with them. Perhaps he learned of another troupe of touring players that happened to be in need of an extra actor. The Earl of Leicester's men were at nearby Coventry and Leicester in 1584–85, and in Stratford-upon-Avon in 1586–87, as were the Earl of Essex's men. The Lord Admiral's men were at Coventry and Leicester in 1585–86, and again in Leicester in 1586–87, and the Earl of Sussex's men followed a similar itinerary. The most intriguing possibility that scholars have explored in recent years concerns the Queen's men, at the time the leading touring company in the country. The Queen's men were in Stratford in 1587, and they were short-handed. For in the nearby town of Thame, on June 13 between 9 and 10 p.m., one of their leading actors, William Nell, had been killed in a drunken fight with a fellow actor, John Town. The inexperienced Shakespeare was not likely to have stood in for the celebrated Nell, but in the sudden shifting of the parts, the Queen's men may have had a place for a novice. And if this were the company in which Shakespeare got his start, he would have had particular reason to be cautious about disclosing any residual Catholic loyalties or any trouble, aside from deer poaching, with Thomas Lucy. For the Queen's men, scholars have argued, had been established in 1583 to spread Protestant propaganda and royalist enthusiasm through the troubled kingdom. If any of these companies offered to take him on as a hired man, however modest the salary, Shakespeare would have had the happy occasion to leave Stratford. Of course, to his wife and 3 very small children, the departure might not have seemed such a piece of good fortune. Even if he promised to send them money and to return home as soon or as often as possible, his leaving would inevitably have seemed an abandonment. The meaning of that abandonment, its justification, if there was any, could not at this moment have been at all clear. From an ethical point of view, if he cared to reflect about what he was doing, he might have been hoping for what a modern philosopher, thinking about Paul Gauguin's abandonment of his family in order to pursue his art, has termed moral luck. That is, if Shakespeare felt he had something important within him that he could only realize by turning away from his domestic obligations, he could only hope to justify his actions if he actually succeeded. He stood in need of moral as well as financial luck. Assuming that Shakespeare attached himself as a hired man to a playing company, it is not likely that this company headed immediately for London. If in June 1587 he was taken on by the Queen's men, for example, the company would have continued to tour the towns and hospitable noblemen's houses of the Midlands. By August of that summer, the company, or part of it for the Queen's men, often divided into touring branches, had gone to the southeast, perhaps providing the young man his first glimpse of the chalk cliffs at Dover, which later figure so powerfully in King Lear. The company then worked its way through towns like Hythe and Canterbury toward the capital. Such a route would have given Shakespeare the chance in a comfortingly familiar provincial setting to hone his skills, to learn some of the dance steps, figure out how to change his costume quickly, convincingly swell out a crowd scene or a battle, and begin to grasp the repertoire. He had to be a quick study, no one who did not possess an exceptional memory and a remarkable gift for improvisation could have survived in the competitive world of the Elizabethan theater. His work suggests that he had an almost unique gift for plunging into unfamiliar worlds, mastering their complexities, and making himself almost immediately at home. Still, the most seasoned actor, let alone a neophyte, must have felt a rush of nervous energy on approaching London. London was a city of newcomers, flooded every year with fresh arrivals from the country, mostly men and women in their late teens and early 20s, drawn by the promise of work, the spectacle of wealth and power, the dream of some extraordinary destiny. For many, their destiny was an early death, rat-infested, overcrowded, polluted, prone to fire, and on occasion to riot. London was a startlingly unsafe and unhealthy place. To the ordinary degree of hazard appallingly high by our own standards was conjoined the ravages of epidemic diseases. The worst of these, bubonic plague, swept through the city again and again, spreading panic, wiping out whole families, decimating neighborhoods. Even in years spared by the plague, the number of deaths recorded in London's parish records always exceeded the live births. And yet the city kept growing, a seemingly irresistible lure. The bulk of the burgeoning populace lived and worked within the small area bounded to the south by the Thames, and on the other sides by a high crenellated stone wall, originally built by the Romans some 1400 years earlier. The wall was pierced by a series of gates, some of whose names, Ludgate, Aldgate, Cripplegate, Moorgate, still resonate for Londoners today, long after the structures themselves have vanished. Even in Shakespeare's time, when the wall was more or less intact, it was becoming less visible. The old, wide moat, still deep enough earlier in the century to drown unwary horses and men, was being filled up, and the new land was leased out for carpenters' yards, garden plots, and tenements, whereby, as one contemporary observer noted, the city wall is hidden. The eastern edge of the walled city was marked by the massive, grim Tower of London, begun by William the Conqueror. The west, by Old St. Paul's Cathedral, which boasted the longest nave in Europe. Further to the west, along the north bank of the Thames, was a succession of mansions, formerly the London residences of the princes of the church, and now, in the wake of the Reformation, the seats of powerful aristocrats and royal favorites. The glittering upstart Sir Walter Raleigh, for example, entertained his guests where the bishops of Durham had once held court, and the Earl of Southampton lived in the grand house of the bishops of Bath and Wells. Each of these residences had its own riverside mooring from which the wealthy owners with their liveried attendants could be rowed further upriver to the royal palace at Whitehall for an audience with the Queen or to a session of Parliament close by. If they were less fortunate, they could also be rowed downriver to the Tower of London, where they would enter, heartsick and trembling, by Traitor's Gate. With its crush of small factories, dockyards, and warehouses, its huge food markets, breweries, print shops, hospitals, orphanages, law schools, and guild halls, its cloth makers, glass makers, basket makers, brick makers, shipwrights, carpenters, tinsmiths, armorers, haberdashers, furriers, dyers, goldsmiths, fishmongers, booksellers, chandlers, drapers, grocers, and their crowds of unruly apprentices. Not to mention its government officials, courtiers, lawyers, merchants, ministers, teachers, soldiers, sailors, porters, carters, watermen, innkeepers, cooks, servants, peddlers, minstrels, acrobats, card-sharps, pimps, whores, and beggars. London overflowed all boundaries. It was a city in ceaseless motion, transforming itself at an unprecedented rate. In his old age, the great London-born antiquary John Stowe wrote at the end of the 16th century a remarkable survey of his city, carefully noting the thousands of changes he had witnessed in his own lifetime. A single example: when he was a boy, Stowe recalled, there was an abbey of nuns of the Order of St. Clare, known as the Minories, where he went to fetch many a halfpenny of milk, always hot from the kine from the abbey farm. The abbey was demolished, a casualty of the Reformation, and in its place, Stowe wrote, there were now fair and large storehouses for armor and habiliments of war. As for the farm, its new owner first used it for the grazing of horses, and then subdivided it into garden plots that produced enough revenue so that the farmer's son and heir now lived like a gentleman. The oligarchy of aldermen, with the sheriffs and mayor, struggled to keep some control of the city through an elaborate system of regulations. But enforcement was complicated by the sheer pressure of numbers and by the existence of numerous precincts, known as liberties, that were exempt from their jurisdiction. Decades earlier, these precincts, the Black Friars, the Austin Friars, the Priory of Holy Trinity, Aldgate, or the minories where Stowe went for his halfpenny of milk, had been large monasteries, with outbuildings, spacious gardens and farms, and as such had enjoyed ecclesiastical exemptions from city codes. After the Reformation, the monks and nuns were all gone, and the buildings and land had passed into private hands. But the exemptions remained, enabling the owners to flout any attempt by the city fathers to stop activities such as performing plays that they regarded as nuisances or scandals. Moreover, ringing the city were sprawling suburbs that were virtually without regulation of any kind. Within living memory, these precincts were still quite open and uncrowded. Stowe recalled that near Bishopsgate, when he was a young man, there were pleasant fields, very commodious for citizens therein to walk, shoot, and otherwise to recreate and refresh their dull spirits in the sweet and wholesome air. Now, he complained, this area, like others, had been turned into a continual building throughout of filthy cottages, small tenements, kitchen gardens, workshops, refuse heaps, and the like, from Houndsditch in the west as far as Whitekapel and further towards the east. Not only had the once beautiful approaches to the city been sullied, but the traffic had become horrendous. The coachman rides behind the horse-tails, lasheth them, and looketh not behind him. The drayman sitteth and sleepeth on his dray, and letteth his horse lead him home. And what made it worse, Stowe wrote, was that young people seemed to have forgotten how to walk. The world runs on wheels with many whose parents were glad to go on foot. There were other bustling cities in England, and if he had traveled, the young Shakespeare could conceivably have seen one or two of them, but none was like London. With a population nearing 200,000, it was some 15 times larger than the next most populous cities in England and Wales. In all of Europe, only Naples and Paris exceeded it in size. Its commercial vitality was intense. London, as one contemporary put it, was the fair that lasts all year. This meant that it was fast escaping the seasonal rhythms by which the rest of the country lived, and it was escaping too the deep sense of the local that governed identity elsewhere. It was one of the only places in England where you were not surrounded by people who knew you, your family, and many of the most intimate details of your life. One of the only places in which your clothes and food and furniture were not produced by people you knew personally. It was in consequence the preeminent site not only of relative anonymity, but also of fantasy, a place where you could dream of escaping your origins and turning into someone else. That Shakespeare had this dream is virtually certain. It lies at the heart of what it means to be an actor. It is essential to the craft of the playwright, and it fuels the willingness of audiences to part with their pennies in order to see a play. He may also have had more private motives, a desire to escape whatever had led him into difficulties with Thomas Lucy, a desire to escape his wife and his 3 children, a desire to escape the glove and illegal wool trade of his improvident father. In his plays, he repeatedly staged scenes of characters separated from their familial bonds, stripped of their identities, stumbling into unfamiliar territory. Rosalind and Celia in the forest of Arden, Viola on the seacoast of Illyria, Lear, Gloucester, and Edgar on the heath. Pericles in Tarsus, the infant Perdita in Sicily, Inogen or Imogen in the mountains of Wales, and all the humans on the spirit-haunted island in The Tempest. Few of these scenes, however, depend upon the idea of the city. London may have been the principal staging ground for fantasies of metamorphosis, and it was certainly the site where Shakespeare remade himself, but it did not in an immediately obvious way shape his own theatrical imagination. In The Alchemist and Bartholomew Fair, his colleague Ben Jonson showed himself passionately interested in the city in which he grew up, the stepson of a master bricklayer living in Hartshorn Lane, near Charing Cross. Other contemporary London-born playwrights, such as Thomas Dekker and Thomas Middleton, similarly interested themselves in the lives of ordinary citizens, shoemakers, whores, shopkeepers, and watermen. But what principally excited Shakespeare's imagination about London were its more sinister or disturbing aspects. In his very early history play 2 Henry Roman 6, Shakespeare depicted a band of lower-class Kentish rebels, led by the clothworker Jack Cade, descending on London to overthrow the social order. Cade promises a kind of primitive economic reform. There shall be in England 7 halfpenny loaves sold for a penny, the 3-hooped pot shall have 10 hoops, and I will make it felony to drink small beer. 4:2, 5860. The rebels, a ragged multitude of hinds and peasants, rude and merciless. 3132 want to burn the records of the realm, abolish literacy, break into prisons and free the prisoners, make the fountains run with wine, execute the gentry. The first thing we do, famously says one of Cade's followers, let's kill all the lawyers, 4268. In a sequence of wild scenes, poised between grotesque comedy and nightmare, the young Shakespeare imagined and invited his audience to imagine what it would be like to have London controlled by a half-mad, belligerently illiterate rabble from the country. Something about the fantasy seems to have released a current of personal energy in the neophyte playwright, himself only recently arrived in the capital. While the upper-class characters in this early history play are for the most part stiff and unconvincing, the king in particular is almost completely a cipher, the lower-class rebels are startlingly vital. It is as if Shakespeare had grasped something crucial for the writing of plays. He could split apart elements of himself and his background, mold each of them into vivid form, and then at once laugh, shudder, and destroy them. He emphasized the destruction, as if to insist that these illiterate, rebellious yokels, these loud-mouthed butchers and weavers, had absolutely nothing to do with the playwright himself. "Die, damned wretch, the curse of her that bore thee," exclaims the prosperous country squire who eventually kills Cade, 5174, and then, as if killing were not enough, thrusts his sword into the dead man's body. What is being destroyed with such gleeful vehemence is not only an enemy of property, but an enemy of the kind of person that Shakespeare understood himself to be. It is possible to detect a disguised self-portrait in Cade's first victim. "Dost thou use to write thy name?" Cade asks an unfortunate clerk seized by the mob. "Or hast thou a mark to thyself like an honest plain-dealing man?" Clerk: "Sir, I thank God I have been so well brought up that I can write my name." All Cade's followers, he hath confessed away with him. He's a villain and a traitor. Cade, away with him, I say, hang him with his pen and inkhorn about his neck. 4:2, 8997. These are lines written by a playwright whose parents signed with a mark and who was probably the first in his family to learn to write his name. At the same time, it is possible to detect Shakespeare on the other side as well, in the rebels swarming toward London with their fantasies of wealth and their intimate knowledge of humble trades. Second rebel, I see them. I see them. There's best son, the tanner of Wingham. First rebel, he shall have the skins of our enemies to make dogs' leather of. 4:2, 1821. Tanning was Shakespeare's father's trade and in all likelihood his own too. Dog's leather was what they called inferior leather used in glove making. He was oddly close, then, to these grotesques, startlingly close even to their leader, Jack Cade, with his claim to be of an honorable house. For 243, his inveterate pretending, his dream of high station. Shakespeare was dramatizing something from the chronicles he characteristically mined these books, particularly Edward Hall's The Union of the Two Noble and Illustrious Families of Lancaster and York, and Raphael Holinshed's The Chronicles of England, Scotland, and Ireland, for the materials of his history plays. And he pushed Cade, the 15th-century rebel, still further back into the past by adding details drawn from the peasants' revolt of 1381. But just as Ephesus in the Comedy of Errors is far more a portrait of Shakespeare's contemporary London than of ancient Asia Minor, so too the medieval England in 2 Henry Roman 6 is suffused less with the otherness of the past than with the familiar coordinates of Shakespeare's own present. And it is the London crowd, the unprecedented concentration of bodies jostling through the narrow streets, crossing and recrossing the great bridge, pressing into taverns and churches and theaters, that is the key to the whole spectacle. The sight of all those people, along with their noise, the smell of their breath, their rowdiness and potential for violence, seems to have been Shakespeare's first and most enduring impression of the great city. In Julius Caesar, he returned to the spectacle of the bloodthirsty mob roaming the streets in search of the conspirators who have killed their hero Caesar. Third plebeian, your name, sir, truly. Cinna, truly my name is Cinna. First plebeian, tear him to pieces, he's a conspirator. Cinna, I am Cinna the poet, I am Cinna the poet. Fourth plebeian, tear him for his bad verses, tear him for his bad verses. Cinna, I am not Cinna the conspirator. Fourth plebeian, it is no matter, his name's Cinna. Pluck but his name out of his heart and turn him going. Third plebeian, tear him, tear him. 2534, this urban mob, rioting for bread and threatening to overturn the social order, figures as well in Coriolanus. And it is this same mob, mechanic slaves with greasy aprons, rules, and hammers, that Cleopatra imagines watching her being led captive through the streets of the great city. The very thought of smelling their thick breaths, as they cheer the triumph of Rome, is enough to confirm her in her determination to commit suicide. Antony and Cleopatra, 205-7. Even when his scene is Rome, Ephesus, Vienna, or Venice, Shakespeare's fixed point of urban reference was London. Ancient Romans may have worn togas and gone hatless, but when the rioting plebeians in Coriolanus get what they want, they throw their caps in the air, just as Elizabethan Londoners did. Only in his very early history play, however, did Shakespeare place this London crowd firmly in the city in which he lived and worked, without disguise. Here, sitting upon London stone, says the megalomaniac Cade, referring to a famous landmark on Cannon Street, I charge and command that of the city's cost, the pissing conduit run nothing but claret wine this first year of our reign. 4-6-1-4. So, sirs, now go some and pull down the Savoy, he tells his followers. Others to Inns of Court down with them all. 4-7-1-2. As in a poor man's utopian dream, the law courts will be destroyed and the fountains will run with wine. Small wonder that the middle-class citizens flee in panic and the urban lower classes, the rascal people, for 450, rise up in support of the rebels. When the insurgents get their hands on one of their most hated enemies, Lord say, Cade lays out the charges against him. Thou hast most traitorously corrupted the youth of the realm in erecting a grammar school. And whereas before, our forefathers had no other books but the score and the tally, thou hast caused printing to be used, and, contrary to the king his crown and dignity, thou hast built a paper mill. It will be proved to thy face that thou hast men about thee that usually talk of a noun and a verb, and such abominable words as no Christian ear can endure to hear. 4.7. 2734. The paper mill and the printing press are anachronisms neither existed in England at the time of Cade's rebellion, but that does not matter. Shakespeare was interested in the sources of his own consciousness, the grammar school that took him away from the world of the score and tally, the stick on which people reckon their small debts, and into the world of the printed book. Shakespeare was fascinated by the crazed ranting of those who hate modernity, despise learning, and celebrate the virtue of ignorance. And it is characteristic of him even here when he was imagining those who would have attacked his own identity, that he heard not only the grotesque stupidity, but also the grievance. Thou hast appointed justices of peace to call poor men before them about matters they were not able to answer. Moreover, thou hast put them in prison, and because they could not read, thou hast hanged them when indeed only for that cause they have been most worthy to live. 4.7. 3439. It is mad to think that felons should be spared because they are illiterate, but Cade is lodging a protest against an actual feature of English law at the time that seems equally mad. If an accused felon could demonstrate that he was literate usually, by reading a verse from the Psalms he could claim benefit of clergy. That is, he could, for legal purposes, be classified by virtue of literacy as a clergyman, and therefore officially be subject to the jurisdiction of the ecclesiastical courts, which did not have the death penalty. The result in most cases was that the literate thief or murderer went scot-free, though only once. The perpetrator who successfully claimed benefit of clergy was branded with a T for thief or an M for murderer, and a second offense was fatal. Hence Cade's otherwise incomprehensible charge makes perfect sense. Thou hast put them in prison, and because they could not read, thou hast hanged them. And hence some of the otherwise incomprehensible rage against nouns and verbs in grammar schools. Cade commands that Lord Say, along with his son-in-law, Sir James Cromer, be beheaded. Let them kiss one another, he orders, when their heads are returned to him on poles, for they loved well when they were alive. Pleased with the spectacle, he proposes parading through London. With these borne before us instead of maces will we ride through the streets, and at every corner have them kiss. The grisly sight is meant to excite further bloodshed. Up Fish Street, he shouts. Down St. Magnus Corner, kill and knock down, throw them into Thames. 4.7. 138.39, 142.44, 145.46. St. Magnus Corner was at the northern end of London Bridge, the place where Shakespeare himself may have first set foot in the city. He would, in all likelihood, have been traveling with the troupe of actors he had joined. Perhaps, as they approached the capital, they joked about the rebellious butchers and weavers who long ago had marched on London. The playing company, in any case, would have wanted to attract attention to themselves, to let the populace know that they were back in the city, and that they were performing at a particular place and time. In their gaudiest clothes, beating drums and waving flags, they would have timed their arrival and sought the busiest route. If they were approaching from the south, they would have marched up Southwark High Street and across London Bridge. This, then, might well have been Shakespeare's initial glimpse of London, an architectural marvel some 800 feet in length, that a French visitor, Étienne Perlin, called the most beautiful bridge in the world. The congested roadway, supported on 20 piers of stone 60 feet high and 30 broad, was lined with tall houses and shops extending out over the water on struts. Many of the shops sold luxury goods, fine silks, hosiery, velvet caps, and some of the buildings themselves commanded attention. You could buy groceries in a 2-story 13th-century stone building that had formerly been a chantry, dedicated to St. Thomas à Becket, where masses were once sung for the souls of the dead. From the breaks between the buildings there were splendid views up and down the great river, especially to the west. Overhead there were scavenging birds wheeling in the air, and in the river hundreds of swans, plucked once a year for the Queen's bedding and upholstery. But one sight in particular would certainly have arrested Shakespeare's attention. It was a major tourist attraction, always pointed out to new arrivals. Stuck on poles on the great stone gate, 2 arches from the Southwark side, were severed heads, some completely reduced to skulls, others parboiled and tanned, still identifiable. These were not the remains of common thieves, rapists, and murderers. Ordinary criminals were strung up by the hundreds on gibbets located around the margins of the city. The heads on the bridge, visitors were duly informed, were those of gentlemen and nobles who suffered the fate of traitors. A foreign visitor to London in 1592 counted 34 of them. Another in 1598 said he counted more than 30. When he first walked across the bridge, or very soon after, Shakespeare must have realized that among the heads were those of John Somerville, and the man who bore his own mother's name and may have been his distant kinsman, Edward Arden. A father and his son-in-law, their severed heads grinning on poles across from one another. Let them kiss one another, for they loved well when they were alive. The severed heads he saw on the bridge must have made an impact upon his imagination, and not only as demonstrated in the cade scenes of 2 Henry Roman VI. If he had spent some dangerous months in Lancashire, Shakespeare would already have imbibed powerful lessons about danger and the need for discretion, concealment, and fiction. These lessons would have been reinforced in Stratford, as tensions rose and rumors of conspiracy, assassination, and invasion spread. But the sight on the bridge was the most compelling instruction yet. Keep control of yourself. Do not fall into the hands of your enemies. Be smart, tough, and realistic. Master strategies of concealment and evasion. Keep your head on your shoulders. Hard lessons for a poet and an actor aspiring to be heard and seen by the world. But some such lessons may have caused Shakespeare to reach a decision that has since made it difficult to understand who he was. Where are his personal letters? Why have scholars, ferreting for centuries, failed to find the books he must have owned, or rather, why did he choose not to write his name in those books, the way that Johnson or Donne or many of his contemporaries did? Why, in the huge, glorious body of his writing, is there no direct access to his thoughts about politics or religion or art? Why is everything he wrote, even in the sonnets, couched in a way that enables him to hide his face and his innermost thoughts? Scholars have long thought that the answer must lie in indifference and accident. No contemporary thought that this playwright's personal views were sufficiently important to record. No one bothered to save his casual letters, and the boxes of papers that may have been left to his daughter Susanna were eventually sold off, and used to wrap fish or stiffen the spines of new books, or were simply burned. Possibly. But the heads on the pikes may have spoken to him on the day he entered London, and he may well have heeded their warning. Chapter 6. Life in the suburbs. He had grown up in a world where the fields began just at the end of the street, or at most within a few minutes' walk. Now all around him, extending for miles beyond London's crumbling city walls, were tenements, warehouses, small vegetable gardens, workshops, gun foundries, brick kilns, and windmills, along with stinking ditches and refuse heaps. Shakespeare made his acquaintance for the first time with the suburbs. He discovered what it was to pine for open country. Londoners too liked to walk out into the fields to take some fresh air. The familiar joy of the countryside was intensified by a widespread belief that the plague was airborne, carried by foul smells. City dwellers passed through the crowded, reeking streets sniffing nosegays or stuffing their nostrils with cloves. In their rooms, They burned scented candles and fuming pots to keep the city's pestilential stench at bay. The sweet country air was regarded as literally life-saving, hence the rush out of the city, during times of plague, by those who could afford to leave, and hence, too, the ordinary craving for a stroll in the fields. Setting out from the center of the city, an energetic walker could still fairly quickly reach hedged pastures where cows peacefully grazed or ground, where laundresses pegged their washing and dyers stretched cloth tautly on what were known as tenter frames or tenterhooks, from whence our phrase, to be on tenterhooks. And though in Shakespeare's time, the open spaces to which Londoners had once had easy access had already begun to disappear, other attractions drew people through the gates or across the river to the suburbs. Many taverns and inns, some of them quite venerable, the famous Tabard Inn, where Chaucer's pilgrims started their journey to Canterbury, was located in Southwark. On the south bank of the Thames, offered food and drink and private rooms in a world that had almost no privacy. In Finsbury Field, to the north of the city, archers could stroll about shooting at painted stakes and trying to avoid passers-by. In 1557, a pregnant woman out for a walk with her husband was struck in the neck by a stray arrow and killed. Other places of amusement included firing ranges for practicing pistol shooting, cockfighting pits, wrestling rings, bowling alleys, places for music and dancing, platforms upon which criminals were mutilated or hanged, and an impressive array of houses of resort, that is, whorehouses. Moralists denounced the latter with particular fierceness, of course, and demanded that they be closed, but the moves against them by city authorities always fell short. In Measure for Measure, a play set in a Vienna that looks and sounds like London, the ruler, embarking on a campaign of moral reform, gives an order to pull down the houses of resort in the suburbs. 1, 2, 82-83. The order is not carried out. The congested city, then, was effectively surrounded by an all-purpose entertainment zone, the place where Shakespeare spent much of his professional life. His imagination took it all in, even things that at this distance seem quite negligible. He was forcefully struck, for example, by the game of bowls, particularly by the way the ball with the off-center weight swerved, so that you hit your target only by seeming to aim elsewhere. The image came to him repeatedly as a way of figuring the surprising twists of his cunningly devised plots. So too with archery, wrestling, tilting at posts called quintons, and the whole range of Elizabethan sports and contests, when he did not actually depict them, like in the wrestling scene in As You Like It. He used them again and again as images. Shakespeare's imagination was excited as well by the less innocuous amusements of the suburbs. Henry Roman VIII bequeathed to his royal children a love of seeing bulls and bears baited, that is, penned up in a ring or chained to a stake and set upon by fierce dogs. The bulls on occasion, wearied to death for sport, seemed to have been more or less anonymous, but the bears acquired names and personalities. Sackerson, Ned Whiting, George Stone, and Harry Hunks, the latter blinded to increase the fun. The game was something of an English specialty in their travel journals. Foreign tourists frequently noted that they took in the sight, and Queen Elizabeth treated visiting ambassadors to it. The cost of keeping the animals was defrayed by making it an entertainment available to the public. Large crowds paid admission to the great circular wooden arenas to see the spectacle. In a popular variation, an ape was tied to the back of a pony, which was then attacked by the dogs. To see the animal kicking amongst the dogs with the screams of the ape, wrote one observer, beholding the curs hanging from the ears and neck of the pony is very laughable. Be there bears ath town? Asks the asinine Slender in The Merry Wives of Windsor. I love the sport well. 11241, 243. Shakespeare clearly visited the Bear Garden in person. He had professional reasons to be interested in what crowds were excited by, but evidently he was less wholeheartedly enamored. The sport, he saw Riley, served to make the Slenders of the world feel more like real men. "I have seen Sackerson loose 20 times and have taken him by the chain," Slender boasts. "But I warrant you, the women have so cried and shrieked at it that it passed. But women, indeed, cannot abide 'em. They are very ill-favored rough things." 247:51. Elizabethans perceived bears as supremely ugly, embodiments of everything coarse and violent, and Shakespeare repeatedly echoed this view, but he also grasped something else. "They have tied me to a stake. I cannot fly," says Macbeth, his enemies closing in around him, "but bear-like I must fight the course." 5:7:1-2. This was hardly a sentimental account of either bear-baiting or murder. Macbeth is a traitor who deserves what he gets in the end, but it suspended the coarse laughter of the arena and got at something almost unendurable about the spectacle. Why did Elizabethan and Jacobean people, including, notably, the Tudor and Stuart monarchs who were its special patrons, enjoy something so brutal and nasty? Though there was an attempt to revive the royal sport at the end of the 17th century, it never really recovered from the blow it suffered when 7 bears were shot to death in 1655 by Puritan soldiers. The answer is as difficult to determine as it is to explain why we love our own cruel spectacles. But one key is found in a remark by Shakespeare's contemporary Thomas Dekker. At length, a blind bear was tied to the stake, and instead of baiting him with dogs, a company of creatures that had the shapes of men and faces of Christians, being either colliers, carters, or watermen, took the office of beadles upon them, and whipped Monsieur Hunks till the blood ran down his old shoulders. What the crowd saw in this instance, at least, was a grotesque, and therefore amusing version of the disciplinary whippings that were routinely inflicted throughout society. Parents frequently whipped children, teachers whipped students, masters whipped servants, beadles whipped whores, sheriffs whipped vagrants and sturdy beggars. The spectacle in the arena had an odd double effect that Shakespeare would immeasurably intensify. It confirmed the order of things, this is what we do, and at the same time it called that order into question. What we do is grotesque. London was a non-stop theater of punishments. Shakespeare had certainly witnessed corporal discipline before he came to London. Stratford had whipping posts, pillories, and stocks, but the frequency and ferocity of sentences meted out on public scaffolds at Tower Hill, Tyburn, and Smithfield, at Bridewell and the Marshalsea prisons, and at many other sites both within and outside the city walls would have been new. Almost daily he could have watched the state brand, cut, and kill those it deemed offenders. London's many established punishment grounds did not exhaust the locations of these spectacles. In some cases of murder, the offender's right hand was cut off at or near the place where the crime was committed, and the bleeding malefactor was then paraded through the streets to the execution site. Such spectacles were virtually inescapable for anyone who lived in the great city. What was it like to walk through these streets? To see such sights every few days? To live in a city where popular entertainments mirrored these constant torments in the whipping of blind bears, or, for that matter, in the performance of tragedies? Whether or not Shakespeare went out of his way to witness the gory rituals of law and order, there were other playwrights who were more interested in competing with the public torturer and hangman. They figure repeatedly in his plays. Lavinia's ghastly fate in Titus Andronicus, her hands lopped off, her tongue cut out, would have been easy for Elizabethan actors to represent in graphic, realistic detail, for they had seen such things performed in the flesh on scaffolds in the suburbs, near the playhouse. And when Shakespeare's characters displayed the bloody heads of Richard Roman III or Macbeth, members of the audience could easily have compared the simulation with the real thing. Shakespeare was not simply giving the vulgar crowd what they craved. He himself was manifestly fascinated by the penal spectacles all around him. His fascination was not the same as endorsement. Indeed, it included a strong current of revulsion. The most terrible scene of torture in his works, The Blinding of the Earl of Gloucester in King Lear, is, the playwright makes clear, unequivocally the act of moral monsters. But the horror with which this particular wicked act is depicted is not the same as a blanket repudiation of his society's savage judicial punishments. When at the end of Othello, the wicked Iago refuses to explain why he has woven his vicious plot, "Demand me nothing. What you know, you know. From this time forth I never will speak word." The agents of the Venetian state are confident that they will get some answer from him. Torments will ope your lips. 5, 2, 309-10, 312. And even if they do not succeed, Iago remains silent for the remainder of the play, and nothing encourages us to believe that torments will lead him to alter his resolution. The Venetians are determined to exact some vengeance on the villain for what he has done. Indeed, they will, as the official of the state explains, use all of their ingenuity in order to intensify and prolong his agony. If there be any cunning cruelty that can torment him much and hold him long, it shall be his. 5-2, 342-44. Though torturing Iago cannot revive Desdemona or restore Othello's ruined life, Othello encourages the audience to accept the legitimacy of this proposed course of action. It is a gesture, however inadequate, toward repairing the damaged moral order. State torture is part of the world as Shakespeare and his audience experienced and thus imagined it, and not only from the special perspective of tragedy. In the glow at the end of one of Shakespeare's happiest comedies, Much Ado About Nothing, when all the dark suspicions have been vanquished and the bitter misunderstandings have been resolved, there is still time to think ahead to the rack and the thumbscrew. The schemes of Don John the Bastard, a kind of inept Iago, have been exposed, and the villain has fled. Claudio and Hero have been reconciled and are about to join that most delicious couple, Beatrice and Benedick, in marrying. The merry Benedick calls for music. "Let's have a dance ere we are married," when word is brought that Don John has been captured. "Think not on him till tomorrow," Benedick says, speaking the play's closing words. "I'll devise the brave punishments for him. Strike up, pipers, 5-4, 112-13, 121-22. This then is the answer, or at least part of the answer, to the question of what it was like to live in such a city as London, amidst the endless, grim spectacles of penal justice. The spectacles were part of the structure of life and were accepted as such. The trick was to know when to look and when to look away, when to punish and when to dance. In close proximity to the sites of pain and death were sites of pleasure. The punishment scaffolds of the Bankside were close to the brothels, and these too seized Shakespeare's imagination. Whorehouses, stews, figure frequently in his plays. Doll Tearsheet, Mistress Overdone, and their fellow workers in the sex industry are quickly but indelibly sketched, along with assorted panders, doorkeepers, tapsters, and servants. He depicted brothels as places of disease, vice, and disorder, but also as places that satisfy ineradicable human needs, bringing together men and women, gentlemen and common people, old and young, the educated and the illiterate, in a camaraderie rarely found elsewhere in the highly stratified society. Above all, he depicted them as small businesses that struggle against high-odds stiff competition, rowdy or indifferent clients, hostile civic authorities to make a modest profit. These qualities closely linked whorehouses in Shakespeare's imagination, and probably in that of most of his contemporaries, with another suburban institution, one that had only recently come into its own, and that was the center of his professional life. The theater, which did not exist as a freestanding structure anywhere in England when Shakespeare was born, at once conjoined and played with almost everything that the entertainment zone had to offer: dancing, music, games of skill, blood sports, punishment, sex. Indeed, the boundaries between theatrical imitation and reality, between one form of amusement and another, were often blurred. Whores worked the playhouse crowd and, at least in the fantasies of the theater's enemies, conducted their trade in small rooms on site. A foreign visitor to London in 1584 described the elaborate spectacle he had witnessed in Southwark one August afternoon. There is a round building 3 stories high, in which are kept about 100 large English dogs, with separate wooden kennels for each of them. These dogs were made to fight singly with 3 bears, the second bear being larger than the first and the third larger than the second. After this, a horse was brought in and chased by the dogs, and at last a bull who defended himself bravely. The next was that a number of men and women came forward from a separate compartment, dancing, conversing, and fighting with each other. Also a man who threw some white bread among the crowd, that scrambled for it. Right over the middle of the place a rose was fixed, this rose being set on fire by a rocket. Suddenly lots of apples and pears fell out of it down upon the people standing below. Whilst the people were scrambling for the apples, some rockets were made to fall down upon them out of the rose, which caused a great fright but amused the spectators. After this, rockets and other fireworks came flying out of all corners, and that was the end of the play. That was the end of the play. Few today would classify this gory, gaudy spectacle as theater, but in Elizabethan London the baiting of animals and the performing of plays were curiously intertwined. They both aroused the ire of the city authorities, fretting about traffic congestion, idleness, disorder, and public health, hence the location of performances in places like Southwark, outside the jurisdiction of the aldermen and mayor. They were attacked in similar terms by moralists and preachers, threatening divine vengeance upon all who took pleasure in filthy, godless shows. They attracted crowds of common people, and at the same time were patronized and protected by aristocrats. They even took place in strikingly similar buildings. Indeed, one of these buildings, the Hope Playhouse, served for both bear-baiting and play-acting. In Ben Jonson's Bartholomew Fair, performed there in 1614, one of the characters refers to the stench that still lingered from the previous day's sport. The Hope was owned by the pawnbroker, moneylender, and theatrical impresario Philip Henslow, who also owned whorehouses. London entertainments and the money they generated all, in some sense, flowed into one another. At the same time, the theater, which had, with the exception of the Hope, genuinely differentiated itself from all other types of arenas, was a remarkably important innovation. Play acting in purpose-built playhouses, as opposed to candle-lit private halls, inn-yards, and the backs of wagons, had only recently come to London, significantly later than blood sports. A map of Southwark from 1542 already shows a bullring on High Street, but it was not until 1567 that a prosperous London grocer, John Brain, put up the city's first freestanding public playhouse, the Red Lion, in Stepney. The enterprise was a bold one. Nothing of the kind had been built in England since the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. Very little is known about the Red Lion. It may have been pulled down or transformed to other uses very quickly, but to the intrepid Brain it must have seemed a promising speculation, for 9 years later he was at it again, in a far more important venture. This time he took a business partner, his brother-in-law James Burbage, a joiner by trade who had turned actor under the patronage of the Earl of Leicester. Burbage's carpentry skills were probably at least as important as his play acting, for he played a major role in constructing the complex polygonal timber building that the entrepreneurs called simply the theater. The name befits the notion of the Renaissance, in the literal sense of a rebirth of classical antiquity. In 1576, the relatively unfamiliar word theater self-consciously conjured up ancient amphitheaters. Not surprisingly, then, the theater was almost immediately attacked from the pulpit for being made, after the manner of the old heathenish theater at Rome. Burbage and Brain were wise to build it on land they had leased in the liberty of Holywell in the suburb of Shoreditch, outside the Bishopsgate entrance to the city. Here, on the site of what had been a priory of Benedictine nuns, the enterprise was subject to the Queen's Privy Council rather than the city. The preachers could fulminate and the city fathers could threaten, but the show would go on. When Shakespeare came to London, he had seen and acted in plays, but he had never before seen a freestanding playhouse. Probably it had already been described to him in detail, perhaps carefully sketched by a family member who had been to London or by a friend, but there was a moment when he set foot in one for the first time. He saw a rectangular elevated platform, jutting out into the middle of a large yard surrounded by tiered galleries. The yard, for the groundlings to stand and watch the play, was open to the elements, but the stage was covered by a painted canopy known as the heavens, supported by two columns. The stage, 5 feet above the ground, had no protective railings. An actor in the midst of a sword fight had to keep a sharp sense of where he was. Set into the stage was a trapdoor that led to a storage space known as hell, which could be used to powerful theatrical effect. At the back of the stage was a wooden wall with 2 doors, for entrances and exits, and between them, in some theaters, a central curtain space that could be opened for formal entrances or for more intimate scenes. Above these doors on the back wall ran a gallery partitioned into rooms for the highest-paying spectators. The central part of this gallery could be used for staging scenes. If not at once, then very soon after, Shakespeare began to imagine the ways he might use that space, say, as a balcony or the high parapet of a castle wall. With no lighting and nothing more than minimal scenery, there would have been little scope for creating the types of illusions routinely used by modern theaters. But audiences have proved again and again that they do not need to be plunged into darkness in order to imagine the night, or to see papier-mâché trees in order to conjure up a forest. What Elizabethan audiences did take seriously was the illusionistic effect of clothes. Behind the back wall of the stage was a tiring house, where the actors could don their elaborate costumes that were carefully protected from the rain by the overhanging canopy. The whole design was wonderfully functional and flexible. The handsome guild halls and the private halls of the nobility and gentry in which the touring companies performed had their advantages, but the actors had constantly to rethink the show, altering the blocking to fit each different space and working around features that were never intended to accommodate performances. Any young actor or aspiring playwright up from the provinces must have felt on entering a London playhouse that he had died and gone to theatrical heaven. That heaven had the agreeable quality of looking, at least in certain respects, reassuringly familiar. An open space, surrounded by galleries, was reminiscent of the innyards in London and throughout the country where plays were occasionally performed in the open air. More often they were performed in large rooms. The innkeepers or housekeepers, as they were called in this period, rented space, along with costumes and props, to itinerant players who would, at the end of the performance, pass the hat among the crowd. By the time he reached London, young Will may have collected the pennies himself more than once, though the companies in the 1580s had also begun to experiment with charging for admission at the inn door. The new theater and the other public theaters that were built in its wake were run on different principles, but the proprietors similarly called themselves housekeepers, as if they simply owned an inn, presumably. This is why we still speak of dimming the house lights, or of playing to a full house. Burbage and Brain's investment, in fact, included an inn, the Cross Keys on Gracechurch Street, near what is now Liverpool Street Station, where players on occasion also performed, but their principal theater was a separate structure, enabling the entrepreneurs fully to implement the new idea. The spectators would have to pay at the door before they saw the show. At the end of the play, the actors would only beg for applause and urge return visits. Thus was the box office, originally a locked cash box, born. The innovation significantly changing the relationship between the entertainers and their customers must have been an immediate commercial success, since another theater, the Curtain, soon went up in the same neighborhood, and other theaters soon followed. 1 penny would get you into the yard where you could stand for the 2 or 3 hours with the crowd, milling about, buying apples, oranges, nuts, and bottled ale, or pushing in as close as you could get to the edge of the stage. Another penny would get you out of the rain, or on occasion the hot sun, and onto a seat in one of the covered galleries that ringed the playhouse. A third penny would get you a cushioned seat in one of the gentlemen's rooms on the lower level of the galleries, the pleasantest place, as a theater-goer of the time put it, where not only sees everything well but can also be seen. The system of payment was meant in part to ensure some financial transparency. The first penny was supposed to go to the players, the second and third pennies in whole or in part to the housekeepers. But the partners soon fell out. Burbage, Brain alleged, had been filching money from the cash box to which he had a secret key, and they did what Elizabethans with any money at stake constantly did. They went to court. Even after Brain's death in 1586, the charges and countercharges had not been settled. On the contrary, they grew more tangled and bitter, culminating in a pitched battle on November 16, 1590, when Brain's widow came with her allies to the theater to attempt to collect a share of the receipts. Leaning out of a window, James Burbage and his wife shouted that their sister-in-law was a whore and the collectors knaves. Their youngest son, Richard, then in his early 20s, lay about him with a broomstick and assaulted one of the collectors, scornfully and disdainfully, as the deposition puts it, playing with this opponent's nose. This rowdy youth with the broomstick is the first recorded glimpse of the celebrated actor who subsequently played Hamlet and most of the other great Shakespearean heroes. The theatrical world Shakespeare found his way into was volatile, speculative, competitive, and precarious. The stage had vociferous enemies. The theaters, preachers, and moralists charged were temples to Venus and other devilish pagan deities. Respectable matrons who went innocently enough to watch the plays were quickly lured into lives of licentiousness. Men were sexually aroused by seductive boy actors. The word of God was mocked and piety held up to ridicule. Grave authorities were brought into contempt. Seditious ideas were planted in the minds of the multitude. "Go to plays," thundered one irate minister, John Northbrook, "if you will learn how to be false and deceive your husbands or husbands their wives, how to play the harlots to obtain one's love, how to ravish, how to beguile, how to betray, to flatter, lie, swear, forswear, how to allure to whoredom, how to murder, how to poison, how to disobey and rebel against princes, to consume treasures prodigally, to move to lusts, to ransack and spoil cities and towns, to be idle, to blaspheme, to sing filthy songs of love, to speak filthily, to be proud." The catalogue of vicious lessons continues breathlessly, to be augmented over the years by many other preachers. And as if this were not enough, the wickedness on stage, the theater's enemies complained, was matched by the wickedness of the audience. "At our playhouses," wrote Stephen Greenblatt in 1579, "you shall see such heaving and shoving, such itching and shouldering to sit by the women, such care for their garments that they be not trod on, such eyes to their laps that no chips light in them, such pillows to their backs that they take no hurt, such masking in their ears I know not what, such giving them pippins to pass the time, such playing at foot saunt, such ticking, such toying, such smiling, such winking, and such manning them home when the sports are ended. It is a terrible thing, moralists sourly observed, that many who sit happily for 2 hours to watch a play cannot bear to sit for an hour to hear a sermon. These charges were leveled in the name of closing down the theaters, but apart from leading to a ban on Sunday performances, they principally served, not surprisingly, to intensify the public's interest. Where shall we go? Wrote John Florio in an English-Italian phrase book that he published in 1578, to a play at the Bull, or else to some other place. Florio was born and brought up in London, the son of refugee Italian Protestants, his little language lesson revealing as those in modern textbooks are, precisely because it was attempting to be so ordinary and everyday continued. Do comedies like you well. Yea, sir, on holy days. They please me also well, but the preachers will not allow them. Wherefore, know you it? They say they are not good. And wherefore are they used? Because every man delights in them. Because every man delights in them. Defenders of the stage marshaled many arguments, plays showed virtue rewarded and vice punished, taught good manners, kept minds that might otherwise be plotting mischief occupied with harmless things, and so forth, but the theaters survived and flourished simply because people ranging from lowly apprentices to the Queen enjoyed what they saw. Powerful aristocrats, key government officials, and the Queen herself protected the public theaters and the playing companies. If there was a dangerous, subversive force in the realm, they thought, it was not the theaters but the theaters' enemies, the discontented, tirelessly meddlesome Protestant radicals who wanted to sweep away all profane pleasures. But the protection that the Queen and her advisers afforded the stage was by no means unconditional. They too were nervous about public assemblies. They behaved, whether from paranoia or from bitter practical experience, as if crowds were inherently dangerous, as if they could easily turn violent, as if, given the chance, they would attack their social superiors and strike at the fundamental institutions of the society. Though official documents always stressed the Queen's serene confidence in her loving subjects, many of her less guarded remarks suggest a strong current of suspicion. When Sir Philip Sidney had a shoving match with his social superior, the Earl of Oxford, over a tennis court, Elizabeth gave Sidney a lecture on the difference between an earl and a mere knight, along with a warning. Can you imagine, she asked, what would happen if common people learned that you yourself did not respect rank and title? Elizabethan officials worried about any public spectacle that they could not control. Even the gathering together of a handful of people could alarm the authorities. Spies were assigned to taverns and inns to listen into conversations and report anything suspicious. Proclamations were issued asking people to be on the watch for anyone speaking undutiful words. The government issued warnings against people who lie privily in corners and bad houses, listening after news and stirs, and spreading rumors and tales. Vagabonds lurking in London were subject to harsh punishments. Small wonder that the position of the theaters, even with its powerful friends, was precarious. Arriving in London in the late 1580s, probably as a hired actor in a troupe of players, Shakespeare entered a relatively new scene, not so new that its basic outlines were unformed, but new enough that it was still open and evolving. The playing companies had been accustomed to a nomadic life of almost perpetual touring, with their membership frequently shifting, temporarily splitting apart and recombining. The rise of the public theaters in a city with a rapidly expanding population hungry for amusement gave at least some of these companies the opportunity to have a lucrative home base where they would do most of their performing. They would still go out on the road from time to time, but the wagon with the costumes and props, the scrambling to find a place to perform, the fraught negotiations with the local authorities would no longer occupy the center of their professional lives. But even for the most successful companies, the transition to a more settled London-centered existence was not easy. Touring was no doubt tiring after a handful of performances. The troupe would have to pack up and move on, but the actors could get by with a modest repertory. Not so in London. The open amphitheaters were large; they could hold 2,000 or more, and the city, though populous by 16th-century standards, was only 200,000. This meant that to survive economically, it was not enough to mount 1 or 2 successful plays a season and keep them up for reasonable runs. The companies had to induce people, large numbers of people, to get in the habit of coming to the theater again and again, and this meant a constantly changing repertoire, as many as 5 or 6 plays per week. The sheer magnitude of the enterprise is astonishing. For each company, approximately 20 new plays per year, in addition to some 20 plays carried over from previous seasons. Shakespeare seems to have grasped quickly the special opportunity that the burgeoning public theaters had created. The companies that performed in them had an enormous appetite for new plays. He could help to satisfy this appetite, either on his own or in collaboration with others. His timing could not have been better. There was no writers' guild, no special credentials that he needed to possess, no prerequisites for venturing forth. London would enable him to realize the embryonic ambition to write as well as to act that he may have brought with him from Stratford. Later in his life it was said that Shakespeare wrote with astonishing facility. The players have often mentioned it as an honor to Shakespeare. His friend and rival Ben Jonson wrote that in his writing, whatsoever he penned, he never blotted out line. My answer hath been, Jonson tartly added, would he had blotted 1,000. Judging from the multiple versions that exist of many of his plays and poems, Shakespeare in fact must have quietly blotted thousands of lines. There is powerful evidence that he extensively revised his work, yet the impression of a great ease in writing remains and may have extended back even to his early efforts. Words came easily to him, he was a quick study, and he had already absorbed several richly suggestive theatrical models. Though young and untried, he was poised to begin writing for the stage at once. Nonetheless, there are signs that it took a startling aesthetic shock to set Shakespeare's career as a writer fully in motion. London, the chronicler Stowe wrote, was a mighty arm and instrument to bring any great desire to effect. The great public theaters that went up from the 1570s onward, the Theatre, the Curtain, the Rose, the Swan, the Globe, the Red Bull, the Fortune, and the Hope, were in the business of fostering and catering to such great desires. Shakespeare encountered this central principle in its purest form almost immediately upon his arrival, for in 1587, just at the time he was finding his feet in London, crowds were flocking to the Rose to see the Lord Admiral's men perform Christopher Marlowe's Tamburlaine. Shakespeare almost certainly saw the play, along with the sequel that shortly followed, and he probably went back again and again. It may indeed have been one of the first performances he ever saw in a playhouse, perhaps the first, and from its effect upon his early work, it appears to have had upon him an intense, visceral, indeed life-transforming impact. The dream that Marlowe's startlingly cruel play aroused and brilliantly gratified was the dream of domination. His hero is a poor Scythian shepherd who rises by determination, charismatic energy, and utter ruthlessness to conquer much of the known world. The play, conceived on an epic scale, is full of noise, exotic pageantry, and rivers of stage blood. Flags fly, chariots are dragged across the stage, cannons are fired, but the core of its appeal is its incantatory celebration of the will to power. Nature, that framed us of four elements, warring within our breasts for regiment, doth teach us all to have aspiring minds. Our souls, whose faculties can comprehend the wondrous architecture of the world and measure every wandering planet's course, still climbing after knowledge infinite and always moving as the restless spheres, wills us to wear ourselves and never rest until we reach the ripest fruit of all, that perfect bliss and soul felicity, the sweet fruition of an earthly crown. 1829. For the space of this play, all of the moral rules inculcated in schools and churches, in homilies and proclamations and sober-minded tracts, are suspended. The highest good, that perfect bliss and soul felicity, is not the contemplation of God but the possession of a crown. There is no hierarchy of blood, no divinely sanctioned legitimate authority, no inherited obligation to obey, no moral restraint. Instead, there is a restless, violent striving that can be fully appeased only by grasping, or dreaming of grasping, supreme power. The part of Tamburlaine was created by an astonishingly gifted young actor in the Lord Admiral's Men, Edward Allen, at the time only 21 years old. At the sight of the performance, Shakespeare, 2 years his senior, may have grasped, if he had not already begun to do so, that he was not likely to become one of the leading actors on the London stage. Allen was the real thing, a majestic physical presence, with a well-tuned, clear voice capable of seizing and holding the attention of enormous audiences. Achieving instant and enduring fame for his stalking and roaring in the part, Allen went on to play Faustus, Barabbas, and many other great roles, to marry Henslow's stepdaughter, to become immensely rich from the business side of entertainment, and to found a distinguished educational institution, Dulwich College. The actor in Shakespeare would have perceived what was powerful in Allen's interpretation of Tamburlaine, but the poet in him understood something else. The magic that was drawing audiences did not reside entirely in the actor's fine voice, nor even in the hero's daring vision of the blissful object at which he lunges, the earthy crown. The hushed crowd was already tasting Tamburlaine's power in the unprecedented energy and commanding eloquence of the play's blank verse, the dynamic flow of unrhymed 5-stress, 10-syllable lines that the author, Christopher Marlowe, had mastered for the stage. This verse, like the dream of what ordinary speech would be like, were human beings something greater than they are, was by no means only bombast and bragging. Its appeal lay in its own wondrous architecture, its subtle rhythms, the way in which a succession of monosyllables suddenly flowers into the word aspiring, the pleasure of hearing fruit become fruition. Shakespeare had never heard anything quite like this before, certainly not in the morality plays or mystery cycles he had watched back in Warwickshire. He must have said to himself something like, "You are not in Stratford any more." To someone raised on a diet of moralities and mysteries, it must have seemed as if the figure of riot had somehow seized control of the stage, and with it an unparalleled power of language. Perhaps, at one of those early performances before the full extent of Marlowe's recklessness became known, Shakespeare waited, with others in the audience, for the tyrant, soaked with the blood of innocence, to be brought low. That, after all, is what always happened to Riot or to Herod in the religious drama. But what he saw instead was one insanely cruel victory follow another, the rhetoric of triumph becoming ever more intoxicating. Millions of souls sit on the banks of Styx, exults the murderous conqueror at the play's close, waiting the back return of Charon's boat. Hell and Elysium swarm with ghosts of men that I have sent. 463-66. Nothing holds Tamburlaine back, no fear, no deference, no respect for the established order of things. Emperors and kings lie breathless at my feet. 51469. With these words and with the slaughter of the innocent virgins of Damascus, he takes his beautiful bride, the divine Zenocrate, daughter of the conquered Sultan of Egypt. Then, shockingly, outrageously, the play was over, and the crowd applauded, cheering the trampling of everything that they had been instructed with numbing repetition to hold dear. This was a crucial experience for Shakespeare, a challenge to all of his aesthetic and moral and professional assumptions. The challenge must have been intensified when he learned that Marlowe was in effect his double, born in the same year, 1564, in a provincial town, the son not of a wealthy gentleman but of a common artisan, a shoemaker. Had Marlowe not existed, Shakespeare would no doubt have written plays, but those plays would have been decisively different. As it is, he gives the impression that he made the key move in his career, the decision not to make his living as an actor alone, but to try also to write for the stage on which he performed under Marlowe's influence. The Fingerprints of Tamburlaine, both the initial play and the sequel that soon followed, are all over the plays that are among Shakespeare's earliest known ventures as a playwright. The three parts of Henry Roman VI, so much so that earlier textual scholars thought that the Henry Roman VI plays must have been collaborative enterprises undertaken with Marlowe himself. The decided unevenness in the style of the plays suggests that Shakespeare may well have been working with others, though few scholars any longer believe that Marlowe was among them. Rather, the neophyte Shakespeare and his collaborators seem to have been looking over their shoulders at Marlowe's achievement. Marlowe had put together the two parts of Tamburlaine out of his strange personal history spy, double agent, counterfeiter, atheist, but also, and as important, out of his voraciously wide reading. Some of the details of the life of the Scythian conqueror he could have culled from popular English books, but scholars have shown that Marlowe must have followed the leads in these books back to other, less readily available sources in Latin. Some of the details in Tamburlaine suggest that Marlowe even picked up information found in Turkish sources, not yet translated during the playwright's lifetime into any Western European languages. And crucially, for these plays full of exotic geographical locations, he had access to the recent and very expensive Theatrum Orbis Terrarum by the great Flemish geographer Ortelius. Where could a shoemaker's son find access to this and all the rest? The explanation must lie in the bibliographical and human resources of Cambridge University, where Marlowe enrolled as a student in 1581. In July of that year, for example, a copy of Ortelius's atlas was presented to the university library, and Marlowe's own college, Corpus Christi, already owned a copy. Shakespeare had no comparable resources upon which he could draw, but he did have a friend in London who probably played a crucial role at this point in his career. Richard Field had come to London in 1578 from Stratford-upon-Avon, where his father and Shakespeare's father were associates, to serve as an apprentice to the printer Thomas Vautrelier, a Protestant refugee from Paris. Vautrelier had a good business. He published school books, an edition of Calvin's Institutes of the Christian Religion, a Latin book of Common Prayer, works in French, and editions of important classics. Thus described, the list sounds rather dull, but Vautrelier also allowed himself to take certain risks, such as bringing out important works by the heretical theologian and radical Italian philosopher Giordano Bruno, who was later burned at the stake in Rome. And among his best-known publications was a book that turned out to be one of Shakespeare's favorites, Sir Thomas North's translation of Plutarch's Lives, a principal source for Julius Caesar, Timon of Athens, Coriolanus, and above all, Antony and Cleopatra. Richard Field did well for himself in his new calling. After serving for 6 years as Vautrelier's apprentice and for a 7th year as the apprentice of another printer, in 1587 he obtained admission to the Printers' Guild, the Stationers' Company. When, in that same year, Vaudreuil died, Field married his widow Jacqueline and took over the business. By 1589, then, he was established as a master printer, with a busy workshop and an impressive, wide-ranging, and intellectually challenging list of authors. He must also have owned books by his competitors and would have had access to others. He was a hugely valuable resource for his young playwright friend from Stratford. Even though as a poet Shakespeare dreamed of eternal fame, he does not seem to have associated that fame with the phenomenon of the printed book. And even when he was well established as a playwright, with his plays for sale in the bookstalls in St. Paul's churchyard, he showed little or no personal interest in seeing his plays on the printed page, let alone assuring the accuracy of the editions. He never, it seems, anticipated what turned out to be the case, that he would live as much on the page as on the stage, and that his destiny as a writer was deeply bound up with the technology he must have glimpsed the first time he visited his friend's printing shop in Blackfriars. When the door opened, Shakespeare would have seen firsthand the beating heart of the London book trade. The compositor bending over the manuscripts, reaching into the trays, pulling out the bits of type, and setting them in the rows. The printer inking the completed forms, or frames in which the printing type was secured, and turning the great screws that pressed the inked forms down onto the mechanical bed on which large sheets of paper were laid. The printing press casting off the sheets which were then folded to make the pages, the proofreader correcting the sheets, and going back to the compositor for changes before the pages were taken to the binders to be stitched together. All of this would have been interesting enough in itself as a spectacle. There are many images in Shakespeare's work of the imprinting of marks or signs, but the real excitement for him would have been access to books. Books were expensive, far too expensive for a young actor and untried playwright to buy out of his own pocket, and yet the ambitious Shakespeare needed them if he was to rise to the challenge posed by Marlowe's stupendous work. How Shakespeare came to the idea of writing his counterthrust to Tamburlaine the three plays about the troubled 15th century reign of Henry Roman VI is not known. Perhaps the idea was not originally his. There is evidence that the Queen's Men, with which he may have been affiliated at the time, was troubled by Marlowe's success and determined to counter it. Shakespeare may have been invited to join in a project already underway that had bogged down. Plays were often written collaboratively, and the more established writers may have welcomed another hand. Perhaps he began by making a few small suggestions, and then found himself increasingly involved and responsible. Alternatively, he may have been in charge from the beginning. But whatever the case, he and any collaborators he had needed books, as Marlowe had needed books. The key books English chronicles, such as Edward Hall's The Union of the Two Noble and Illustre Families of Lancaster and York, Geoffrey of Monmouth's Historia Regum Britanniae, A Mirror for Magistrates by Willem Baldwin and others, and above all, Raphael Holinshed's indispensable and just published chronicles were not published by Field or his former master Vaudreuil. But it is quite possible that Shakespeare's friend may have owned copies or been able to put him in touch with those who did. Shakespeare had determined to write a historical epic, like Marlowe's, but to make it an English epic, an account of the bloody time of troubles that preceded the order brought by the Tudors. He wanted to resurrect a whole world, as Marlowe had done, bringing forth astonishing larger-than-life figures engaged in struggles to the death. But it was now not the exotic realms of the East that would be brought to the stage, but England's own past. The great idea of the history play taking the audience back into a time that had dropped away from living memory, but that was still eerily familiar and crucially important, was not absolutely new. But Shakespeare gave it an energy, power, and conviction that it had never before possessed. The Henry Roman VI plays are still crude, especially in comparison with Shakespeare's later triumphs in the same genre, but they convey a striking picture of the playwright poring over Holinshed's chronicles in search of materials that would enable him to imitate Tamburlaine. The imitation, though real enough, is not exactly an expression of homage. It is a skeptical reply. Marlowe's play concentrated all of the world's driving ambition in a single charismatic superhero. Shakespeare's trilogy is full of Tamburlaine-like grotesques, including one already encountered, the peasant Jack Cade. Cade turns out to be the unwitting puppet of the power-crazed Duke of York, who echoes Tamburlaine's boast. "I will stir up in England some black storm shall blow 10,000 souls to heaven or hell, and this fell tempest shall not cease to rage, until the golden circuit on my head, like to the glorious sun's transparent beams, do calm the fury of this mad-bred flaw." 2 Henry Roman VI, 3, 1, 349-54. The Marlovian accents are still clearer in the speeches of York's evil son, Richard. "How sweet a thing it is to wear a crown, within whose circuit is Elysium and all that poets feign of bliss and joy." 3 Henry Roman VI, 1, 2, 29-31. And the sadistic pleasure is no longer limited to the male world. It extends to the formidable Queen Margaret triumphing over her enemy York. "Why art thou patient, man? Thou shouldst be mad, and I to make thee mad do mock thee thus. Stamp, rave, and fret, that I may sing and dance." 3 Henry Roman VI, 1, 4, 1992. This savage cruelty in a woman astonishes even the fierce York. "O tiger's heart wrapped in a woman's hide," he exclaims, 14138. When order breaks down, everyone wants to be a Tamburlaine. In Marlowe's vision of the exotic East, vaunting ambition, stopping at nothing, leads to the establishment of a grand world order, cruel but magnificent. That order, as Part 2 of Tamburlaine shows, crumbles, but only because everything eventually crumbles. There is no moral other than the brute fact of mortality. In Shakespeare's vision of English history, vaunting ambition leads to chaos, an ungovernable, murderous factionalism, and the consequent loss of power at home and abroad. Despite or even because of his ruthlessness, Marlowe's hero bestrides the world like a god, doing whatever it pleases him to do. "This is my mind, and I will have it so." 4291. By contrast, Shakespeare's petty Tamburlaines, even though they are queens and dukes, are like mentally unbalanced small-town criminals. They are capable of incredible nastiness but cannot achieve a hint of grandeur. In part, this limitation was a consequence of poetic inexperience. Shakespeare was not able, at least at this point in his life, to match the unstoppable, monomaniacal grandiloquence Marlowe commanded. But in part, it was a clear choice. Shakespeare refused to give any of his characters, even his stalwart English military hero Talbot, the limitless power Marlowe gleefully conferred on Tamburlaine. Simply to look at Tamburlaine is to see the embodiment of Herculean power. To look on Talbot, by contrast, is to be disappointed. "I see report is fabulous and false," says the Countess of Auvergne, who has lured Talbot to her castle. "It cannot be this weak and writhed shrimp should strike such terror to his enemies." 1 Henry Roman VI, 2-317, 22-3. Talbot is an ordinary mortal. When the English forces are routed, he is killed, along with his son, by a French army led by the demonic Joan of Arc. No one in this world is invincible. Abandoned by her devils, Joan is soon afterward captured by the resurgent English army, tried for sorcery, and burned at the stake. Crowds flocked in the late 1580s to see the Henry Roman VI plays. This was Shakespeare's first great theatrical success, establishing him as a viable playwright, but they did not come to fantasize about possessing absolute power. On the contrary, They came to shudder at the horrors of popular uprising and civil war. The crowds came too, it seems, to savor heroic sacrifice and to mourn loss. How it would have joyed brave Talbot, wrote a contemporary playwright, Thomas Nash, to think that after he had lain 200 years in his tomb, he should triumph again on the stage, and have his bones new embalmed with the tears of 10,000 spectators at least, at several times, who, in the tragedian that represents his person, imagine they behold him fresh bleeding. Nash, who may have been one of Shakespeare's collaborators on 1 Henry Roman 6, was not an objective witness. But even if he was exaggerating, he was pointing to a major commercial triumph. Edward Allen had found a rival in the tragedian, who played Talbot in all likelihood Richard Burbage, and the visionary poetic genius of Christopher Marlowe had been challenged from a hitherto unknown talent, a minor actor from Stratford-upon-Avon. Chapter 7 Shakespeare. If before his success with the Henry Roman 6 plays Shakespeare had not already met Marlowe, he would certainly have met him soon afterward, and along with Marlowe, he would have met many of the other playwrights' poets, as they were then called, who were writing for the London stage. They were an extraordinary group, of the kind that emerges all at once in charmed moments, as when a dozen or more brilliant painters all seem to converge at the same time on Florence, or when for years at a time New Orleans or Chicago seem to have a seemingly limitless supply of stupendous jazz and blues musicians. In all such moments, of course, sheer genetic accident is at work, but there are always institutional and cultural circumstances that help the accident make sense. In late 16th century London, those circumstances included the phenomenal growth of the urban population, the emergence of the public theaters, and the existence of a competitive market for new plays. They included, too, an impressive, widespread growth in literacy, an educational system that trained its students to be highly sensitive to rhetorical effects, a social and political taste for elaborate display, a religious culture that compelled parishioners to listen to long, complex sermons, and a vibrant, restless intellectual culture. There were very few options for promising intellectuals. The educational system had surged ahead of the existing social system, so that highly educated men who did not want to pursue a career in the church or law had to cast about for something to do with themselves. Disreputable though it was, the theater beckoned. At some moment in the late 1580s, Shakespeare walked into a room, most likely in an inn in Shoreditch, Southwark, or the Bankside, and quite possibly found many of the leading writers drinking and eating together. Christopher Marlowe, Thomas Watson, Thomas Lodge, George Peele, Thomas Nash, and Robert Greene. Other playwrights might have been there as well, Thomas Kyd, for example, or John Lyly, but Lyly, born in 1554, was substantially older than the rest, and Kyd, though he subsequently shared a room with Marlowe, seems to have been held at a distance by the group as a whole. For despite his success as a playwright, Kyd made enough to live on by plodding away as a mere scrivener, a professional penman who copied out texts, and the most stylish writers held such humble occupations in disdain. The group shared a combination of extreme marginality and arrogant snobbishness. For Marlowe, at least, the marginality of the playhouse may have been part of the pleasure. He led a notoriously risk-taking life, but he had only an extreme case of a restless, risk-taking streak present in many of those who responded to the lure of the theater. One of Marlowe's closest friends, London-born Thomas Watson, had studied at Oxford but left without a degree, at the age of 13 or 14, to travel and study on the continent, learning, as he put it, to utter words of diverse sound. He returned to London ostensibly to study law, though he also seems to have been engaged in duplicitous, high-stakes games, somewhere between espionage and extortion. At the same time, he threw himself into the literary scene, where he quickly emerged as one of its most learned figures, publishing by the time he was 24 years old a Latin translation of Sophocles' Antigone, composing original Latin poetry, translating Petrarch and Tasso into Latin hexameters, and experimenting in English for the first time since Wyatt and Surrey with the fashionable continental form, the sonnet. Somehow in this hectic life, Watson also found time to write plays in English for the popular stage. Surveying the theater in the late 1590s, Francis Mears ranked Watson with Peele, Marlowe, and Shakespeare as the best for tragedy. More sourly, an antagonist, accusing him of fraud, declared that he could devise 20 fictions and knaveries in a play which was his daily practice and his living. None of these plays survives, and Watson is now best known as the friend who intervened in a street brawl between Marlowe and an innkeeper's son named William Bradley. The brawl, on Hog Lane, near the theater and the curtain, ended with Watson's sword stuck 6 inches into Bradley's chest. Watson and Marlowe were both arrested on suspicion of murder, but were eventually released, on grounds of self-defense. Watson's disturbing combination of impressive learning, literary ambition, duplicity, violence, and rootlessness is a clue to understanding his deep kinship, his blood brotherhood with Marlowe. It serves as well as an introduction to the group of writers, the so-called university wits, whom the young Shakespeare would have encountered at the outset of his career. Not all of them were quite as sinister as Marlowe and Watson. Thomas Lodge, about 6 years older than Shakespeare, graduated from Oxford and began to study law. The second son of London's Lord Mayor, Lodge had a course of respectable prosperity laid out for him, his dying mother having left a bequest to support his studies and to launch him in his legal career. But the prospect of this career evidently disagreed with him, for he forfeited this bequest and his father's goodwill by dropping out and plunging into the literary scene. At about the time Shakespeare was writing or collaborating on the Henry Roman VI trilogy, Lodge penned his own play about a country destroyed by factional conflict, The Wounds of Civil War, performed by the Lord Admiral's men. Neither this nor the other plays in which Lodge had a hand showed much talent, and he seems in any case not to have staked all his hopes on a career as a playwright, for in 1588 he embarked on an adventurous voyage to the Canary Islands. He returned with a new literary composition to show for himself, a fine prose romance he titled Rosalind. The fruits of his labors, he wrote of himself, that he wrought in the ocean when every line was wet with a surge. Like Marlowe and Watson, then, Lodge was a bold risk-taker. In 1591, he sailed with Thomas Cavendish to Brazil and the Straits of Magellan and returned to tell the tale. But he was a less turbulent spirit. It would have been easier to have a drink with him without fearing for your purse or your life. Another member of the circle of writers, George Peele, the son of a London salt merchant and accountant, had already as a student at Oxford begun to earn a reputation for wild pranks and riotous living. A book was published chronicling his supposed adventures, but he was also early noted for his gifts as a poet and a translator of Euripides. He seems to have been a sometime actor as well as an energetic writer of lyric poems, pastorals, pageants, and plays for the popular stage. At the time Shakespeare would have first met him, Peele had published verses in praise of his friend Thomas Watson, scripted the Lord Mayor's pageant, and had a play, The Arraignment of Paris, successfully presented to the Queen. He was probably at work on the Battle of Alcazar, his own response to the immense popularity of Marlowe's Tamburlaine. None of this feverish activity brought in much money, and Peele was rapidly running through the dowry brought to him by his wife. But he must have been amusing company. His friend Thomas Nash called him the chief supporter of Pleasance now living. Nash was not normally one to give compliments. Of the university wits, he was the most bitingly satiric, and in the late 1580s, newly arrived in London, he was demonstrating his gift for mockery in a succession of anti-Puritan pamphlets. 3 years younger than Shakespeare, the son of the curate of a small Herefordshire parish, Nash had gone to Cambridge as a sizar, a scholarship student, and had continued his studies there for a year or more after he took the B.A. degree that enabled him to write gentleman by his name. His first publication, an epistle addressed to the gentlemen students of both universities, was a harsh review of recent literary efforts, the cruel judgments of a brash young man, leavened with some flattering remarks about his best friends. Nash praised Peel, Watson, and a few others for their deep-witted scholarship, but he had particularly acerbic things to say about upstarts who, mounted on the stage of arrogance, think to outbrave better pens with the swelling bombast of a bragging blank verse. Nash's florid style delighted in its own obscurity. Indeed, it may be the engrafted overflow of some kill-cow conceit that overcloyeth their imagination with a more than drunken resolution, being not extemporal in the invention of any other means to vent their manhood, commits the digestion of their choleric encumbrances to the spacious volubility of a drumming decasyllabin. But through the haze of verbal self-display, the point is sharply clear. Certain men with only a grammar school education have had the audacity to write plays in blank verse for the public stage. This type of impudent rustic, a man with little or no Latin, French, or Italian, born to be a servant or small-town lawyer's clerk, busies himself with the endeavors of art, imitates the poetic style and favorite meter of his university-trained betters, and thinks he can leap into a new occupation. If you entreat him fair in a frosty morning, he will afford you whole Hamlets, I should say handfuls of tragical speeches. These words were written well before Shakespeare wrote Hamlet. Presumably, the specific object of nastiness here was Thomas Kyd, who had no university degree, had served as a lawyer's clerk and a servingman, and had written a play, now lost, about Hamlet. But the general terms of the withering attack also applied perfectly to Shakespeare, as Shakespeare would have understood. Nash's epistle was prefixed to a lurid romance, Menaphen, penned by the central figure in this circle of writers, Robert Greene. Though he turned out to play an important role in Shakespeare's life, Greene was by no means the most accomplished. Marlowe towered above him, and he would never write anything as good as Nash's wild, picaresque novel, The Unfortunate Traveler, Peele's charming play, The Old Wives' Tale, or even Lodge's elegant Ovidian poem, Scylla's Metamorphosis. But Greene was larger than life, a hugely talented, learned, narcissistic, self-dramatizing, self-promoting, shameless, and undisciplined scoundrel. 4 years older than Shakespeare, the son of poor parents from Norwich, he managed, like Marlowe and Nash, to get a scholarship to Cambridge, where he took his M.A. in 1583. He went on to receive another degree from Oxford. With these impressive qualifications, and with a marriage to a gentleman's daughter of good account, Greene seemed set for a prosperous life. He briefly thought he might study medicine, but his desires led him in a different direction. Having squandered his wife's marriage portion, he abandoned her and their small child and headed off to London, uncertain how he would support himself. Greene, who constantly fictionalized his life, wrote a story of how he was recruited to write for the stage. Since he was an inveterate liar, there is no reason to believe a word of his account, but it must have struck contemporaries as at least plausible, and it served as a kind of literary initiation myth. Roberto, for so he calls himself, was sitting by a hedge at the side of the road, complaining about his lot, when he was approached by a man who recognized that he was a gentleman down on his luck. "I suppose you are a scholar," the stranger said, "and pity it is men of learning should live in lack." Green then recounted a revelatory moment of social misrecognition. How, he asked the affable stranger, could a scholar possibly be profitably employed? The stranger replied that men of his profession get their whole living by employing scholars. "What is your profession?" said Roberto. "Truly, sir," said he, "I am a player." "A player," quoth Roberto. "I took you rather for a gentleman of great living, for if by outward habit men should be censured, I tell you, you would be taken for a substantial man." Here in strikingly pure form is the convincing performance of status, the miming of the outward habit of a gentleman, that served to draw Will to the profession of acting. For Green, however, the performance was a fraud. The actor could pretend to be a substantial man, but in himself he was a thing of nothing. To succeed in creating his illusion, the actor needed not only expensive costumes but also persuasive words, poetry that he, a mere sham gentleman, could not generate. Hence his need to find a real gentleman like Roberto, educated, cultivated, and in need of cash whom he could hire. Roberto signs on, in Green's account, follows the actor to town, and finds himself lodged in a house of retail. That is, a whorehouse. He is no longer in danger of starving, Roberto now famosed for an arch playmaking poet. His purse like the sea sometimes swelled. Anon the like the same sea fell to a low ebb. Yet seldom he wanted, his labors were so well esteemed. But he has prostituted his learning and his talent. His ordinary companions become card-sharps, forgers, and pickpockets. His bones are ravaged by syphilis, and his belly is so puffed up by immeasurable drinking that he becomes the perfect image of the dropsy. He experiences brief bursts of repentance, accompanied by noisy resolutions to change his life, but the resolutions give way at the slightest provocation to renewed dissipation. When the gentlewoman, his wife, begs him to return to her, he ridicules her. With his mistress and their bastard son, he moves from place to place, cheating the innkeepers, running up unpaid tavern scores, eluding his creditors. So cunning he was in all crafts, as nothing rested in him almost but craftiness. Such was Green's self-portrait. Hereafter suppose me the said Roberto, he wrote halfway through his account, throwing away the thin fictional mask, and for such a notorious liar it seems surprisingly accurate. He was famous for a life that combined drunken idleness and gluttony with energetic bursts of writing, famous too for his impecuniousness, his duplicity, his intimate knowledge of the underworld, his fleeting attempts at moral reform, and his inevitable backsliding. Back in Norwich once, he wrote, he heard a sermon that moved him to a firm resolution to amend his life, but his profligate friends all laughed at him, and his resolution collapsed. His mistress, M. Ball, with whom he had a short-lived son whom he named Fortunatus, was the sister of the leader of a gang of thieves, one Cutting Ball, who was eventually hanged at Tyburn. Aided no doubt by this accomplished native informant, Green, setting himself up as a kind of ethnographer, made money turning out pamphlets introducing respectable English readers to London's dense society of cheats, swindlers, and pickpockets. Cozenas, nips, foists, crossbiters, shifters. Despite his university degrees and his snobbery, he himself had the morals and the manners of a thief. He was particularly proud of the fact that he had sold the same play, Orlando Furioso, to two different companies of players, the Queen's Men and the Admiral's Men. His friend Nash called him the monarch of crossbitters and the very emperor of shifters. Evidently, Green regarded actors by whom he saw himself and other gentlemen poets exploited as particularly appropriate targets for his chicanery. Where the actor's dream was to pass himself off as a gentleman, Green's dream, realized with perfect success, was to transform himself into a cynical, swaggering London bully. Who in London hath not heard of his dissolute and licentious living? Asked one of Green's bitter enemies, the Cambridge pedagogue Gabriel Harvey. This is a master of arts, Harvey wrote, an educated man, who has chosen to deck himself out with ruffianly hair, unseemly apparel, and more unseemly company. He has become notorious for his vainglorious boasting, his vulgar clowning, and his trashy imitating of every new fashion. But it is important not to underestimate him. He is sly enough to cheat professional gamesters at their own dirty tricks. An oath-breaker and a foul-mouthed blasphemer, Green is a man with no moral compass, and his life is a shambles. Harvey rehearsed as many of the scabrous details as he could muster. Green's monstrous overeating, his constant shifting of his lodgings, his feasting his friends and then skipping out before paying the bill, his abandonment of his virtuous wife, his pawning of his sword and cloak, his prostitute mistress and their bastard son Infortunatus, his employment of the mistress's thuggish brother-in-law as a bodyguard, the brother-in-law's execution, his insolence to his superiors, and when money is short, his impudent pamphleting, fantastical interluding, and desperate libeling. Fantastical interluding, Harvey's term for Green's playwriting, is linked to yet another item in the litany of scandals. His infamous resorting to the Bankside, Shoreditch, Southwark, and other filthy haunts. Green could always be found in his true element, the neighborhood of the theaters. This was the neighborhood to which Shakespeare came in the late 1580s, and this was the figure at the center of the group of playwrights, all in their 20s or very early 30s, whom he encountered. Shakespeare would have had no difficulty recognizing that Marlowe was the great talent, but it was the flamboyant Green, with his 2 M.A. degrees, sharp peak of red hair, enormous appetites, and volcanic energy, who was the most striking figure in the fraternity of restless, hungry writers. Shakespeare's relations to Green and company might at first have been cordial. The newcomer clearly found much to interest, even fascinate, him in this grotesque figure and his remarkable friends. Indeed, he might have sensed immediately what would turn out in fact to be the case. These were people with whom he could get his start as a writer, and whom he would remember and imaginatively exploit for the rest of his life. The electrifying effect of Tamburlaine upon him was only one facet of this fascination. Shakespeare studied Watson's sonnets and Lodge's Scylla's Metamorphosis, whose stanza he borrowed for Venus and Adonis. He probably collaborated with Peele in the bloody revenge tragedy Titus Andronicus. He repeatedly mined Nash's satiric wit, and probably used him as the model for Mote in Love's Labour's Lost. At the height of his powers, he took Lodge's prose romance Rosalind and turned it into As You Like It. And near the end of his career, when he wanted to stage an old-fashioned piece, A Winter's Tale, he dramatized Green's by now forgotten story of irrational jealousy, Pandosto. In Shakespeare's work, there are relatively few signs of the influence of Spenser, Donne, Bacon, or Railug, to name a few of his great contemporaries. The living writers who meant the most to him were those he encountered in the seedy inns near the theaters soon after he arrived in London. For their part, the group of reckless young writers and their leader, Green, may initially have found Shakespeare an agreeable fellow. He was, by all accounts, pleasant company, affable and witty, and his writing, even at that very early point, doubtless showed that he had real talent. It is possible that he had initially been hired to assist Nash or Peele in the writing of a play about Henry Roman VI, and then displayed his mettle. Alternatively, he undertook to write the history play on his own. In either case, his surprising success as a playwright commanded respect. Not only did Nash acknowledge in print that something extraordinary had happened, thousands of people wept for the death of an English hero who had been dead for 200 years, but Marlowe offered the still more impressive tribute of imitation. He sat down to write his own English history play, chronicling the tragic life and death of a king, Edward Roman II, brought down by his consuming love for his handsome favorite. Several of the others also began to mine the chronicles and scribble English history plays, though only Marlowe came close to what Shakespeare had achieved. There are, in any case, enough signs of serious attention to Shakespeare's early work to suggest that the group of writers may at first have actively wanted to cultivate his acquaintance. The group would probably have been sorely disappointed. First and foremost, of course, Shakespeare lacked the principal qualification of belonging to their charmed circle. He had not attended either Oxford or Cambridge. The little society of writers was, by Tudor standards, quite democratic. Birth and wealth did not greatly matter. Nash, whose family, as he put it, boasted longer pedigrees than patrimonies, rubbed shoulders with Marlowe, the cobbler's son. Lodge, the son of the former Lord Mayor of London, drank with Greene, whose parents in Norwich lived sober, modest lives at a far remove from the glittering Guildhall. What mattered was attendance at one or the other of the universities. Even the acerbic Nash found warm words for his Cambridge college, St. John's, writing years later that he loved it still, for it ever was and is the sweetest nurse of knowledge in all that university. And long after he had left the university, Greene signed one of his dedicatory epistles, "From my study in Clare Hall." University education carried a significant social cachet, which these writers were only too happy to vaunt. But to be fair, it was valued as well for the learning that it signified. Nash pored over Aretino and Rabelais and gleefully coined words out of Greek, Latin, Spanish, and Italian. Peele joined Nash in ridiculing an inept hexameter written by Gabriel Harvey. Watson's youthful translation of Antigone ended with allegorical exercises in different kinds of Latin verse, iambics, sapphics, anapestic dimeters, and choriambic Asclepiadian meter. Shakespeare was by no means without learning. The Comedy of Errors, written early in his career, shows how elegantly and lightly he carried his knowledge of Latin comedy, but he was neither capable of nor interested in Watson's type of academic self-display. Moreover, Shakespeare was by origin a provincial, and more to the point, he had not completely left the provinces behind. If he had turned away from his father's occupation and left his parents, he had not, like Lodge, incurred a parental curse. If he had left his wife and 3 small children, he had not, like Greene, burned his bridges. He had none of the dark glamour of the prodigal son. Indeed, even his imagination remained bound up with the local details of country living. And if the young Bohemian writers recognized with surprise that the man they deemed a country bumpkin had thought hard about many things, if they grasped that his imagination was far less constrained by convention than theirs, if they were startled by the quickness of his intellect, the breadth of his vocabulary, and his astonishing power to absorb everything he encountered and make it his own, perhaps they also were nettled by something morally conservative in him. The conservatism was already visible in the Henvey Roman VI trilogy, with its reaffirmation of the traditional cautionary precepts that Marlowe and Tamburlaine had boldly called into question. But it was visible as well in Shakespeare's refusal to throw himself fully into a chaotic, disorderly life. Aubrey did not specify what particular social situation he was referring to when he wrote that Shakespeare wouldn't be debauched, but a strong candidate would be any invitation from Robert Greene. Shakespeare may have sensed a snobbish assumption of superiority on the part of the university wits. It would be surprising if they did not look down upon him, and surprising if he did not perceive it. He did not contribute commendatory verses to any of the books that they published in the late 1580s and early 90s. No doubt he was not asked to do so. He, in turn, did not likely solicit for himself any commendations of the kind they routinely wrote for one another. None in any case appeared. He did not enter into their literary controversies, just as he seems to have been kept or kept himself outside their raucous social circle. This is, after all, a man who soon went on to manage the affairs of his playing company, to write steadily, not to mention brilliantly, for more than 2 decades, to accumulate and keep a great deal of money, to stay out of prison and to avoid ruinous lawsuits, to invest in agricultural land and in London property, to purchase one of the finest houses in the town where he was born, and to retire to that town in his late 40s. This pattern of behavior did not suddenly and belatedly emerge. It established itself early, probably quite soon after the turbulent, confused, painful years that led up to his escape from Stratford and his arrival in London. Shakespeare looked around at the gentlemen poets who were supplying the playing companies with plays. He took in what was exciting about their writing. He made their acquaintance and savored what was startling or amusing about their reckless lives. In the light of his subsequent career, it is possible to imagine his response more fully. He saw that they were proud of their university degrees, their fine Latin and Greek, their scoffing and mockery and carelessness. He saw that they drank for days and nights at a time and then, still half drunk, threw something together for the printer or the players. He grasped in all likelihood that no matter what he wrote, he would remain in their eyes a player, not a poet. Though they may occasionally have exhibited signs of nervousness about the young man from Stratford, they were impressed and troubled, after all, by the success of the Henry Roman VI plays. They probably thought that he was rather naive and guileless, and that they could easily take advantage of him. Green, in particular, making everyone laugh with his zany stories of coney catching, was confident, in all likelihood, that Shakespeare was a coney to be caught. One part of this, at least, is indubitably true. Shakespeare wrote for the theater not as a poet, in the sense that Green and company understood themselves, but as a player. He was not alone in writing for the stage on which he also performed, but he was the one who was best at it, and the players were quick to recognize how valuable he was. He must also have seemed exceptionally canny and trustworthy about money, the very opposite of the university wits, for a treasury document that mentions him in December 1594, in the company of Burbage and Kemp, suggests that he was already one of those fiscally responsible for the troupe. He knew how to put money in his purse and to keep it there. Green's purse, by contrast, was evidently empty when, in August 1592, he fell ill after a dinner, at which Nash was present, of pickled herring and Rhenish wine. Abandoned by all of his friends, he would have died like a homeless beggar had a poor shoemaker named Issam, and his kindly wife not taken him in and cared for him through his final days. Digging for dirt, Green's inveterate enemy, Gabriel Harvey, went in person to talk with Mrs. Issam. Much of the scene Harvey depicts the shameless scoundrel, attended by lice, and begging for a penny pot of Malmsey. Seized by the grip of a terrible fear, may be discounted as the expression of bilious hatred, but some of the melancholy details ring true. The woman told me, Harvey writes, how the dying man was fain, poor soul, to borrow her husband's shirt, whilst his own was a-washing, and how his doublet and hose and sword were sold for 3 shillings, and beside the charges of his winding sheet, which was 4 shillings, and the charges of his burial yesterday in the new churchyard near Bedlam, which was 6 shillings and 4 pence, how deeply he was indebted to her poor husband, as appeared by his own bond of £10, which the good woman kindly showed me. She showed him as well a letter Green left for the wife he had abandoned. Doll, I charge thee by the love of our youth and by my soul's rest, that thou wilt see this man paid, for if he and his wife had not succored me, I had died in the streets. Green had another dying wish. He asked Mrs. Issam to place a garland of bays, a laurel wreath on his head. He would go to the grave a poet laureate, even if he had to be crowned by a shoemaker's wife. Harvey takes a predictably sour view of this leave-taking, vermin to vermin must repair at last, but he also provides a fuller epitaph. Lo, a wild head, full of mad brain and 1,000 crotchets. A scholar, a discourser, a courtier, a ruffian, a gamester, a lover, a soldier, a traveller, a merchant, a broker, an artificer, a botcher, a pettifogger, a player, a cozener, a railer, a beggar, an omnigatherum, a gay nothing. A storehouse of bald and baggage stuff, unworth the answering or reading. A trivial and triabular author for knaves and fools, an image of idleness, an epitome of fantasticality, a mirror of vanity. Though this catalogue suggests a remarkably full life of vice, and though Green himself often adopted the melancholy voice of an old man looking back upon his prodigal youth, at his death he was only 32 years old. The others in the group quickly followed their leader to the grave. In the same month, September 1592, Thomas Watson, aged about 35, was buried, cause of death unknown, or perhaps in that terrible year of plague. It was not necessary to specify it. 2 volumes of his poems were printed posthumously. His friends had no doubt read them already in manuscript, and his name remained for some time in circulation for a less honorable reason. He was invoked in the courts as a scoundrel in 2 particularly nasty swindles. The following May, Watson's friend Marlowe, who had not yet reached his 30th birthday, was killed in a tavern fight, allegedly over the reckoning, that is, the bill. George Peele, the great reveler, published a moving verse tribute to his dead friends Watson and Marlowe. Then a few years later, probably in 1596, Peele too was gone. Not quite 40 years old, he died, it was said, of a loathsome disease, possibly syphilis. And in 1601, at 33, the youngest of the original group, Thomas Nash, died, leaving his grieving father, the minister, to bury him in the country churchyard. Of the 6 young university-trained playwrights whom Shakespeare encountered in the late 1580s, only one, Thomas Lodge, managed to survive his 30s and to live what the age would have considered a long life. But not a literary life. Abandoning poetry and fiction, Lodge took a degree in medicine and became one of the leading physicians of his day. He died in 1625 at the ripe age of 67. After 1593, with Green, Watson, and Marlowe all dead, Shakespeare, not yet 30 years old, had no serious rivals. He followed up on his major success with the Henry VI plays by writing the brilliant Richard III. He had experimented, crudely but energetically, with tragedy in the bloody Titus Andronicus, and had demonstrated his great strengths as a comic playwright, with the 2 Gentlemen of Verona, the Taming of the Shrew, and the Comedy of Errors. He had triumphed, but there was a bitter aftertaste. Green kept scribbling, or so it was said, even on his deathbed. The claim is not implausible. He was the kind of writer who turned his entire existence into a lurid penny pamphlet. He had left behind him enough material to enable a hack printer and sometime playwright, Henry Chettle, to bring out a posthumous book. Green's groatsworth of wit, bought with 1,000,000 of repentance, rushed into print before the corpse was fully cold, was probably mostly written by Chettle or by someone collaborating with Chettle perhaps, as some rumors had it Nash. But it carried the marks of Green's own seething resentments. He noisily berated himself. He dangerously accused Marlowe, thou famous gracer of tragedians, of atheism, and then he turned his anger on Shakespeare. Rehearsing the old rivalry between poets and players, Green warned his gentleman friends Marlowe, Nash, and Peele not to trust those puppets, the actors, that speak from our mouths. Actors were mere burrs that cleave to the garments of writers. They would be virtually invisible were they not garnished in our colors, and yet the ingrates have forsaken him in his hour of need. Thus far Green's words might apply to actors like Burbage or Allen, but they could hardly fit a player who had also proved himself a successful playwright. To make them fit, Green or his ghostwriter famously shifted ground. Yes, trust them not. For there is an upstart crow, beautified with our feathers, that with his tiger's heart wrapped in a player's hide, supposes he is as well able to bombast out a blank verse as the best of you, and being an absolute Johans factotum, is in his own conceit the only Shakespeare in a country. O tiger's heart wrapped in a woman's hide. York cries in the third part of Henry Roman 6 to describe the ghastly, ruthless woman who waves in his face a handkerchief that she has steeped in the blood of his murdered child. When he read the line twisted to describe him, Shakespeare might have thought that Green was accusing him of ruthlessness. Alternatively, he was being charged with poetic excess, the bombastic exaggeration of the style of his betters. The insult is ambiguous, but it would have been clear to Shakespeare that there was an issue of status. An upstart is someone who pushes himself in where he does not belong, who dresses himself up as a nightingale though he caws like a crow, who imagines that he is a Johans factotum, a Johnny-do-everything, when in fact he is merely a second-rate drudge, a rude groom, who thinks he is an accomplished poet when he is only an ape imitating the inventions of others. These were painful words, particularly in the mouth as they were said to be of a dying man. They had something of the finality of a curse, in a world that took such curses with deadly seriousness. And Green's Groatsworth ended with a coda, a retelling of Aesop's fable of the grasshopper and the ant, in which at least one modern interpreter, Ernst Honigmann, detects a further insult. Green was, of course, himself the wanton grasshopper, carelessly skipping through the meadows in pursuit of pleasure. If Honigmann is right, the miserly ant, a waspish little worm who refused to help his foodless, helpless, and strengthless acquaintance, was Shakespeare. Green in this account must have asked Shakespeare, who may at this point have already been handling some of the player's finances, for assistance and been refused. The refusal would help to explain the bitterness of the satiric portrait. Upstart crow, rude groom, ape, worm. How Shakespeare responded to the attack tells us a great deal about him. He did not directly answer the charges or, like Harvey, launch a polemical counteroffensive, but he must have quietly done something unusually effective. For less than 3 months after publication of the pamphlet, Henry Chettle flatly denied in print having any hand in it. It was all Green's. As for himself, Chettle averred, it is well known that he always in printing hindered the bitter inveighing against scholars. Scholars, so Shakespeare was now being treated as if he had, after all, attended university. There was more. He was not, Chettle wrote, personally acquainted with either of the 2 playwrights who took offense at Green's words, and with one of them I care not if I never be. This playwright, unnamed, was unquestionably Marlowe, who in December 1592 was evidently not a person whom the hack, his ear to the ground, thought it safe to know. But the other was a different matter. Chettle now understood, as he explained in a twisted and unctuous apology, that he should have blocked the printing of Green's unwarranted remarks about this second playwright. That I did not, I am as sorry as if the original fault had been my fault, because myself have seen his demeanor no less civil than he excellent in the quality he professes. This offended figure was also unnamed, but the likeliest candidate is the upstart crow. At some point in the past 3 months, then, Chettle had a civil conversation with Shakespeare, or at the very least he had the occasion to observe him in person. He had also, it seems, suddenly acquainted himself with Shakespeare's excellence, in the quality he professes, an oily periphrasis for writing and acting in plays. And then comes a further motive for this recantation. Besides, divers of worship have reported his uprightness of dealing, which argues his honesty, and his facetious grace in writing, that approves his art. Divers of worship, that is, socially prominent people, people who have it in their power to make my life miserable, have spoken to me both about the honorableness of Shakespeare's character and about the facetious grace. the facility and polish of his writing. From Shakespeare himself, not a word about Chettle in the immediate wake of Green's attack or subsequently, but he got an apology of the kind that poor, impotently sputtering Gabriel Harvey could only dream. Indeed, in the years that followed, relations between Shakespeare and Chettle may well have been cordial. They collaborated with several other playwrights on a play apparently never performed about Sir Thomas More. The account was almost settled, but not quite. Green's phrase, "beautified with our feathers," must have stung. For in 1601, when the groatsworth of wit and the fat scoundrel who penned it had long vanished from view, Shakespeare allowed himself an unusual self-indulgence. Polonius, whose literary pretensions go back to the time when he was accounted a good actor, University, Hamlet, 3-291-90, where, as he tells us, he played Julius Caesar, has put his hands on one of the love letters that Hamlet has sent to his daughter. "Now gather and surmise," he says to Claudius and Gertrude, starting to read. "To the celestial and my soul's idol, the most beautified Ophelia." Then abruptly the old counselor comes to a halt for a piece of literary criticism. "That's an ill phrase, a vile phrase. Beautified is a vile phrase." 109:12. Thus, as the Clown Fest says in Twelfth Night, the whirligig of time brings in his revenges. 51364. Shakespeare's plays from the 1590s are sprinkled with sly parodies of the words of his erstwhile rivals. Falstaff's overheated sexual excitement in The Merry Wives of Windsor, "Let the sky rain potatoes. Let it thunder to the tune of Greensleeves, hail-kissing comfits, and snow eringos." 1618, ridicules Lodge's wit's misery and the world's madness. The Moorish king's plaintive words to his starving mother in Peel's Battle of Alcazar, "Hold thee, Callipolis." "Feed and be fat that we may meet the foe," returns as a piece of tavern swaggering in 2 Henry Roman 4. "Then feed and be fat, my fair Callipolis." 24155. And a moment earlier the same drunken swaggerer, Ensign Pistol, has taken Tamburlaine's famously sadistic taunting of the kings he has yoked to his chariot, "Holla, ye pampered jades of Asia. What can ye draw but 20 miles a day?"